Oh my God, look at the Man City Sporting Bayern Madrid.
Whoa.
Yeah,
Whoa.
that would be spicy.
Versus Atletico Madrid or Milan. As we mentioned, we have one more day of league phase play. Matchday 8 on Wednesday has every single game kicking off at 3 p.m. Yes, 18 matches kicking off at 3 p.m., so get yourself ready to be on the couch for a couple hours. Now, once those games are done, the top 8 teams, they automatically qualify for the round of 16. And teams that are in 9th to 24th place, they'll play in the knockout stage. So the knockout phase playoffs is 2 legs. The first leg will be on the 11th and 12th of February, and the second legs are the 18th and the 19th of February. But how do we know who's playing who in this knockout phase round? Well, at 6 a.m. on Friday, the knockout phase playoff draw will take place, which you guys can watch here on the Golazo Network. We're getting here bright and early to get you guys caught up and get all the reactions for that. So teams who finish 9 to 16 in 9 to 16th place, they will face off against a team finishing in 17th to 24th place. And it's not extremely random who's playing who. So for example, if you take teams who finish 17th or 18th, they're going to face off against teams who finish 15th or 16th. So the 8 teams who win in the knockout phase playoffs, they move on to the round of 16.
Gladys,
So
how are you
let's
moving
say-
the mouse without having a mouse?
Dude,
This is crazy.
listen, I've magic. Magic. So let's say that we take a look at this top with Juve, Celtic, Bayern, Real Madrid. So let's say that Juve takes on Bayern Munich and Juve wins. They will then move on to the round of 16 to either play Liverpool or Barcelona in the round of 16. And how is that determined? Well, that's when we then see the second draw that's going to happen on February 21st for the round of 16 matches played in March. So that is a bit of the breakdown.
Let's
Hopefully
go.
that makes it, I know, all
It's
of
not
this is
confusing at all.
all of this is so new. I literally spent a good chunk of yesterday trying to figure this out. But once you kind of break it down, it's pretty simple. We're just seeing a lot because we still have yet to determine who is exactly in what place. And there still is a lot up for grabs. So I'm going to have you guys give me some score predictions because we have a live simulator here and we're just going to pretend that this is how it's looking right now. So you guys are going to give me results for Matchday 8 and we're going to see how all of this changes.
Okay.
All right, so let's go down the line. Lisa, let's start with you. Sporting CP Bologna. Give me a score prediction.
Let me help you out. Sporting.
Okay.
Sporting just lost 3 straight losses in Champions League. Bologna got their first win in the last 5 matches heading into this one. Sporting have been
You go. Give us a
struggling.
score prediction.
Yeah.
Give us a score
Oh,
prediction.
Let's get a score prediction.
A draw. Let's go 1-1.
One.
Oh, a draw.
You said all that and you went 1-1.
I know.
Because both teams are struggling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bad news.
All right.
All right, Liverpool,
So-
PSV.
Yeah, you know
Yeah.
the answer.
We do it all.
Liverpool.
PSV, they can't lose, right? Then they're in. That's all they need. They need to avoid defeat. What if they draw too?
I'm going.
You think they're going to draw?
No, I don't. Okay, 2-1 Liverpool.
Let's
Can we
go.
do that?
All right,
Yeah.
Jimmy, you got
Yeah.
Young Boys versus Red Star.
Yeah, I got 2-2. That's got 2-2 written all over it.
2-2.
All right, Young
Yeah.
Boys scoring.
I like some
Hey,
goals. I want to see some
2-2.
goals.
And I've got Paris winning 3-1 against Stuttgart.
Love it.
Yes.
All right, so you guys can see how it's changing the teams that would play each other. All right, let's keep going. Let's do a couple more.
All right, Lisa, why don't you go ahead? Sturm Graz versus Leipzig.
Give me something.
2-0 Leipzig.
Okay.
All right.
I like
They've been
that.
terrible in this competition.
Man City
Exactly,
10.
they're ready.
I just want to click it all the way to 10.
Man
City
City
10, Club Brugge.
4-1. 4-1. Let's go
Oh my
4-1.
God, who's
It's not
doing-
going to be that. 4-1.
10-0.
4-1.
You're going to give Brugge. Yeah, I
Yeah.
guess. City likes to give up goals.
I actually
Yes.
think Brugge might win that one, but go ahead. I'll go Bayern Munich. Let's go 4-0 versus Slovan Bratislava.
Right, all right.
All right, low scoring, 1-0 Inter.
Skipping that game then.
Definitely changing a lot of things. All right, Dortmund, Shakhtar.
Lisa, what do you think?
2-0 Dortmund.
All right, Jimmy, Barca versus
Barcelona.
Atalanta. This is going to be a fun
I'm a
one.
huge Gasperini fan. Barcelona looked good 7-1 on the weekends. I'll say 3-2 Barcelona.
All right.
And Michael Oliver's the ref, so there's going to obviously be a shady
right.
red card in this
So
one.
no,
too.
Arsenal will get a red card during that match. I'll say Leverkusen. I say they'll win by 2, so 2-0.
Another low-scoring one.
Lots of low scoring.
2-1 Juve.
Benfica's in that 24th spot.
Colomwani?
All right, Claudia, you give us one.
Oh man! Oh, so this
Actually,
is
can't
a
play.
big one that has
never ends.
implications. Let's
So many
do.
Milan wins against
I was gonna say 2-1. 2-1 is always my default. Yeah, Milan 2-1.
Ooh, that puts them in a.
Salzburg,
changes a
Atleti. I'm going to go 3-1.
3-1 is
Okay.
exactly what I would have said. And I'll say Feyenoord beats Lille. I'll say 3-2.
Wow.
3-2.
Ooh,
Aston
Villa, Celtic. Let's go 2-1 Villa.
Yeah,
I'll go with
Celtic's
that.
on the
That's fine.
road.
That's fine.
Okay.
All right, me or Charlie can't do this one, so one of you two take it.
Go ahead, Jimmy.
Well, I went to a Girona game this year, and they were
right.
excellent.
What a flex.
3-0.
But Arsenal,
3-0.
pretty good. No, I will say 3-1 to
Okay.
the Gunners.
Okay.
3-1 to the Arsenal. And then you
Real
know how
Madrid
much I
and
love.
Brest. You
know
got
how much
Brest
I love
winning?
Brest. No.
2-0, Real Madrid.
Not this
yeah.
time.
Yeah, 2-0 Real
2-0.
Madrid sounds about
All
right.
So
Could have been
let's
3-0, to be honest with you.
Figure out.
But a pair of goals.
Oh wow!
seems right.
So that
Yeah.
top changed. I think every
wow.
single team that we had looked at. What was it? It was like Juventus, Celtic, Real Madrid, and Bayern, and that completely changed who would potentially play Liverpool or Barcelona. So
But let's say Liverpool doesn't start their best players, right? Because they don't need it. So why don't we change that 2-1 Liverpool? Why don't we change that to
changes
a,
anything.
let's say 2-1 PSV?
no.
Or go
3-2 works.
3-2, whatever
3-2
you
works.
want, magic computer.
So it's staying the same.
It stayed the same.
Oh well, I put them
Well,
at
they
2,
switched.
but they're still in the same pot area.
Oh my God, look at the Man City Sporting Bayern Madrid.
Whoa.
That would be spicy.
Versus Atletico Madrid or Milan.
How about Celtic still getting through even with a loss, which would be huge for them?
Just to play Brest.
Yeah? I mean, I know I'd be excited for the opportunity. Atalanta versus Juve?
That sigh is unbelievable.
Yeah, if I was Celtic, I'd slap them up. You know what I mean?
Do you have a dream matchup?
I do.
Do you, what? Okay.
I'm glad you
Anybody
asked.
here except Alexis have a dream matchup?
I'm glad you asked.
Yes, I want
set myself up for that.
Man City, Real Madrid would be amazing over 2 legs.
Yeah.
I would be excited about that. Or Bayern, Real Madrid would be great too.
Yeah. So 18 matches going on all at once. There's a lot going on.
This was fun.
That should be
There's a
fun.
lot. In
A lot at
fact,
stake. A lot at stake here. So hopefully, as everybody here is watching and all of us in studio, we kind of understand now what the heck is going on this week. So the games are going on Matchday 8 on Wednesday, 3 p.m. kickoff, and then early on Friday, we've got the draw.
Right, as ever on a Wednesday, we're joined by South American football expert Tim Vickery. Tim, lovely to see you. Great to have you with us today. Let's start with Neymar then, because this has been confirmed now. It looks like moving back to his boyhood club Santos is going to happen very soon.
Yes, and it's been confirmed by the club presidents, the Santos club presidents, who kind of jumped the gun. And he's getting a lot of stick for this. You know, this is amateur hour. You're announcing on your social media thing where you've only got 100,000 followers. But he just couldn't contain himself. He'd worked long and hard to bring this one about. So I think it's not 100% official, but it is. Neymar back to Santos.
Well, 100,000 followers is enough, isn't it? How are they funding the deal then, Tim?
Lots of sponsors involved with this one. There may be a Saudi participation as well, with perhaps Neymar taking some kind of ambassadorial role for the 2034 World Cup. But it's quite an easy sell with sponsors. And Santos is such a special club. It's a small city, less than 500,000, tiny by Brazilian standards. And yet this club, with Pelé overlooking the stadium from his mausoleum, this club was once the greatest in the world. And it did pretty well for a while, revealing lots of youth players, of whom the best was Neymar. So it's quite an easy sell for sponsors, because he remains, even despite the rise of Vini Jr. in recent years, I think Neymar remains the biggest name in Brazilian football.
Love the romance of it. I mean, how excited are the Santos fans to have him back?
Very, although I think the move happening now is both a defeat and a victory. It's a defeat in terms of his stated objective was very much to play the Club World Cup for Al Hilal. And that was going to be like a big billboard announcing, I'm back, baby. And after then, he would be a free agent and he could pick and choose. Al Hilal didn't want him. The coach there, Portuguese coach, he said, you know, we can register 10 foreign players for the Saudi League. And we've got 10 foreign players who are fitter and better than he is at the moment because he's not able to accompany the rhythm of training. So that was a blow. And that's why the move is happening now. So in that sense, it's a defeat. But it's a victory because, as we were talking there, the romance of going back to Santos, it's wonderful PR for a player who's often divided opinions in Brazil. Almost everyone now will want this to work. But also, he will play. This isn't Al Hilal. He won't be in a queue behind 10 others. He will be out there on the field. And this gives him a platform for what he really wants, which is one final crack at the World Cup in the middle of next year.
Tim, Neymar's not the only player heading back to Brazil. Danilo's just left Juventus. Can you tell us more about him?
Yeah, Danilo, the former Man City fullback, or now more used in a back three maybe. There was Premier League interest in him, but he has arrived back in Rio in the last few hours with his entire family and 2 dogs. So that's a man who means business. And I worry a little bit about those dogs because the difference in temperature from Turin in January and Rio, those dogs are going to have to do a lot of acclimatizing. And he is going to sign for Flamengo, the Giants here in Rio. And the clincher really in this deal is, and I've been saying it to you all through this month, it's the Club World Cup. Flamengo are in the Club World Cup and Danilo wants to be part of that. He is still Brazil's captain. So this is another important move for Brazilian football.
As for signings to the Premier League, Tim, what's the latest on Igor Jesus?
Yeah, Igor Jesus, Botafogo's centre forward. It's an extraordinary story because this time last year he was in the Arab Emirates and not even a household name in his own home. Botafogo brought him back on a free. He started playing for them in July. By October, he's Brazil's first choice centre forward, and he looks like the complete package. Very, very promising player indeed. We understand that he personally, not the club, he personally rejected a bid from Notts Forest over the weekend, which was said to be 30 million euros. He thinks it's best for his career to stay a few months, make sure he's visible and still in the Brazil side, and, wait for it, play in the Club World Cup. So it seems he said no to Forest. But my big question to you fine people over the last few days of the transfer window, would he say no to Arsenal? Because he would seem to fit their requirements. He's an all-round striker. He's strong, he's quick, he's mobile, he can score, he can hold the ball up, he can run into the channels, he can work back as part of a defensive block. If there were to be a bid for Arsenal, would he say no to that? I think that could be one of the most interesting questions in these last few days of the window.
Well, you've done the scouting for them there, Tim. What if he stays at Botafogo? Could he have a new manager there?
Well, he will, because they haven't got a coach at the moment, and they're looking round. And Botafogo's method over the recent years, they've been owned by this US businessman, John Textor, has been with European coaches, often young up-and-comers, but now they're in advanced stages of negotiation with the former Liverpool, former Newcastle boss, Rafa Benitez. He's a free agent, which facilitates things. It makes the negotiations far, far easier. I wonder if Rafa knows what he would be getting himself in for, because it's a pressure situation. Botafogo last year, they won both the Brazilian League and the South American Champions League, the Copa Libertadores. And since then, they've sold more players than they've signed. So it could be one of those situations where the only way is down. But we will see if they can close that deal and bring Rafa Benitez across the Atlantic.
Just finally then Tim, Richard Rios is a man in demand. Tell us a bit about him, and could we see him in the Premier League?
Well, this again is a fabulous story. He's a Colombian player who was representing Colombia in a futsal tournament in Brazil. When one of the Brazilian clubs had a look at him and thought, let's get him on the pitch, let's see. So very late in his footballing career, then he was converted into an 11-a-side player. His name is Rios, and he dances on the pitch. A bit before your time, that reference, I feel. He's done remarkably well as a leggy, all-round midfielder. There's a bit of everything in him. He needs a bit of calming down, maybe. Plays for Palmeiras, who've won lots of stuff in Brazil recently. Has maybe been even more important for the Colombia national side, who reached the final of the Copa America last year. Now, lots of Premier League interest in him. It's been reported in Brazil that Tottenham were on the verge maybe of an offer of £15 million. Palmeiras value the player at £27 million. Subsequently, it's been reported in Brazil that United may be interested in paying £23 million for him. So there's a little bit of transfer window poker here. Palmeiras, ideally, they don't want to sell now. You know why? The Club World Cup. He's a vital part of their team there. But they're a very pragmatically run club. We saw that with the sale of Vitor Reis to Man City. If enough money is on the table, they will be persuaded to sell. So this is another one from the last few days of the transfer window. Will one of these Premier League clubs meet the Palmeiras valuation on Richard Rios, or will the club be a little bit flexible, bearing in mind that this is a player who's 25 in June and maybe won't have that many more opportunities to make a move across the Atlantic?
Tim, thank you so much. Lovely chatting to you. It's our last Wednesday of the window, so sad times, but thanks for joining us every week, and I'm sure we'll chat to you soon.
Yeah, I'll go back in mothballs now, and I'll speak to you again in August.
The Premier League, but that's quite a while ago, and I suppose the development for his next step has got to be that game time. But we know that Arteta's worked well with some really good attackers. You know, think the effect of Raheem Sterling when he was at Manchester City as an assistant manager. Then you think obviously Bukayo Saka, Martinelli, even Kai Havertz. You know, as much as there's headers that he misses, especially in recent weeks, he's developed as a footballer. So for Ferguson, it would be a good opportunity to work with one of the best coaches in the Premier League.
What about Arsenal previous January windows? Sometimes they spend, sometimes they don't. What, can we read anything into that?
I think obviously Aubameyang's the one that jumps out to everyone, but that was a pre-Arteta signing. And essentially thinking Trossard and Jorginho are the two players that were bought for a cut price that really affected the season. Trossard was directly involved in over a goal a game towards the end of the season from that January move. And Jorginho played a lot of football. It was 14 out of the 19 games. Those were good signings in a sense of Trossard kind of fell out with Brighton. The move was reasonably cheap, whereas Jorginho's contract was expiring. There doesn't appear to be any moves that Arsenal could make right now. Someone we spoke about last week would be Jonathan David. But it actually makes more sense now for Arsenal, maybe if they wanted to get someone like Jonathan David, sign him on a free transfer in the summer. So that's the position that Arsenal in right now. Of course, Mamouche should have been the perfect one. We saw at the weekend his impact from deep, his ability to attack the space. That's the perfect guy for them in terms of Kai Havertz, the partnership. He went to Manchester City. As much as Arsenal fans don't want to hear this, I think it's the summer when they need to get a centre forward.
You look at Arteta's significant signings, though, and you talk about the window 2 seasons ago in terms of Jorginho and Trossard, Premier League proven talent. They didn't need time to settle into this Arsenal squad. Look at other signings, maybe not in January, but a David Raya, Declan Rice, Premier League proven. Arsenal will bring in players to help them win the league this season. So if you are looking abroad, there is that settling in period with foreign players. So they have to take that into consideration when bringing players this window.
And it's not like Arsenal have been totally inactive in this window either. They have been looking at signings, not potentially for right now, but potentially for a few years' time, could be one in, one out there.
Yeah, for sure. And I think when you look at what Arsenal need to do in the long term, it's getting that right guy. And obviously, we spoke with Benjamin Šeško. You mentioned Victor Gyökeres. They're the guys that will elevate Arsenal. They're not available in January. So when you're looking at players coming in, coming out, of course, Heaven has moved to Manchester United. A young defender, a player that's got great ability on the ball, got quite a nice language style, good at breaking lines with passes, switching the play. In terms of the statistics, obviously, that's the type of thing I like to look into. Around 90% pass accuracy at youth football level, but also won 67% of his defensive duels. That is a good number. You're looking in the Premier League, that would probably put him in the top sort of, 10% of players. Of course, that's a youth level, so you'd have to apply that to the Premier League. But there's a lot of raw things that I like about that for Manchester United. Of course, Arsenal have lost a player, so maybe they need to go back into the market.
OK, we'll see how we go. There's still not long to go now, is there, until that Monday deadline?
No, there isn't. Thanks, boys. Right, a reminder, if you are just joining us, Patrick Dorgu is flying into Manchester today ahead of that £29.4 million move from Lecce. He will, of course, be Ruben Amorim's first signing as United boss. Right, still to come, we're going to hear from the Celtic boss, Brendan Rodgers, on re-signing Kieran Tierney. Plus, will Manchester City bring in a midfielder before Monday's deadline?
Welcome back to Good Morning Transfers. Patrick Dorgu is almost a Manchester United player. He is flying to the UK right now. So let's take a look at Patrick Dorgu. Let's talk about him as a player and a recent performance against Inter Milan, and then we're going to dive into which positions he's played for Lecce. So first and foremost, let's focus on that Inter Milan game at the weekend. Yes, Lecce did lose 4-0, but for me, Patrick Dorgu was one of the standout players on the pitch. In terms of profile, I'd describe him as a dribbling wing-back, a player that can drive inside, outside, that's very good with his close control, but also has got a good ability about himself in terms of holding players off and using his strength and acceleration. But very much in the 4-3-3 from left fullback against Inter. Let's dive into his statistics. Oh, nearly got that one wrong. In the game. So first and foremost, one of the things I like about Patrick Dorgu, not only is he good in the dribble, he's very comfortable in possession. He's good at popping those balls into midfield and progressing the football. So the first thing I want to highlight, the 93% pass accuracy. Not only did he have a really high rate there, but he completed the most progressive passes on the pitch of any player. So not only is he keeping the ball, he's making things happen. But the big thing for this game, what I like about his performance, was his ability in the duel. Very, very aggressive, quick to the ball, quick to the tackle. And we can see that not only in his duels, first on the pitch with 8, but also his tackles with 5. A good ability to dive in, to tackle on his left foot with slide tackles, and that aggression is good. Moving on to the key part of the game, which I think will really impact Manchester United, that is the carrying. Progressive carries in the game, 6th, the most of any player on the pitch. This is an area that Manchester United have really struggled. We can all remember those clips in our minds of Manchester United bouncing the ball around the back 5 and not going forward. Dorgu will change that with his carrying. Into the final third, of course, a really important part of a wing-back's game is creating chances, crossing, and of course getting shots away. Again, Dorgu ranking really well for those metrics. In fact, Dorgu ranks in the top 4% of fullbacks in Europe's top 5 leagues for goals scored. Another key part of his game that'll add goals to Man United's attack. And finally, interceptions. His ability to read is pretty decent, but an area that he could still improve. And let's move on to the positions that he's played this season. One of the big things with Patrick Dorgu that I like is he's played basically everywhere. We're talking left back, right back. We're talking into central midfield, attacking midfield, striker, and on both wings. Of course, the key position for Manchester United and Lecce this season has been at left back. These, of course, are the minutes by position for both of his seasons playing for Lecce's first team. In terms of that, what I like about that is you think Manchester United's system and setup. Yes, it's a back 5, but Dorgu could play on both wings, on both fullback positions, and a position that I believe he could play as well is the outside centre-back role. As I mentioned, very comfortable in possession at carrying out and passing into midfield. If United want to go for the jugular and want to attack, you could see someone like Alejandro Garnacho playing left wing back with Dorgu as that wide centre-back in a back 3. I love his profile. I think he's a player of massive, massive talent and still just 20 years old. But that's enough about Patrick Dorgu. Back to you guys in the studio.
You are actually in the studio, by the way. You're literally just over there. Dave, thank you. Right, Brendan Rodgers has confirmed that Kieran Tierney will rejoin Celtic in the summer. The club are also, though, trying to sign him on loan now for the remainder of the season. Tierney is, of course, a Celtic Academy graduate and was with them until he joined Arsenal in 2019.
He's still, at this moment, still an Arsenal player. So I think we're agreed that will definitely take place in the summer. If we can do it beforehand, then great. I don't want to speak too much on it, with the greatest respect, because he's not a Celtic player here now with us. But if we were able to do it, of course, we would like to do that. But that's out of our control at this moment in time.
Right, time now to take a quick look at some of the stories making the back pages today. We're going to start with The Athletic, who are saying this morning that Al Nassr are set to decide between a deal for Victor Boniface or John Duran. Dave, I'll come to you for this, because Villa fans will certainly be hoping it is not John Duran that they're coming for.
Yeah, definitely not. And Villa's position is they don't want to sell John Duran. There is just almost seems to be constant noise around the player, which feels like it almost destabilises his position at Aston Villa.
Because he's on the bench a lot of the time, though, right?
Absolutely. Well, yeah, and the fact is that he's reaching a level now where he doesn't want to be, and rightly so, a rotation option. And when Ollie Watkins is starting ahead of you, that means there's always going to be a question about why isn't John Duran starting ahead of Ollie Watkins, or why can't you play both of them together? And that has been a consistent theme when Unai Emery has spoken to the media. So that is another thing that is kind of added on top of the cake, if you like, with John Duran when it comes to potential sales. But Villa don't want to sell him. Chelsea were interested in him last summer. Villa have already had an offer from West Ham in this transfer window. And now the Saudi links are returning as we head towards deadline day. Could be one to watch. Villa's position is they don't want to sell, but if a stupid offer comes in, every player's available.
Right, let's move on to the Daily Telegraph, who are saying today that Al Hilal are emerging as the most likely destination for Mo Salah should he decide to leave Liverpool. Al Hilal, of course, looking for a high-profile signing after they lost Neymar. What do you make of that?
The links with Mo Salah in Saudi Arabia are never going to go away. He's the most high-profile Muslim footballer in the world, and he's still in his prime, which is crazy to say for a player that's been at the highest level for a long, long time. In his 30s, leads the Premier League in goals with 19, leads the Premier League in assists, is probably having the season of his career this season, and he's a player that will have so many options come the summer. Nothing's going to happen in January. Liverpool are top of the Premier League, they're top of the Champions League group as well. They could potentially win 4 trophies this season. But with Al Hilal cancelling the contract with Neymar, who's now returning to Santos, they've got room for a superstar. Mo Salah is certainly a superstar. So it's definitely one to watch for the summer, but for January, this move's not happening.
He is a superstar, isn't he? And he's still delivering. Quake, you touched on it there in terms of stats.
It is ridiculous. I think this could be his best ever season. He's already been directly involved in 39 goals in all competitions. If he continues this rate, it'll be his best ever. And that's a player that's continually evolving. And I think this season we're seeing the creativity explode, we're seeing the goals explode. And when you look at his numbers, he is the perfect player in the Premier League. Liverpool would be crazy to not offer him a new contract right now just because of the level that he's playing at.
Right, let's talk Manchester City now then, who have, of course, they've been busy, haven't they? Made 3 signings this month. They've brought in centre-backs Abdulkadir Kusanov and Vita Hayes, as well as forward Omar Mamouche. But are they looking to bring in a midfielder to fill the void of Rodri? They have, of course, been without the Ballon d'Or winner since September.
Every position is important if you perform well, and of course we have replaced this time already with the 2 players. They are not proper holding midfielders for many reasons, but we'll see in the future what you have to do.
Yeah, we will see. Not long to go, though, is there? They've had a real busy month so far. We've spoken about it so much on these transfer shows, but they could still sign another maybe defensive midfielder and another fullback before that deadline. We know there's interest in Cambiasso, in Edison as well from Atalanta, and Douglas Luiz. Talk to us a bit more about Cambiasso. Why are they so interested in signing him?
If you want to get someone that's very similar to Joao Cancelo, this is the guy. He's so comfortable on both feet. He's supposed to be right-footed, but he plays with his left foot so well. He's played inverted on both sides, played on the wide area on both sides. I think if you look at Manchester City's shape against Chelsea this weekend, both fullbacks were super high. The wingers were inside. It was almost like Jurgen Klopp's Liverpool in that respect. Cambiasso would be perfect to play either left back or right back in that system. Josko Gvardiol was directly involved in 3 shots in the game. His expected goals was over 1. He is a defender. He probably should have scored twice. Obviously, grabbed himself 1 goal. So having Cambiasso to be that guy in the final third to play a similar role as Joao Cancelo for Pep Guardiola, it gives them that flexibility, and the need for a midfielder is far reduced there. I do like Edison, though. I think he's going to be a Premier League player at some times. Watching him this week against Como, the strength, the ability to win the ball back. He's Brazilian. He's got the feet, the footwork, but he's very much like an English box-to-box midfielder, can do all those kind of things that you want a player like that to do. He'll be in the Premier League, maybe for Man City, maybe for not, but I think Cambiasso should be their number 1 in January, if not the summer.
Right. Cambiasso is an exciting one, just really quickly, because Man City have tended, or Pep Guardiola has tended to bring in defenders that traditionally viewed as centre-backs and then played them out wide. We remember Josko Vardiol at the World Cup. He was one of the best centre-backs of the World Cup, and he came to Man City and all of a sudden this attacking force. And Kyle Walker's obviously departed the club. Man City at their best, I think, have full-backs that are traditional full-backs that get forward and also can invert. And I think Cambiasso has shown that he's a player that can definitely add to that Arsenal.
Just going to break away from Manchester City for just a moment, and actually comes off the back of the story that we were just talking a moment about involving John Duran. It is now our understanding that Al Nassr do want to sign either Duran or Victor Boniface. The Saudi Arabian club have held talks over both strikers, but will only sign one of them, with a decision expected soon. Now, this is the important part as well. Sky Germany are reporting that Al Nassr have made a £58.6 million offer to Aston Villa for John Duran. What do you make of that? Because you were saying it might come down to the fact it's about money and about the fee.
I think if they've made that level of offer, I think it's going to get left on 2 blue ticks. Because that's nowhere near. That's nowhere near what that wouldn't even get Villa to the table, let alone to the phone. So I think that Al Nassr would have to come back with a much larger offer if Villa were to do business. As I said a moment ago, really, John Duran's reaching a level where he's no longer a rotation option in the Premier League. He's a bona fide starter. And, you know, he started the season like running hot on his goals, on his XG and everything. Now, he has obviously cooled down a little bit since then, and the suspension following the red card against Newcastle didn't help. But he is a player who a lot of the top clubs are looking at, because his highlights reel is unbelievable. Like, your eyes pop when you see his highlights reel. Now, is his all-round game match up to that? No, it probably doesn't. He needs work. He needs time to fix that. Now, Unai Emery is probably one of the best coaches in the world in order to help him develop his all-round game. You see what he's done with Ollie Watkins already in his all-round game. And, you know, I just... If Villa's position, again, is they don't want to sell John Duran, so it would have to be a larger offer than that.
Yeah, like Dave keeps saying, Villa's sort of stance is that they don't want to sell him, but they are braced for more big offers. We know that West Ham had a bid turned down earlier this month. What's your stance on the sort of player side of things, how he'll be feeling? Well, from it's game time, doesn't he?
Absolutely, yeah. And from his point of view, he feels ready, and I think there has been a period of time where Villa have had to temper his expectation, because he's one of those players who wants everything, and he wants everything right now. And you just have to maybe temper that a little bit, given his age and given the development that's needed within his game. Now, I think he would admit himself that he perhaps hasn't done every single thing that was asked of him in training last season under Unai Emery. I think he left a little bit to be desired from what we hear anyway in training sessions. Unai Emery won't stand for that. And then in the summer there was lots of issues and talks around, is he going to leave, is he going to stay? There was the West Ham transfer, there was the Chelsea offer, he did an interview with Colombian media where he talked about, I want to play for one of the bigger teams. He's had opportunities where he hasn't quite hit the right note with the club, with Villa fans. But Villa have kept going with him. They've given him an opportunity to say, OK, you're here, show us what you can do. The start of this season, his all-round game has been much better. From what we hear, he's worked harder than ever before in training, and his game has improved, and it's bared fruit, really, in the goals that he scored in the Premier League. From his point of view, he wants to be number one.
He does want to be number one, and the way that young players develop is playing consistently week in, week out. And Unai Emery showed us that there's a reluctance to play both Duran and Watkins together, and that could prove problematic, because Watkins, I believe, is the clear number one option in that position. And if Duran's not getting regular football, then it's understandable, like you mentioned, the player that wants it all and wants it right now. There's options on the table to go and play regular football and develop as a player. I can understand why the player would want to take that option.
Is it reluctance, or is it the fact that it sort of just doesn't work when they have started together?
Well, they've not started together very often, no. You must say. There was a moment in the game against Monaco in the Champions League where Duran came off the bench, played alongside Ollie Watkins, and the balance was all off. Now, Emery took the responsibility himself on that and said he didn't quite get the communication right to the players as to what he was asking. Some of the players didn't follow the plan that was laid out for them in the pre-match meeting. So there has been occasions where they've both played together and it hasn't worked. But Emery has said consistently that they have practiced with them in training, with both of them playing together, and he has found a formula. Now, he hasn't felt the confidence yet to do that on a consistent basis. So it's a nice problem to have for Villa. They've got 2 top strikers who want to play. But given the noise around John Duran, it almost, as I said earlier, it kind of destabilises Villa a little bit, just because every week we're talking about John Duran's future.
I feel like that noise might continue a little longer. Right, well, what a morning of transfer news. Sky Germany reporting a bid has gone in for Aston Villa's John Duran, and Patrick Dorgu's flying to Manchester right now today ahead of a move to United. Right, coming up next, with just 5 days to go until deadline day, will Tottenham make any signings? Welcome back to Good Morning Transfers. It is that time of the day where we take you back in time. On this Wednesday, we are taking you back to 2021. West Ham signed Jesse Lingard from Manchester United on loan. Had played just 3 times for United that season, and Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, who was managing United at the time, said he wanted the 28-year-old to return revitalised. Well, he certainly impressed, didn't he, on that loan? 9 goals, 5 assists in 16 matches, and he even fought his way back into Gareth Southgate's England setup as a result as well. So just shows you what a loan move can do. Right, a little reminder of the breaking news that we brought you in the last 5 minutes. According to Sky Germany, Al Nassr have made a £58.6 million bid to Aston Villa for their striker John Duran. Villa do not want to sell him, but are braced for more big offers. West Ham, of course, had a bid turned down earlier this month for the striker. Al Nassr will make a decision on whether to sign him or Bayer Leverkusen's Victor Boniface soon. Right, let's stick with Aston Villa for the time being then. Talks for Villarreal defender Juan Foyth not currently progressing. Villa have other defensive options such as Axel Disasi at Chelsea and Loic Bardet at Sevilla in mind. Dave, there is a real need there. I think when watching Villa on the weekend, there's a real need for defensive reinforcements.
Yeah, they have. They are a little bit short at the moment. The Tyrone Mings injury, there was almost a collective intake of breath when he went down and eventually was forced off as well. You could see how upset he was when he came off, and there was obviously the fear there within the ground that it was going to be another serious one for him. Thankfully, it doesn't seem like it's going to be that serious, and maybe he'll be back for next week from Aston Villa's point of view. But on that occasion against West Ham at the weekend, Luca Digne, who started the game at left-back, moved inside to play centre-back, and they've obviously lost Diego Carlos. Diego Carlos wanted to leave Aston Villa, and Villa facilitated that for him because he didn't want to stay at Villa. They've obviously lost Pau Torres. He's going to be out for at least another month. So right now, Ezri Konsa is kind of last man standing for Villa at centre-back. And also, rewind to the start of this window, Villa were already looking for a centre-back, and they've lost another one. Yeah. So they were looking for that player that can play centre-back, right-back, hence why they're looking at Axel Disasi and Loic Bardet as well. So could be 1, could be 2 defenders for Villa.
Well, mentioning the names there, who makes the most sense?
Well, from Villa's point of view, Disasi might be someone that they can get in on a loan, which might be a slightly financially better deal than signing a player permanently. We know Villa do have a little bit of wriggle room and money to spend in this window, given they were ready to make an offer around about 20 million we hear for Loic Bardet. So there is a little bit of money there, but Disasi might make a little bit more financial sense for them.
Right, we don't have too much time left on the show, but you have done a deep dive into why Spurs need a striker. Do a shallow dive for us, and we'll come back to it.
We'll do a quick one. A real quick one.
Well, don't be too quick, though.
I think that when you're looking at Spurs' forward line, they've scored a lot of goals, but it's been very much spread. They haven't been able to rely on one guy. They haven't had a Harry Kane, a Heung-min Son that's been so effective in front of goal. Obviously, Solanke's was the big signing over the summer, 65 million, 7 goals so far in this season, but he's underperforming his expected goals. So that's at 8.5. He scored 7 goals. So the chances he's getting, he's not putting away at a clinical level. I think we've got the start of the season. Brennan Johnson was in great form from the right wing. Heung-min Son, of course, is Heung-min Son, always above his expected goals. 5 expected goals, 6 goals scored. Then in terms of Kulusevski, who's had a great season from midfield or from the right, or even times playing as that 9, and obviously Richarlison's coming back. For the moment, it feels like Spurs need maybe one more body. Someone that can maybe be a little bit more consistent in front of goal. We're looking at conversion rates and we're looking at the average distance to the goal as well. Just someone that's going to put the ball in the back of the net.
Yeah, I suppose they have got goals from midfield, haven't they? Which isn't on here.
They do for sure. James Maddison is their top scorer. But again, he's not the first name on the team sheet this season. He's in and out of the side, but really, really effective. And I think building Spurs out as a squad, you know, the big thing is defenders for me. They've got to sign defenders, but strikers as well would help.
We'll come back to that deep dive. A little reminder for you, Good Morning Transfers is back at the same time tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock.
Time now for Back Pages tonight here on Sky Sports News, bringing you a first look at the sports stories in the morning's newspapers. And joining us are the Athletics football correspondent David Ornstein and the Independent's chief football writer Miguel Delaney. Welcome to you both. Let's quickly run through the Back Pages. The Express lead with Pep Guardiola's Champions League pre-match news conference. Don't let your guard down. City must win to save Pep's Euro dream. Express also carrying Mikel Arteta's call for football fans to stop the hatred. This following the online abuse Michael Oliver received after sending off Miles Lewis-Skelly. That decision has been overturned on appeal. Guardian back page is the image of England's cricketers beating India to keep the T20 series alive, plus Jamie Jackson's story. United rift deepens, Rashford and Amorim no longer on speaking terms. The Mirror leads with Pep Guardiola. There's a pep in his step, and there's also the plea from Mikel Arteta. Arteta, kick out the hate. Mail leads with the headline, it's Barcelona or bust for Rashford. United outcast takes big risk by holding out for Spain move, and Lewis-Skelly read overturned as Arteta takes on trolls. Plus the image of England's rugby union players, Tom and Ben Curry, the Curry twins, England's history boys. But how does their dad tell them apart? Interesting angle on it. And on the front page of the Telegraph for sports section, Borthwick's Six Nations shock the twins at flanker. Guardiola D-Day, City face Champions League crunch, but how likely are they to go out? And also Villa's battle royale against Celtic. Well, let's start with the Express and the news that Miles Lewis-Skelly has had his red card overturned. Miguel, the headline in the Express, just to stop the hatred. Mikel Arteta's called on football fans to end their campaigns of hate after referee Michael Oliver received death threats. Miguel, was it an open and shut case? I know there's a few footballers suggesting lately that maybe there was a level of cynicism in the challenge from Lewis-Skelly that perhaps in one way.
My immediate response was, it's a yellow card at worst. I thought it was the wrong decision at the time. I thought that on the replay, which made it all the more surprising. It didn't go to VAR, and I suppose there's bigger questions about that. And I suppose that's where I have actually a lot of conflicting feelings about this entire story. I mean, because I must say I've written in the past about, as goes without saying, and as Arteta said tonight, referees just shouldn't be subjected to anything even close to abuse, let alone what is generally put out there when it comes to wrong decision. I think it's a reflection of a lot of the way football is going, a way kind of almost social media discussion is filtering into the real world as well. That shouldn't be happening. At the same time, though, that shouldn't preclude a space for a fair critique of decisions and even, say, refereeing. And it's funny, actually, it's a bit of a blow to the PGMOL that this has been overturned. With the fact it was overturned.
It's an interesting one in terms of the analysis of it, David, as well, isn't it? People rushing to abuse online with vile death threats, and everyone is very upset about that. But it's also a delicate situation in terms of the refereeing process. VAR, Darren, England not intervening at the weekend to aid Michael Oliver. We want that in this instance, but presumably we don't want it all the time. How difficult a call is that for the PGMOL to advise going forward?
It is really difficult. These are subjective calls, unless it's the offside mechanism. And we've been debating the decisions ever since VAR came in. We're debating decisions long before VAR came in, and we'll be doing it long into the future as well. There seems to be an awful lot of controversies, more than ever before, but perhaps that's a reflection on the fact that we can see more than ever before with the camera angles. The stakes are higher, and emotions seem to be off the charts these days, especially on social media. The reaction is really quite something else in this day and age. And so, yeah, there's the basics with the Lewis Skelly decision, which most people think was incorrect to send him off, and it's now been overturned. But then it's almost become a completely different story in its own right in terms of the reaction. So, yeah, it was a bad challenge. The yellow card seems suitable, and now he'll be free to play again. And it just seems incredibly sad to me that immediately a lot of people, sections of the public and wider, seem to jump to conspiracy theories and suggestions of corruption. Every single team that has a decision go against them seems to allege corruption these days, which, if the referees and the PGMOL are corrupt against every team, I don't see who they're favouring and who they're against. Maybe that shows it's a pretty even playing field. And we need to kind of calm this down and try and do our little part to bring a bit of responsibility to it. And the fact that we're talking about death threats, and it's worth pointing out, like, most people are right-minded thinking and sane, and this is hopefully a tiny minority, but that doesn't make it okay. And it feels like it's got a little bit out of control, and trust has diminished in the PGMOL, which shouldn't be the case. And a lot's going to have to happen to rebuild that. But yeah, in terms of this, it seems to have got to the right outcome, but we all need to take a long, hard look at ourselves about the discourse around it, because it just can't go on.
Very difficult time for Michael Oliver, isn't it? We understand he will referee at Ipswich at the weekend, Ipswich against Southampton. But Mikel Arteta speaking well on the subject after the red card for Lewis Skelly overturned. Back page of The Sun, Miguel, let's kick abuse out. Mix new law call as MLS red card overturned. And Mikel Arteta has slammed the sick abuse aimed at ref Michael Oliver and urged governing bodies to kick hatred out of football. Miguel, is it about that? Is it about the police intervening in these instances with death threats, threats of revealing Michael Oliver's home address? I know the police footballing units say social media companies are actually making this more able now within a time frame to prosecute.
But it does feel like, I mean, that is essentially an extension we've had of other discussions about social media abuse in other areas of football or related to other subjects. It kind of comes back to the same core theme. And that almost feels like a separate subject than the idea of kind of discussion around referees. It's just something that shouldn't be happening, and something where there's an onus, and I suppose, on both social media and maybe at this point football itself to address the level it's got to. And I mean, I realise there's a considerable irony in what I'm about to say now, given we're having this discussion. But a lot of modern discourse of football, it reminds me, I think there's been a real shift. I mean, look, I'm half Spanish, and I used to go to Spain, every year, where you consume Spanish media. And I remember, like 20 years ago, you'd see the front page of, say, something like Marca, and it seemed like it was obsessed with refereeing decisions or kind of drawing lines for offside. This is pre-VAR. To the extent that felt just unhelpful to the game and unhealthy. Often that was being discussed at the expense of the quality of the football. And this is at a point when they had like the best players in the world. And it feels like that's just true, almost creep. And then over a long time, that's something that's happened in England as well now. How often does referee discussion dominate talk of the sport? Now, I know people will say that's because they have influence on results, but it's almost like a David's reference there. It's almost like where even marginal decisions, well, okay, fair enough, even if they can be viewed 70-30, they're blown up into something as if there's some kind of existential crisis about the decision being made itself.
Yeah, we have to accept mistakes, don't we, in all walks of life. I certainly make my own doing this show. Let's talk about Marcus Rashford, who's got a few problems, it seems, at the moment. David, back page of The Guardian, on the front page of the Sports Supplement, United rift deepens. Jamie Jackson writing that Rashford and Amorim no longer on speaking terms. Jamie writes, Ruben Amorim's relationship with Marcus Rashford has broken down to the extent that Manchester United's head coach speaks to the player only when addressing the squad generally. David, this is a bit sad, isn't it?
I think it's a sorry situation, Teddy. I guess that sort of treatment is relatively normal when a club wants a player out and they're determined to try and find a solution, and the player is now on board with going, it would seem, if the right opportunity arises. We saw a comparable situation with Jadon Sancho at Manchester United. You think back to Aubameyang and Ozil at Arsenal and various others over the years. And it's really dissatisfactory for all parties. Rashford was the Manchester United Academy graduate, born and bred. He's done very well there. He's got huge talent. We saw his 30-goal season a couple of years ago. That earned him a big contract. That now appears to be a problem for Manchester United. It kind of dates back before now, because those of us working in the industry know that United have been open to his departure for quite some time. But the right offers didn't arrive, and now they've put him on a deal until 2028 in excess of £325,000 a week. And having decided that they want him out, there are very few suitors who are able to sort of pay that money. There is interest in him from around Europe and in the Premier League, and that's genuine interest. But it doesn't mean that they can put the right package together this January and before the deadline. Work is going on to try and find a solution. His favourite option, I think, would be Barcelona, but that doesn't mean it's simple, because they've got their own complications. And there's no guarantee this is going to happen. The door has never been publicly shut at Manchester United, but they can't really do that. So there is a world in which he stays. Will he be reintegrated under Ruben Amorim? Or will he just have to sit out the rest of the season, as Miguel sort of indicates in his article today? So yeah, it's a real shame for all parties, and something that is dominating the narrative around Manchester United at the moment.
It's very dominant, Miguel. I'll get your thoughts on it. It's interesting, isn't it, as Jamie Jackson writes here, off the back of saying that he prefers 63-year-old goalkeeping coach Georges Vital on the bench to Marcus Rashford. What do you make of the way Ruben Amorim is handling this situation? We talk about modern coaches being empathetic and having emotional intelligence. Doesn't seem like this is a great route either to advertise the player to other clubs, or indeed perhaps to have to reconcile with him post February the 3rd.
So I was at Craven Cottage on Sunday. I was about 5 feet away from Ruben Amorim as he said it. And what was so striking about it, I mean, he'd been in such relaxed form. He was joking, obviously pleased that they got a win the night before his birthday and all this. And then, like, when he's suddenly at the end of the press conference, a question is thrown to him about Marcus Rashford, and Ruben Amorim himself chose to go quite far. As we were talking to the guys who regularly cover United, who are based up there and go to the press conference every week, even they were stunned that he'd never gone so strong in this. And the fact, there were 3 separate answers. It's almost like they escalated with each one, culminating in this remarkable statement about, how he'd have Vital on the bench. Some of us had to, of course, look him up. And we were, I'd say, a bit shocked by it. The one thing, I suppose, people talk about how it might affect his value, as you referenced there, Teddy. The one thing I would say is that really true when everyone basically knows, look, you can just look at the United lineup over the past month and a half. He hasn't been used. Everyone knows the situation. It's more about the clarity which Amorim has been speaking. But interesting in that, because I was talking to a few Portuguese journalists over the last 48 hours about that, and about Amorim's kind of history with these sort of issues, and they can never remember doing anything like this. They always say he was almost the opposite. With players who he had disagreements with or issues, he would almost seek to be inclusive. But of course, it has been a short career for Amorim so far, and this is one of the biggest challenges, and one, to be fair, as David said, precedes him.
Must be very difficult for Rashford in the office at the moment, whatever his application is in training as well. He's a Mancunian Manchester United fan. Barcelona or bust, the back page of the Mail, says Chris Wheeler, reporting that. David, what's your take on the most likely location of Marcus Rashford post the window?
That's impossible to say at the moment, because nothing, to my knowledge, is imminent or even particularly close. However, a lot can change in the days ahead, and there are people working to make something materialise. So, you look at all the options that have been presented from AC Milan, Juventus, Borussia Dortmund, Barcelona, some teams in the Premier League. Quite early on, Manchester United and the Rashford camp were clear that it shouldn't be the Premier League and they will look abroad, and then it emerged that Barcelona was his preference, but they've got to get players out if they're going to be able to do it. And so, I actually don't know if this is going to happen. My gut instinct is that because the rift appears so deep, on whoever's side you want to look at it, something has to give. An outcome has to be found to enable Marcus Rashford to be playing football somewhere in the second half of the season. It's looking increasingly unlikely that'll be Manchester United, even though you hear suggestions that he's fit and available and ready to play and available sort of for selection. So I wonder if something with Barcelona can somehow be found. Some of the people working on it have good links to Barcelona, but I don't say that with any certainty.
Let's hope he's back playing football soon. Either way, whether it's United or beyond. Thank you, David. Thank you, Miguel. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll look at more of the back pages, including this in the Express. Don't let your guard down. City must win to save Pep's Euro dream. Welcome back. You are watching Back Pages tonight, and it's welcome back to our guests, the Athletics football correspondent David Ornstein and the Independent's chief football writer Miguel Delaney. Let's go to the Express. David, come to you. Talk Manchester City. Pep pictured there, looking a little bit worried with the headline, "Don't let your guard down." They say they'll upbeat Guardiola, confident City will beat Club Brugge and seal a two-leg playoff. Simon Mullock reporting. Is this the biggest game of the season potentially for City? Is it keeping the City and the season alive in some ways, David?
Yeah, I think so, to an extent. There's a long way to go with Manchester City competing on different fronts, but certainly Pep Guardiola's described it as being like a final, and Miguel's written a really good piece today in The Independent about the new format. We'll come on to speak about that, but it's games like this that many of us wanted, with proper jeopardy and consequences on the line. And I was out at the Parc des Princes last week when City lost from that 2-0 advantage to PSG, and you know, however cool and calm that Pep Guardiola wants his side to be, they're not really displaying that on the pitch this season. It's been extraordinary to see how badly they've struggled. But at the same time, we know the quality's there. They recovered from a deficit against Chelsea at the weekend. They've got their new signings through the door. And they've been here many times before. They play tough opposition on a 20-game unbeaten run. And there'll be anxiety. Remember the night at the Etihad with Feyenoord. I don't think it's going to be easy in the slightest, but I would expect City to come through. And if they don't, it's a huge story. I think it would be their worst performance in the Champions League since 2012 to 13. And would have an impact on finances and prestige, and it's absolutely the opposite of what they or any of us would expect of City.
Yeah, not to finish in the top 24 would be remarkable, Miguel, wouldn't it? Headline in the I paper, Guardiola counts cost of failure in the Champions League. Andy Hampson with that story. I think that's an element to it, isn't it, Miguel? But do you think it's even more remarkable they've still got a chance of qualifying? Does that reflect how lenient this league phase is?
Yeah, I think as someone put to me earlier, the point, 7 points in 7 games. In a proper league system, that would be relegation for, small as the sample is. But I think it's why this game, David spoke there about how potentially it's the most important of their season. It's maybe about what it would represent, because City have been more impressive in the last few weeks. They've had some really good performances. Equally, there's been games like against Brentford and particularly like against Paris Saint-Germain where you can see there are still major issues hardwired into the team that haven't been solved, and it always looked like a vulnerability there. It did feel a little bit on Saturday as if Chelsea weren't ruthless enough when they could have been. And that's why it feels like this night could be one that brings a lot of this all together. If they go out, issues have been exposed, they've gone out around where they shouldn't have, and also against a team, Brugge, who, as impressive as they are with their resources, is still a sort of team that City should really be beating relatively easy. Whereas if they go through, it can suddenly be a bit of a reset on top of better form. And even the Paris Saint-Germain game, you can say you could write it off because it doesn't materially affect maybe their next round. And you can, I suppose, they can start to talk about maybe a season like potentially Chelsea winning the Champions League in 2021 or 2012, or Liverpool in 2005, overcoming league form to do it. But yeah, that's why there's a lot wrapped up in this one night. And as David said as well, it's why kind of the anxiety that could potentially afflict the stadium could be so big. It's going to be a very emotionally charged game, unless maybe City score early and run away with it.
And one of the positive subplots for City, David, is the form of Phil Foden return to freshness. The Times carry this headline, poor start due to fatigue. says Foden, says he was struggling after the Euros. I suppose that's the point, isn't it, David? How would you rate their chances of winning it with the likes of Foden coming back to form if they can get through tomorrow night?
Well, they've got the pedigree with Erling Haaland, with Phil Foden, with Kevin De Bruyne returning to fitness and players to come back if they can keep John Stones fit and available. But the fact of the matter is they don't look the best team by any means in Europe this season. There's quite a few ahead of them, and maybe not as extreme as the Champions League table suggests, but it doesn't look like it's going to be their year. And that's not a huge criticism given how well they've done in recent history. But Phil Foden back on form is really important. 6 goals in 6 appearances. You know, it took its toll, the Euros, on him, and he speaks about that in the papers. And you know, he wasn't played that much at the start. He and Rodri were largely rested for a period. Then he couldn't work his way into the team. When he was in the team, he couldn't hit form, but he appears to be now. And City tend to hit their stride in the second half of the season. So let's not write them off. But they've got a massive uphill battle ahead.
Yep, Thomas Tuchel, England head coach, of course, will be watching with interest as well. Miguel, I know you will be. Your piece in The Independent. Get ready for chaos on Champions League final night. We've had some dissenters about the new league format, Miguel, but reading this, you're certainly not one of them. You're a big fan.
Well, I wouldn't go that far, actually, because to further go into the piece, there's a lot more qualifications. And I have to admit, I was very critical of it at the start. I think UEFA actually sent out a long email today extolling the virtues of the competition. I think the fact that you've got a night on Wednesday where there's games with a lot on the line, with something on the line, they will point to that. That is definitely an improvement from previous seasons where the old group stage had gone stale. Although I would argue the group stage had gone stale because basically of financial disparity between clubs, where it was always the kind of 15 to the 16 wealthiest that went through. But that's also where I think there's a little bit of a kind of a false and self-fulfilling element about the stakes here. I mean, why are the games so big? Well, they're so big because A, 2 or 3 major clubs, basically City, Paris Saint-Germain, Real Madrid, have had bigger crises than expected. And B, because teams are desperate to avoid the 2 extra games of the playoff. Now, why have those 2 issues happened? They've basically happened because of the expansion of the Champions League itself. 2 extra games have been forced they've been forced into the calendar. It's caused havoc with the calendar. Even European football in January, it's removed a winter break for a lot of teams. That's on top of a 5-year adjustment from COVID and the 2022 Qatar World Cup. And as we see with the way Foden has been talking, squads are exhausted. Hence these big teams suffering these issues, and hence suddenly this utter desperation to avoid this playoff. So if it was in a proper functioning football calendar that made sense, this mightn't be as big as it seems. But that said, it is going to be a night where goals are going to fly in. There's going to be interest at kind of almost every single stadium, and UEFA will certainly point to that rather than maybe necessarily addressing some of the longer term issues that I think, or the longer term discussion you could have about this modern Champions League. And let's not forget, it only exists because it was compromised when a lot of the big clubs were trying to get a Super League.
It's a longer conversation to have, a complicated context, but it will be dramatic come Wednesday, thanks to maybe Real and City and PSG misfiring. David, just time to ask you as the deadline approaches about any deals bubbling in the Premier League. We've discussed Marcus Rashford's future. Anything you're looking at intently?
I think it's going to be all about the strikers, and we need to keep a very close eye on John Duran at Aston Villa, because if they get a suitable offer for him, then it's not impossible that he leaves, especially because you can't really carry 2 top number 9s at the moment, so something might have to give there at Aston Villa. And then another, Evan Ferguson at Brighton. He's available for loan or even permanent transfer, and there's a lot of interest in him from across the Premier League and in Germany too. So although it's been a relatively quiet window so far, I think it's going to be a really busy final few days heading into the cut-off.
That's good to hear, David, as well. We'll keep across your work looking into that. David and Miguel, thank you for your company tonight. Enjoy Wednesday's Champions League football. Thank you for watching. If you missed any of the show, another chance to see Back Pages tonight at 1:30. It's also available as a podcast, Back Pages, wherever you get your podcasts. Join us again on Wednesday night after that Champions League climax. Carl Anker and Martin Hardy are the guests. And up next are all the details of how Miles Lewis Skelly will be available for Arsenal's big matches coming up, including the weekend against City.
I would always have a look around where's my best players, where's my playmaker, where's my goal scorer. Are they healthy? If they're healthy, they give us an opportunity to win games. They're game changers. That's why they get paid the most money. But you look around and they're not there. You don't just give up. You've got to fight, and I certainly see that fight from Tottenham, but I'm starting to see it lose a little bit. I'm wondering if the players are starting to lose a little bit of faith in Ange Postecoglou as well.
As you can see there, it's now only one win in their last 11 matches, and even that was against bottom club Southampton. So, Ian, I suppose the simple question, who is to blame? Is it the players? Is it the manager? Is it Ange Postecoglou? Is it the owners, Daniel Levy? Or is it just a kind of mix of all of those things? Who are we pointing the fingers at?
Is it the medical team? I mean, and we could go in multiple directions with this one, and it's a great question. Who is to blame for Tottenham's recent performances? I mean, over the last 10 games, they would be the second worst team in the Premier League. I mean, understandably, they have been still scoring goals, but conceding a lot of goals, and a lot of them come by error as well. So you could look at multifaceted. Do we look at Ange Postecoglou with his team selection? Do we look at goalkeeper and defence making mistakes? Do we look at the strikers maybe not taking enough opportunities in front of goal? Do we look at Daniel Levy for the way that he's running this football club? Maybe even Daniel Levy for not making a change with that head coaching job up to this point right now. There's lots of different directions we can go with it. I think Ange Postecoglou has to take some sort of responsibility. I mean, the performance at the weekend as well against Leicester, what I found disappointing was they were winning in that game and somehow managed to give that game up against a team that is fighting relegation. Now Leicester are out of that relegation zone because of an incredible second half performance, and second halves have been a big problem for Tottenham Hotspur, where at one point it wasn't.
You mentioned the injuries there. You could make an entire squad of 11 from the amount of injuries that they've got, and it's key players as well that are missing. It's not just fringe players. Notable absences 11 here. I mean, it's crazy. Some of them big signings. So does that mean, with all of these players out, some of them coming back this season, some of them out for a long time, that Ange Postecoglou kind of needs to get a little bit more time because he's dealing with an almost unprecedented situation?
I think it's definitely already given him some time, though, the fact that he's had a ton of injuries and the way he's handled the media. He's certainly giving us the example that he is getting time to try and get this right. I'm intrigued with the fact that they've not brought many players into the football club, certainly over this transfer window, which would show me signs of concern that maybe they don't want to spend under Ange Postecoglou, with maybe one eye on the fact that a lot of these players will come back at some point in the season, and maybe Ange Postecoglou might not be the manager by that time. At this moment in time, I still think that Tottenham are a team that are still dangerous, even with the players that they've got out there. Ange Postecoglou doesn't have much for me to go by as far as sympathy is concerned. Because if you look at, let's say, Bournemouth, for example, still as many injuries, maybe not as much, maybe 8 or 9 key players missing from their starting 11, but yet again still managing to put a consistent performance out there, still managing to show heart, still managing to really show that complete desire. The second half performance from Spurs at the weekend against Leicester didn't have any of that. There was no heart, there was no passion, there was no desire, there was a lot of mistakes, and at the same time I'm concerned about where they go from here. I will say this though, right, and this is probably something that most people don't expect to hear from me. Tottenham are still the third highest goal scorers in the Premier League right now. The third highest goal scorers. So goal scoring's not a problem for them. They're still managing to put the ball in the back of the net. Clearly the key injuries and the players who are stepping up in that defensive position, including goalkeeper, where they've gone through Vicario obviously going out with an injury. Then they've brought in Kinski, who's made a mistake at the weekend again. I think that they've been costly for this Tottenham side defensively.
But looking at this team that started against Leicester, I mean, they're not going to go down, are they? I know people like to look at the dramatic headlines and say, oh, Spurs are in a relegation battle, but there's comfortably 3 or 4 teams worse than that starting 11, even with the injuries.
I think we can safely say both of us agree that Southampton will go down, right? Juric hasn't done enough to be able to turn their I would say, fortunes around. They were down weeks ago, and even before they appointed Juric, you would always say that they're actually down. Ipswich and Wolves have shown some sort of fight and desire. Leicester just got their first win in 8 games, right? They were in a 7-game stretch where they hadn't won before they went to Tottenham and won, remarkably so. But listen, you can look at the statistics, they simply don't lie. I mean, compare to what they did in the last, 10 games last season when Ange Postecoglou first took over. They had more points than they opened in 10 games compared to what they've had in 23 games this season. He's not had his players, so I feel sorry for him. But this is a results business, so at some point, your job is on the line because you can't get performances and you certainly can't get results right now. Since November onwards, Tottenham are going in a downward spiral. I will say this, I think that the EFL Cup is really keeping him in his position. Otherwise, had they not had that tie against Liverpool where they've got the advantage, he might already be gone.
Because to play devil's advocate, tell me I'm wrong, but if they go on and win the Carabao Cup, this could be Spurs' best season for 20 years. giving the guy knighthood.
It's amazing to think how close we are to someone keeping their job and someone disappearing, right? The results and the performances have been nowhere near good enough of late. That is for absolutely sure. Next 8 matches coming up for them are very, very important, I would say. Obviously, the Europa League going to be important for them because it's another opportunity to lift a trophy. We know the FA Cup game against Aston Villa is going to be massive for them as well. The Liverpool game is huge, right? I mean, that's the one where I'm looking at right now. I think the EFL Cup Carabao semi-final, where they have the advantage going into Anfield, is going to be very difficult for them. I think that that's the one that everyone's looking at. If he loses that tie and gets knocked out, I think he could and realistically should probably be fired from his position. But to your point, I mean, it's crazy to think he's had to deal with so much Ange Postecoglou. Missing as many as 12 players in his Tottenham roster is an insane amount of talent. A lot of those players would go into probably 80% of the Premier League teams and walk straight into their first 11s. So to lose that from your squad is desperately disappointing. But you have to deal with players at your disposal. When I was playing, put myself on the pitch. I would always have a look around, where's my best players? Where's my playmaker? Where's my goal scorer? Are they healthy? If they're healthy, they give us an opportunity to win games. They're game changers. That's why they get paid the most money. But you look around and they're not there. You don't just give up. You've got to fight, and I certainly see that fight from Tottenham, but I'm starting to see it lose a little bit. I'm wondering if the players are starting to lose a little bit of faith in Ange Postecoglou as well. That reaction, I don't know if many people saw it on social media, where the fans were barking at him as he walked down the tunnel, and he came back out. Who said that, mate? Right, I mean, that shows signs of frustration that it's getting to him. He's frustrated by the lack of quality that he has out there to be able to put a good performance out and certainly get good results. He might be on his bike after that Liverpool game.
The fans are voicing their displeasure with Ange Postecoglou, but they're also starting to voice their displeasure with the ownership, who's in charge of the club up at the top, who sit, in those seats high up and watch down from on high. Daniel Levy, I suppose, is the key one there. There's the banner that was being flown. 24 years, 16 managers, 1 trophy. Time for change. How do you think Daniel Levy should go through these next few weeks? Because you kind of feel, for me certainly, that both parties have been backed into a corner. Ange Postecoglou by the results and the injuries, and Daniel Levy's also been backed into a corner because he probably feels like, well, if I sack the manager now, I'm just kind of doing what I've done for the last 15 years.
Yes, but I also think that there's no smoke without fire when it comes to Tottenham Hotspur. If you look at the managers who have come and gone from that football club, I mean, some of the big names, we could go even to the US national team boss and Pochettino, who had this team in a remarkable position, was demanding more from Daniel Levy, didn't get it, and eventually found himself out of his job. Antonio Conte went public with his media outbursts at Daniel Levy, didn't get the support from the board and from Daniel Levy as far as what he wanted to take this club to the next level. Remember his comments? This club is used to it. They're used to not winning. They don't want to compete for trophies. Apparently that might be the case, but the reason they brought Ange Postecoglou to this football club is to win a trophy. Ange Postecoglou has a great history, obviously, wherever he's gone, and I know it's not at this level. He's been successful, so he's also getting challenged. But I mentioned there, there's no smoke without fire. I mean, look at the managers who have come and gone from this football club. You can go as far as the 2 names I just mentioned. Throw in Nuno Espirito Santo. What's happening with him right now? What's happening with Antonio Conte right now? What's happening with Jose Mourinho right now? What's happening with Pochettino? All in prime jobs, all doing very successfully well in their jobs. So I do think that there is something happening behind the scenes at Tottenham that is not healthy. It might be a bit of a cancer within that football club, and maybe that's the change that needs to happen at Spurs. It comes from the top.
If Postecoglou and Spurs go on and win the Carabao Cup, can he be someone who, once these players start to get fit again and we look towards next season and given that opportunity a couple of months over the summer to rebuild, is he someone that could potentially be the answer for the future if he stays?
I think he showed us the true quality that he has, Ange Postecoglou, when he first arrived at the club. Remember, they're sitting at the top of the table and we're all talking, can Spurs really win the Premier League? Can it happen? And then all of a sudden, I think they finished 5th in the table, 6th in the table. I understand that there is pressure at Tottenham to win a trophy, and he may eventually win a trophy this year, and if he does, it will be a great success. As you pointed out, he might get knighted at the end of the season because of winning that trophy. And Spurs fans crave some sort of success. They want to see a good performance. It's a wonderful stadium that they've got there. I feel sorry for Ange Postecoglou because he's not had his team. He's not been able to put the product out there that he wanted to. We saw how good he is at the beginning of his term as Tottenham manager, how successful it can be. But injuries unfortunately happen in football. This is still a results business. If he doesn't get the job done in that semi-final against Liverpool, I think that to me is the curtain call. That should be the game where he will be decided his future. If he doesn't get the job done, I think Ange Postecoglou will be fired. And the reason why he's not fired now is simply because of that Carabao Cup game. How crazy is that for me to say? The importance of the Carabao Cup has now come into play for Tottenham Hotspur and Ange Postecoglou to keep his job. It's absolutely mental.
Welcome to the Athletic FC podcast with me, Ayo Akinwolere. As revealed by David Ornstein on today's deal sheet, Aston Villa could be tempted to sell John Duran for around £80 million. That valuation of the Villa striker got us thinking, what makes a top number 9 in 2025? And with many teams wanting an elite striker, why is it so hard to find them? With us today, we have the lead writer for the Athletic FC newsletter, Phil Hay, and our senior data writer, Mark Carey, as well. Phil, let's talk about this Duran conversation right now. Villa want around £80 million for him. Does that kind of money for a player who actually isn't starting week in, week out, point to a fact that actually there is a bit of a scarcity for a top number 9 right now in the market?
There definitely is a scarcity of them, but I think it probably points more to the fact that Duran is a fairly big emerging talent rather than he's specifically a centre forward or a 9. Okay, he's 21, so he's not extraordinarily young, but he's still short of his peak years, and he's showing some really, really tidy potential at Villa. And I think we're seeing a trend more and more where clubs in possession of really promising assets like Duran go very high with their pricing, and think that if they do, they're likely to claw in the money that they're looking for, because clubs out there want good players, want top players, elite players, and somebody eventually tends to go to the sort of mark that you're after. I'd also say we seem to be a bit beyond the era where one specific position creates a premium transfer value. It's not to say that forwards or 9s aren't still going to be very, very expensive. But Declan Rice cleared £100 million. I mean, that's what they were talking about Villa wanting for Duran. Whether or not that is just, bluster and a bit of bravado, and whether it would be more like 70, 80, 90 in reality, we'll find out at some stage, I would think. But Jude Bellingham would easily go for more than £100 million. I think Rodri would be the case with him too, and players who aren't out and out 9s, Florian Wirtz, Musiala over in Germany, I think fall into that sort of bracket. But it is definitely a fact that 9s, as we understand them, are more and more limited these days. And I'm sure we're going to broaden this discussion out in quite a wide way. But I do think it's got something to do with the way that football was shaped tactically for much of the Pep Guardiola coaching area, particularly at the outset. What is really striking to me, and you mentioned this, is that Villa are asking for money in that sort of ballpark, creeping up towards £100 million. For somebody in Duran who's made 7 Premier League starts, that's quite a game of risk versus reward in my eyes.
Yeah, I want to talk about the Pep Guardiola effect a little later on, Phil, for sure. But let's focus on the idea of a centre forward. And Phil has touched on it, actually, the fact that other players are now going for big money across the field, Mark. But I do also think about Harry Kane's transfer to Bayern Munich. At the back end of his career, still went for really, really top money. It's quite easy to quantify what a good striker does on the field, isn't it? It's still the glory position. It's still the fireworks on the field. Good ones will still garner high transfer fees.
Yeah, that's never going to change, is it? It hasn't across the history of football. It's not going to in the future, because goals, as you say, are the most valuable commodity in football, really. So I think it makes sense that you're going to look to find players who can score a lot of them. And the whole point of this podcast is to maybe suggest that those specialists potentially are in short supply. But I think, broadly speaking, to your point, I think attacking actions are the easiest to quantify. When I'm doing my data analysis, it's the presence of an action rather than the absence of an action when we're talking about these strikers. Or you could broaden it out to forwards in general. Of course, you're thinking about chances created, assists, crosses, shots, of course, and you can go into a bit more in depth, looking at advanced metrics like expected goals. Alert the siren there for my first expected goals XG chat, but go into a little bit more depth and see how well a striker is actually trying to get those goal scoring chances and how sustainable that is. And I think this is relevant to the Duran example, and how they are maybe over or underperforming their goal scoring against their expected goals, to see if they're in a purple patch or in a bit of a quiet period, whatever it may be. I think Phil probably give the example of Patrick Bamford across his career in that regard as well. But
Broadly speaking, yes. I mean, I don't want to go too much into other positions, but it's a lot more tricky to accurately quantify what a defensive midfielder does or a centre-back does, because, like I said before, it's more the absence of certain actions that is the best traits of a defensive midfielder, or specifically a centre-back, because it might be their strong positioning that actually stops a run being made, a pass being made in the first place, and that's really hard to see, at least from the data perspective. And there are models that look to overall look at a player's contribution further up the sequence chain than maybe shots or goals, and I won't bore people with it too much, but things like possession value and expected threat looks to quantify everybody's action to make it fair. But yeah, I definitely agree. Like shots, goals, assists, chances created, etc. They're quite straightforward to measure, quite easy to spot who is an elite striker and elite forward, because you can see it in the numbers, you can see it by your eye as well.
Yeah, Phil, I just want to pick up on what you talked about, the Pep Guardiola effect, because I was looking at the top 10 Premier League strikers in the 2004-2005 season. You're looking at obviously the names like Thierry Henry, Andrew Johnson, obviously at Crystal Palace is in there, Jermaine Defoe, Jimmy Floyd Hasselbank, Yakubu, Andy Cole, Peter Crouch, Gudjonsson, all number 9s, and then you've got Frank Lampard in there, Robert Pires, midfielder, winger, and then you take it 10 years, bit further down the line to today. Names like Mo Salah pop in there, Mbeumo pop in there, Cunha pop in there, wide players, Cole Palmer, midfielders pop in there. I mean, how much have we seen that evolution of how the goals are shared change in the Premier League over the last 10 years? And, I'm looking at Pep Guardiola, who basically won the Premier League without a recognisable striker. Has he changed the way we are looking at how we are looking at goal scorers now in the Premier League? And Mark, please drop it in after Phil.
Oh, no question about that at all. I mean, over the past 10, 15 years, it feels as if, the out-and-out classic 9 has been less of a priority for coaches, certainly elite coaches, than ever before. Everybody tactically started to follow the Guardiola model of, tiki-taka as it was called at Barcelona, which famously made Lionel Messi a false 9, that withdrawn position as a forward, further back from what you'd expect a classic centre-forward, where you'd expect a classic centre-forward to be. And that obviously became massively fashionable. It's worth discussion for two reasons, I think. Firstly, Guardiola signing Erling Haaland from Borussia Dortmund has almost brought the traditional number 9 back into fashion, or back into vogue. And your thoughts there about transfer fees. I think two things to point out would be that Haaland would have been far more expensive had it not been for the fact that there was a release provision in his contract at Borussia Dortmund. And similarly with Kylian Mbappe, I mean, you would assume that had he been under contract at PSG when he was signed, he would probably have broken the world transfer record, or gone pretty close to what was paid for Neymar. But the interesting thing about City as well, and I don't know whether Mark did this piece last week, but I saw on the Athletic a viz which was showing that so few sides now seem to be doing what Manchester City and Guardiola do. The sort of high possession go-to model as it was a little while back doesn't seem to be anywhere near so popular or anywhere near in fashion. The game and the mindset seems to be changing. But one thing that I wondered, and again Mark might have some thoughts on this, because of Guardiola's initial influence and the way in which he was using forwards, and particularly somebody like Messi, I wonder how many top academies across Europe have really been trying to generate actual number 9s. It would be really interesting to know whether the sort of obsession with tiki-taka led to youth development systems just starting to care about out-and-out centre forwards less, because as we said, that European football is not swimming in them. They are pretty limited.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree. I think that we're moving more towards a way of players being in all positions, really. You look at the way that fullbacks are coming inside and being so versatile, but centre-backs as well, of course, goalkeepers being, so much being demanded of them. I think we're in the age of more generalists than specialists. I think you kind of knew where you stood in maybe the early 2000s of what a player was good at, and you try and find the best way to fit around the best players and a style of play around that. Whereas now it's being versatile to be able to adapt to different situations, and sometimes to Phil's point about the style of play, I mean, sometimes a team might need to go long, sometimes they might need to press high, sometimes they might need to drop in for a little bit, and I'm not suggesting that isn't what teams did in the in the history of football, but I do think the information that a player has to take on board now and adapt to from a forward perspective, but also from a defensive perspective, means that they are so versatile and they are generalists. And I think the common thing at the elite level when a player signs in forward areas is that they can often play anywhere across the front line. And so I've often got my Liverpool hat on, and you look at Luis Diaz, signed as a left winger, currently playing as a number 9, pulling into those wide areas, with Cody Gakpo, who only last season was also playing number 9 at times, sort of drifting into a false area. And at times, even though Mo Salah is a right winger, left-footed right winger by trade, he has played through the centre across his Liverpool career as well. Every single one of those are able to drift into different positions, and you could extrapolate that to so many players across so many forward lines at the elite level across Europe and worldwide. So I think it's, whether that's because of Pep Guardiola or he's maybe catalysed that, is probably the case, but I definitely agree with Phil that because we know that's the way that football, the direction of football was going, there's little point in then trying to train a specialist at the academy level when you need them then to get into the first team and be so versatile. So I think it's no coincidence that we're seeing almost it's like the iceberg analogy, I suppose. We're seeing it, right at the top end visibly, but all that work's going on in the background at the academy level to create these generalists.
I've got a question about that, Mark. Do you think the strength of a player's feet, i.e. are they left-footed or right-footed, has ever mattered less in the grand scheme of analysis and recruitment? Is it even a thing when you're analysing players anymore, given how versatile they all are?
We did something similar on the Tactics podcast a couple of weeks ago, where we were talking about left-footed players and how obviously there's fewer left-footed players and left-handed people in the world, and how often they would be sort of thrown across to either left centre-back or left-back because that was sort of needed for the balance of the team. And now, well, in the past 10 years, shall we say, it's more likely that if they're any good going forward, that there'll be a right winger coming inside onto their stronger foot. It was an interesting chat that we had about there's not still that many. There's still a few, again, in recent years and at the moment, left-footed central midfielders. I don't know why that might be, but no, it's an interesting question. I'd probably say that is the case, but then you think about the importance of build-up now, and then passing angles, and making sure that if you are a left-footed left centre-back, that the passing angle playing to the full-back is going ahead of them, and a couple of yards is a big difference to the build-up. It'll then allow the opposition to press on you as a trigger if it's just slightly behind them. So I'd probably say it still is super important to have the balance in the team, but I do broadly agree that it's not necessarily about the footedness, but more the skill set, and as I come back to the general skill set that's required.
Yeah. Mark, I just want to have a little word on someone he's having such a season at the moment. Alexander Isak at Newcastle, third highest scorer across Europe's top 5 leagues, 17 Premier League goals this season so far, only just behind Mo Salah and Haaland. What do you think makes him so unique as a striker? Because for me, yet again, is he a generalist or is he just a really solid number 9? His shot's as good as the way he takes players on. He's a great dribbler, and I don't know, he just reminds me of why I love football. He's got the skill and he gets the job done.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, first and foremost, he is a joy to watch, especially this season. I mean, to answer your question, I am probably going to defer to Jacob Whitehead here.
Oh, really?
Who wrote
Okay.
a piece that came out at the start of the week, and I implore anybody to read it because it perfectly answers your question far better than I'm about to attempt.
And just add to that as well, he did a fantastic profile on Isak. I think it was last year when he went to Sweden and dug into his background, and it shines a big light on why Isak is so talented.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I totally agree. I mean, the title of the piece that came out this week was How to Move Like Alexander Isak, a 7-part guide. So it breaks it down so beautifully. And it is everything that, obviously I agree with everything Jacob has written. And it's his, to that point, it's his ability to do so many things at an elite level. And he has the physical profile to be a modern day striker. I think you do have to have a bit of height about you as well. Sort of feels kind of like gone are the days of a Sergio Aguero and Michael Owen sort of profile. I could be wrong there, but you look at the likes of a Haaland and an Isak and a Lewandowski, they are all strong, tall, powerful players. But he spoke about his ability to drift into wide areas and come wider across both sides just to, I guess, confuse the centre-backs and make sure that he's not marked. His ability to still come short and drop into maybe a bit more central areas and just link with the midfielders. Of course, he's got that elite finishing. I don't want to dwell on it too much, but that goal against Southampton, the second one, the way that he took it with his left foot was perfect. It was absolutely perfect to then slot it in off the post. It was incredible finishing. And his ability to take on players as well. I think that's something that was it's still a key part of his game now, but was a key part of his game at Real Sociedad as well. He would often pull more into wide channels. I think when he was signed, he maybe wasn't thought of as an out-and-out number 9 because he was the player who's maybe coming in from wide areas. So he's still got that take-on ability like a modern-day winger. And to that point as well, running in behind and being that central number 9, he's got the pace and the power, and he's got the aerial ability to go with it as well. So I mean, I could carry on. Please read the Jacob Whitehead piece. But I think to that point about being a generalist, I agree that he's got all of those attributes. But obviously the key part being that all of those attributes to an elite level. He's not really blunt in any of them. So, it's been great to see him this season, but keeping that over the next couple of seasons will really sort of take him to the next level.
Where does that put Arsenal then, Phil? A team that glaringly need a top striker. What kind of striker suits that kind of system then from where you're sitting? And Isak naturally, from what Mark's just been saying, would be that. But I mean, Newcastle would be pressed to let him go in the form he's in at this moment in time. But what kind of striker are we looking at? Someone a bit more specialist for that kind of formation and that style of play, or someone that is like an Isak that can drift out wide, come in centre and get the job done for them in various ways?
Oh, very much an Isak for the reasons that have been outlined. I mean, I sort of apologise to Newcastle support here because they seem to be rightly sick to death of him being linked to Arsenal. And the fact that Arsenal don't really seem to have the money to do this here and now, and whether they do in the future, we'll see, but it's going to be a stretch, you would think, is indicative of what I was saying earlier about how highly clubs value their top assets. It's a long time since scoring goals was enough from a centre forward. I mean, don't get me wrong, if a centre forward who's not scoring goals doesn't get very far either, there's got to be some balance in the middle. But just to pull a random example out, I always, whether or not Eddie Nketiah would have been, would have been good enough long term to win Arsenal the title, I think is highly debatable. But it always seemed to me that one of the things that counted against Nketiah was that poaching was his game and poaching was his massive strength and something he was extremely good at. But the more all-round game that somebody like Isak has, it is a bigger advantage to a coach like Arteta and a coach at that level. And you can work out for yourself what it is that Arsenal want because they are so keen on Isak. I just think that's going to be an extremely difficult deal for them to do. But when it comes to the punch and they actually do a number 9, which I think as time goes on they're going to have to, I think it will be somebody in that mould, whether it's Isak or not.
Yeah, Mark. Just before we start the pod, we were just thinking actually what makes a top striker, because on one side of the spectrum you've got the Haalands of this world, you've got the Isaks of this world. On the other side of the spectrum, he's sort of better now, but Darwin Núñez, for instance, bags of ability, but just something missing in the finishing and perhaps the decision making. What is it that makes that top striker? Is it a level-headedness when the heat's on your shoulders, or is it just instinctive in that respect?
Again, a really good question, and probably one that I'm not necessarily qualified to answer, but I think the key word I'd say, which I suppose speaks to the Isak point I made before, was the consistency. I think that you've got all the if we just speak about Darwin Núñez, he's got all the attributes to be an elite finisher, but he, as we all know, just lacks that consistency. So I'd say it's that really. It's if I was to think of it from a data perspective, it's performing close to your XG and making sure that more often than not you are putting away those chances that you're expected to across the course of a season. I suppose that when we're just going back to the Arsenal example, that's essentially what they need really. They've got fantastic defence, really strong midfield. They can get the ball into the final third with such creativity. Yes, injuries at the moment are stopping their typical right-sided triangles and things like that, but what they need is someone who is, if we're looking for an elite striker, to sort of reverse engineer your question, it's someone who can consistently put the ball in the back of the net right at that sharp end and spearhead the attack. And that's currently maybe what they don't quite have. They're obviously coming up a little bit short and are a little bit blunt, but the player that you want is someone who you would expect to score the fairly straightforward chances, and again, Isak is that sort of player at the moment, and doing it across the course of multiple seasons, not just multiple weeks. And the likes of a Lewandowski, a Kane, a Haaland are those who definitely put themselves in the world-class category, not because they can just pull out those incredible moments, but they do it so consistently.
Yeah, Phil, do you hark back to the days of the odd 4-4-2? Couple of strikers up front, because we started this chat talking about Duran, and Unai Emery prefers a lone striker up there. I mean, the days of Andy Cole, Dwight York battling it out up front, sharing the goals, are few and far between these days in the Premier League.
Yeah, but if I do hark back to it, or if I do miss it, it's only for nostalgic reasons.
Yeah.
I'm a Hearts fan, and I miss the old shed at Tynecastle, but only because of what it reminds me of. I'm not in any way wedded to one system, and I don't think two strikers up front automatically makes a team more functional or more dangerous, and I don't think 4-4-2 made football better per se. You still do get systems in which you've almost got two centre forwards, or one playing in behind the other. I mean, one of the big problems for Christopher Nkunku at Chelsea is that, from what I hear him say, he'd like to be a bit of a secondary striker in behind the 9, but he's not knocking Cole Palmer out of that team, so he's not getting a game, and it looks like he's going to have to leave. But 4-4-2, I don't know, it's a bit like saying music was better back in the day. Life moves on, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's true, isn't it? Yeah, absolutely spot on. All right, Mark, just before we go, let's go back to City once more, really, in terms of, we talked about the 4-4-2, but also, actually, I guess you can say certain styles that City play have Edison basically just playing route one, right? Is there still room for that? Straight from the goalie to the top, to the centre forward, knock it in, route one, that's it, job done.
Definitely. Absolutely. I think that, we can sometimes be a bit snobby about that, but then whenever Pep Guardiola do it or whenever City do it, it suddenly becomes fashionable
right?
again. Whereas if not now, Sean Dyche's Everton, but previously this season does it, then it's less fashionable. So I think if you're to look at the numbers across goalkeepers, maybe playing those sorts of long passes, then it's generally this season lower in terms of the rate of long balls compared to 5-year average in the Premier League. So this season, 46% of goalkeepers, their passes are played long at the season level, and the average in recent years is about 55%. So it speaks to the idea that more often than not, or in general, goalkeepers are looking to play that short pass if they can, but then if the opportunity isn't there, then they'll play long. And I think that it speaks to the intelligence of the goalkeeper, but also the manager to give these players the freedom to go long when they need to. I think if you flip it on its head, the sort of the dogmatism that maybe Russell Martin asked his goalkeeper to play with at Southampton before he obviously parted company was that whatever the situation, we keep the ball on the floor and we sort of build out from the back. Sometimes they needed to try and just maybe find someone in wide areas or maybe play it long. Doesn't mean that you then going against all of your principles, and obviously that was key to his downfall. So many errors that led to goals when teams pressed really high and then won the ball back. So when you know that the opposition is getting really tight to you, the goalkeeper has the intelligent goalkeepers have the presence of mind to be able to bypass that press, as we saw against Chelsea, and play a direct ball, a long ball, or a long pass rather than long
pass,
ball.
they like to say. It just adds a bit more je ne sais quoi to it, yeah.
Exactly.
Hoof is the word. Yeah.
Yeah, agriculturally a hoof.
Yeah.
But then obviously benefit from it because they scored from it. So it's still making sure that you are tactically being really intelligent, because what he did there wasn't just aimlessly hoof it was bypassing the press. Chelsea really tried to get high, and City benefited from it. So I think again it speaks to the generalist at a broader level from the team perspective, that mixing up your style, your approach, your tactical setup will then create a bit more indecision for the opposition and allow you to play in the way that you want to play. But if you play like that every time, play short every time I should say, then the opposition are going to grow wise to it, and they often the team will come unstuck.
Phil, a striker that's really piqued your interest at the moment, especially what he's doing at Barcelona right now, currently captain of the team, is Rafinha. And obviously you'd have seen him your time at Leeds. What are you making of his progress right now?
He's in Ballon d'Or mode at the moment. I mean, the longer this season goes on, the more I think he's been the best player in the world in this period, which isn't to say he is the best player when it comes to technical ability. I mean, he's not far off, but somebody like Yamal will probably go further, I think, than Rafinha. But Rafinha is absolutely on it, and it is quite odd to think that I watched him in a relegation battle in the Premier League, because he's starting to look like the sort of player who should never have been anywhere near there. The only thing I would say with Rafinha is that at the end of this podcast, we're going to try and put together the perfect 9 using body parts from
Yes.
various players. And I was sorely tempted to stick Rafinha's left foot in there until I decided that he's actually a wide forward, really, isn't he? In the same way that Salah is. So I think sneaking him into the number 9 discussion is cheating somewhat. But nonetheless, it's quite interesting that Barcelona's top players, the most expensive players if they were to sell everybody, among them is not the number 9. They've got Ferran Torres at 9, but the two who are really driving them this season, certainly in an attacking sense, Yamal on the right, Rafinha on the left, both fantastic, but neither I think would play up front on their own.
Yeah, this brings me to my next point, Mark. What those top strikers across the top leagues in Europe look like. Not typical number 9s, I can imagine. Very different profiles, in fact.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think that you have your usual candidates up there. We've spoken about a lot of them already. You've got Erling Haaland. Even despite Manchester City's struggles this season, he's still on 18 goals, which across the top 5 European leagues is the second highest. So you've got what we'll maybe call your out-and-out number 9s, or your players who will spearhead the attack. And we don't need to really spend too much time on Harry Kane. We know how good he is in terms of just how two-footed he is and the ability to score all sorts of different types of goals. You'd say the same for Robert Lewandowski, established number 9, 17 goals this season. We've spoken at length about Alexander Isak. He's probably in that category. I'd say Mateo Retegui's sort of up there as well. James mentioned him. He scored 16 goals this season, which is the 6th highest of yet any player in top 5 European leagues. So there's probably that category as well, and then you'll have what we've maybe deeming to be the quote-unquote forwards more so than the strikers. So you have Mo Salah, obviously a goal machine, but largely from the right wing. We know his quality already. 19 goals, which is more than any player across top 5 European leagues. The sort of maybe the mirror image of that is Kylian Mbappe, but we know that he can play down the middle as well. Of course, he's maybe not had quite as much success, but likes to drift into those left-sided channels and then come inside as well. Omar Mamouche, a player that can play anywhere across the front line, really. He can play behind the striker, of course, at either side. He's earned his move to Manchester City. He scored 15 goals for Eintracht Frankfurt, and rightly so, is a player that has been spoken about a lot, and as I say, earned that move to Manchester City. Bryan Mbeumo has been brilliant this season. 14 goals. He's similar to Salah and playing a little bit more off the right channel and coming inside. And then I almost couldn't categorise Cole Palmer quite the same as those other two, so maybe put it into 3 strikers, general forwards, and then I'd still think of, and maybe I'm wrong in thinking this, Cole Palmer is still an attacking midfielder because he's able to still do those things from deep, but as I say, probably the least forward-like on the list, but 14 goals this season, and yeah, just drifts into those pockets beautifully and just like runs into space, and he's such a, I don't want to say cold finisher, but that was probably just because it's at the front of my mind.
As well, if you want.
But he is so calm, shall we say, in front of goal. He loves a penalty as well. So he was one that I couldn't quite maybe categorise, in the same. But in terms of the broad Venn diagram, you've got an attacking midfielder out there on his own, but then somewhere between more general forwards and those out-and-out strikers.
Yeah. Phil, how do you, if you haven't got the money for Haaland, if you haven't got the money for Cole Palmer, Mo Salah, I'm just thinking teams like Bournemouth, Brentford, as we spoke about in terms of Mbeumo, like, how do you find that clinical goal scorer? Because actually, funny enough, top strikers this season is Johan Wieser, who's now Brentford's all-time goal scorer. Is it just that data-led approach? It has to be, because, it's like plucking a needle out of a haystack, but when you do buy them, you're not even sure if they're actually going to be able to step up to the next level.
Oh, it totally comes down to recruitment, and that's what Brentford and Brighton have been extremely good at for a long time, and that's why they get referenced in almost any podcast we do about Premier League recruitment, because they seem to nail it so often. They're very good at knowing within their budget which players they can take on and mould into the type of, if we're talking about centre forwards, into the type of centre forward that they absolutely need in their team. I think Brentford obviously teed up Ollie Watkins in a great way when they were in the Championship, and Aston Villa have taken him on at what now looks like a fairly conservative cost. I think it was about £30 million when they signed him, which it seemed like a big fee back in the day, but looks like incredibly good value now. And again, he's trained on, he's developed, he's improved, and that's kind of what you have to do. I think ideally, and this is the reason why clubs have big, vast teams in the data departments. You get a sample set which gives you ample confidence. Mark mentioned Marmoush there, who's come to City from Eintracht in Germany, and part of me almost wondered whether City were forced into that a little bit sooner than they might have liked to have done it, because again, Mark might correct me here, but his sample size in terms of outstanding seasons doesn't seem to be massive. And I suppose you could have a debate about, even though he's clearly a really talented player, very, very good footballer, whether that sort of form is going to be sustainable long term. But you absolutely have to get it right in the Premier League, because centre forwards who aren't up to it won't get very far in it. I thought Nicholas Füllkrug at West Ham could be a lot of fun this season, but it seems to have broken him already.
Yeah, he's been injured a lot. Yeah, you're right. Absolutely spot on. Mark, we've talked about some big names so far, and you are Mr. Data. What's your data telling you about perhaps who we should be looking out for across Europe? Surely there's someone in there that we haven't even mentioned yet.
Yeah, maybe a couple. Yeah, I mean, we haven't mentioned Liam Delap as well, and that's maybe not unbelievable numbers, but I think most Premier League watchers would see that he is playing at a really good level and almost has that scalability. You can see that he's got the physical profile and the attributes to be able to play at a higher level. So I'd probably put him in the mix more just from his the video that I've seen of him, rather than necessarily his data. I think any American listeners will probably be screaming saying Ricardo Pepi is having a fantastic season at PSV Eindhoven in the Eredivisie. At the moment he's only 22 years of age, US international. He's scored 11 goals this season. He's actually not started that much. He's only started 5 games in the league, but just keeps on scoring. His rate of goal scoring is unbelievable. Almost in the Duran mould, where because he's not starting but then he's scoring, he's kind of knocking on the door to start. But then certain players maybe like that you don't have that sample size or that information to see whether they can do it at that level from the start. Building off what Phil said about Marmoush, it's worth speaking about Hugo Ekitike as well at Eintracht Frankfurt, who they were dovetailing beautifully up until Marmoush has left. He's only 22 years of age and scored 11 goals this season. He's long been spoken about as an up-and-coming centre forward. He is finding some form this season after a difficult spell at Paris Saint-Germain. He sort of made that move to an elite level, and maybe just didn't quite find his feet as much. Dropped down ever so slightly, but it's clearly shown some really strong attributes. Another player everyone's speaking about is Benjamin Sesko, 21 years of age at RB Leipzig. Maybe not the most prolific goal scorer, but he's got that height, speed and profile of a modern day centre forward. And the final one, which has been spoken about a lot over the summer, with the potential move to Chelsea, is Porto's Samu Omarodian. And I hope that I've pronounced that right, because he's changed his surname as well, actually, to Agahawa, I think, at the start of this season. So I think he doesn't use that surname anymore. But only 20 years of age, scored 13 goals in the Portuguese Primeira Liga this season. Only Victor Gyökeres has more. He's basically scoring.
Finally, I was going to say we are slightly overlooking him, aren't we?
Yeah, for sure.
I know. He's probably due a move in the summer as well. But Samu's goal ratio is 1 goal per game at the moment. He's a really strong, powerful central presence, able to score all different types of goals, a bit of a poacher as well, and it looks like his sort of goal scoring ability is potentially scalable as well, and he's showing it in Portugal. So quite a few players there, I suppose, that we maybe didn't mention, but maybe that kind of defies the point that there's not too many out there. I suppose if you look a little bit harder, you dig a little bit deeper, there are some really interesting profiles. But to the point we're making, because these players are so young, their sample size maybe isn't huge to be able to strongly conclude that they are going to be able to make it at the elite level. But there's some interesting names in there.
Okay, well, before I let you both go, Phil mentioned it earlier, we got to play a little game. Basically, we want to find out what makes the perfect number 9. And basically, you have to pick a body part from currently playing number 9. So no Mark Viduka's in there, no Andy Cole's in there, no Dwight York's in there. So we'll start with you, Mark. Let's start with football brain. If there's a striker right now with a great football brain, who is it that you're going to put on our list?
Well, I don't know if I have to show my workings here, but I'm going to go with Harry Kane because we know his ability to not only score a lot of goals, but his ability to drop in and be so intelligent to drift wide at times and know where to play the pass and be that kind of all-round centre forward and be one of the most clinical finishers in Europe. And got that ability to score goals at the same level with his left foot, right foot and header. I think the intelligence of Harry Kane is definitely my pick.
All right, left foot.
Left foot for me is maybe slightly controversial. I'm going to go with John Duran.
Interesting.
For reasons that we'll come on to, you'll see why later, why I've gone for him. I've tried not to go too obvious, but yeah, current with the pod that we're obviously talking about. I think some of his goals, the goal against Everton, and so how emphatic he is with his first time finishing as well. You can tell that his left foot is so powerful and accurate, how sweet he can strike the ball. Maybe not the most popular opinion, but I'm going John Duran.
All right, what about right foot?
Right foot, I'm going Robert Lewandowski. He's shown across many, many years just how deadly he is in front of goal, and I think it's just how emphatically he does score, often into the corners. I think so aesthetically pleasing, hopefully not controversial one, Robert Lewandowski.
All right, speed.
Speed, I've gone for the data obviously here because it's objective.
You're cheating, man. You're cheating. This is supposed to be instinctive, man. Come on.
I didn't have these numbers. Come on.
So this is publicly available on the Bundesliga website. I've gone for Lois Openda, and he's not the fastest, but from a striker perspective, he's right up there. Third fastest, 36.64 kilometers per hour is the top speed that he registered this season. So I've gone for Lois Openda there, which is quite a fun one.
All right. Okay. What about strength?
Well, going back to Victor Gyökeres, I've gone for him here. He bullies defenders. Maybe it speaks to the strength of the Portuguese league ever so slightly, but his pace and his power, ability to run into the channels and burn past so many defensive lines with his runs, definitely really strong player. And I've been on this podcast before when we were speaking with Adi Vivash, weren't we? And I think he was saying how he previously wasn't the sort of striker who liked the contact and back into players, which is why he'd run into the channels, but I think he has developed that and added that to his game as well. So a bully of a striker in a good way, Victor Gyökeres.
And finally, heading ability, old school.
So this is where I've gone for Erling Haaland rather than the left foot of Erling Haaland.
Interesting.
And I obviously got to have him in somewhere. And I think that his ability to dominate centre-backs in the air is incredible. The way that he peels off onto the back post, does it so well. And I have lent on the numbers here a little bit that no Premier League player has scored more headed goals than his 14 since he arrived in the Premier League a few seasons ago. So I'll give a shout out for maybe Ollie Watkins and Chris Wood, but yeah, I'm going to go for Haaland.
Oh man, you had all the data as well. Okay, I respect that. So you've gone mentality Harry Kane, left foot Duran, right foot Lewandowski, speed Openda, strength Gyökeres, and heading ability Haaland. What a striker, Phil. You haven't got the data. This is just pure love of football, son. What you got for us in terms of football brain mentality? Which player are you going for?
Should I point out that we have deliberately excluded Messi and Ronaldo from this, who obviously aren't playing in Europe's top 5 leagues anyway, but you can imagine the onslaught of
that's just
comments.
A cheat code though.
Yeah, no, it definitely is. Football brain, I went for Isak, who I think has very much all the cleverness that Mark was talking about with Harry Kane, the ability to do so many different things in that one role. Whether he will go on to be as good as Harry Kane is going to be a big challenge for him, but I think what you see in him now tells you that there's a massively intelligent footballer there.
All right, left foot.
Because it would have been boring to go for Harry Kane, I went for Gyökeres, who has a hell of a right foot on him. Sweet hits.
But I said left foot, you get me right. But okay, so let's skip it then.
Oh, sorry.
Let's go to left, let's go to left. So Gyökeres for right, who's your left?
You're not going to give me Rafinha on this one, are you? Because he's
I can, but you've already said it.
He's not a 9. I went for Haaland because, like Mark, I wanted to get him in the team somewhere. Although I was tempted on first glance over the weekend to go for Magnus Akliuchi at Monaco. Did you see his overhead kick on Saturday?
I haven't seen it yet. No.
More whip than an Inui liver shot.
So good.
Beautiful.
What a way to
But no,
look at it.
Haaland left foot for me.
All right, what about speed? Mark had the data on Openda, but from what you're seeing, I mean, I'm surprised Kylian Mbappe hasn't even made this list.
Yeah, I've gone Mbappe. Mbappe does Openda by a nose, definitely.
All right, strength.
I went for Osimhen, actually. Am I right in saying he's on loan from Napoli at the moment?
Yes,
so he technically counts as Europe's top five leagues. But yeah, he's a proper specimen as Osimhen. Quality footballer.
And finally, heading ability. There's quite a few players already on your list that can do heading, but what do you reckon?
Yeah, I felt the best of them was Lewandowski. It would be him for me.
All right, perfect. So, Isaac, football brain, Haaland, left foot, right foot, Gyökeres, speed, Mbappe, strength, Osimhen, and heading ability, Lewandowski. Gentlemen, I really appreciate your time. What a complete striker you have created there. I'm surprised none of you said Ayo Akinwolere, but that's a different conversation. Thank you so much for joining us, Mark and Phil. Okay, time to hear from our football correspondent, David Ornstein, who's been very busy working on the Athletic transfer deal sheet. He has the latest on John Duran's situation at Aston Villa.
Well, the Aston Villa striker situation is fascinating, and it's something we need to keep a close eye on as the January transfer window draws towards a conclusion. Most top clubs would love to have even one elite number 9. Many of them are in the market for such a position. Villa are blessed with 2, in the form of Ollie Watkins and John Duran. They've even signed Donja Malen from Borussia Dortmund to add to their attack. But that comes with complications of its own, because Unai Emery, the Villa manager, tends to favour a lone frontman, and both Watkins and Duran want and expect to be the regular starter. So there's a growing sense that something might have to give, that it's unsustainable. What could that be? Well, Duran has generated significant interest for quite some time, from last summer to more recently. I revealed on The Athletic just last week that West Ham had submitted a proposal worth £57 million, including add-ons. That was rejected by Villa because they didn't intend to sell Duran this month, but you never know in this industry. And I understand that if they were to receive a proposal in the region of £80 million, then it would at least be considered and could very possibly lead to a late move. But it's not guaranteed, because Duran is just 21 years old. He's got huge potential. If they do keep hold of him, there's every chance that he could go for even more in the future. Meanwhile, Watkins is older. He's 29, and you could say this is the last opportunity for Villa to really cash in on him. However, he's extremely popular, loved by Emery. He appears to be the first choice, and I don't think Emery would want to see him go. So, a big dilemma for Villa, big decisions to be made, and it'll be really interesting to see how it pans out in the coming days.
All right, guys, thank you so much for joining us. David, Mark, and also Phil from earlier. Make sure you keep track of the Athletics transfer deal sheet. The latest one is available to read right now. Thank you so much for listening. We'll be back tomorrow. If you want to watch more episodes of the show, please subscribe to the channel. We'll be joined by the likes of David Ornstein, Matt Slater, Adam Crafton, Carl Anker, and plenty more through the season. If you'd like to listen to the episodes in full in audio form, search The Athletic FC wherever you get your podcasts from.
How common is this, Nadem? How much have you seen this at clubs that you've been to, maybe not as high profile as Marcus Rashford?
I think it kind of depends, to be honest, because very rarely is somebody as talented and as high profile as Marcus Rashford at a club like Manchester United going through what's being said now, but then also a manager having enough sort of like power to be able to come out and say it, because I think for a few years, like, maybe some of the managers haven't been empowered, so anything that they saw, maybe they couldn't speak up about it. Maybe they're just so desperate for results that they just pick him anyway. But here comes somebody who appears to be quite principled and has the backing of the board, so he's trying to do things the right way. So I don't think it's that common overall. I think at times, we've all seen players who fall out with managers and so on. But again, the power struggle is one whereby, well, who is in charge? Like, the manager can have his say, but if the team's struggling sometimes, like I've been with players, for example, when a team's struggling, who says to a manager, like, listen, I'll be here longer than you will. And it sounds really arrogant, really petty, but it ends up being that way. And at that point, you sort of question, well, who's in charge here? Because some players have leverage sometimes the manager has leverage. But in this instance, it seems like Amorim has the leverage. And as a consequence, he's using it. He's using it to create a lesson, to create a culture, to create standards whereby the players all have to buy into. And because it's Rashford, because it's the guy from the academy, because it's the face associated with the club over the last few years, I think that will trickle down to all these other players as well. And to be honest as well, one other example. This, in some ways, kind of reminds me of a few years ago when there was the Tevez-Mancini thing, where Mancini said Tevez didn't want to play in the game, he refused to play. But Tevez said, well, that was never the case. And now here's the standoff. And in the end, Mancini was the guy that was in charge. So off Tevez went. But I think for many people who were there at the time, the story is far more complicated than, say, Mancini was making out. But because he had the power, he set the narrative, and off Tevez went. And before you know it, he was back in Argentina.
I said that to your manager once. I'll be here after you.
Did you?
I was right.
How arrogant.
Well, it wasn't arrogant because it got very nasty.
Wow.
And as Nedum said, it was very complex.
Right, I see.
It wasn't just me. But, so these things, it wasn't just me within that squad who had a bad relationship with the particular manager. So it does happen, and it can, and it festers amongst the rest of the players.
That's the issue, I imagine.
Because you're in the dressing room every day, the players are talking about it, the manager's having to deal with it. Shouldn't we be talking about Man United? Because a great win yesterday.
We can most definitely talk about Manchester United, but unfortunately I want kind of a negative spin on it.
That was a kind of tongue-in-cheek great win because it was, it was a great win. It was a
You look at it, Rasmus Højlund, nothing, Xerxes, there's nothing.
They got nothing.
There's nothing to get excited about in that final
Do you know what the best result, apart from their result, that they had yesterday, was that was one of Fulham's much poorer days at the office.
Yeah.
Because Fulham, this season, have been a big threat going forward to every team. They were a threat at the Etihad, could have won. They beat Chelsea away. They've given Arsenal tough games, gone toe-to-toe.
So you look at the stats here for Højlund, how much is it his fault, how much is it a lack of supply?
I don't think, listen. He was as raw as hell when they brought him in from, was it Atalanta, I think he came in from in Italy. He works hard, he's got a great attitude, talking about attitude. He'll fight and he'll scrap. And he'll learn and he'll get better, but I think he's limited.
Right.
I think he's limited, and when we talk about Manchester United...
Limited is a word you could use for a lot of those
players. Yeah, obviously, but when we're talking about their aspirations, you're looking at elite number 9s that club's always looked for. The kind of thing that Man City are looking for now, the kind of thing that Arsenal are out there hoping they can get, the kind of thing Liverpool have always tried to get, although they haven't really got an out-and-out number 9 at the moment. United have always had quality, whether it be Rooney, Van Persie, Cantona, Mark Hughes, the list just goes on. And ultimately, I think this lad, for me, is a good squad player at this club. Maybe he's a good player at an Everton or a West Ham or somebody like that. I think at Man United, where they're aspiring to get back to, then he's not going to be the answer. And obviously, Josh Zirkzee is not the answer either.
The new Champions League format has won many fans over. Even I, who hated it at first, I'm now like, this is what we want, jeopardy. But who are the current favourites for the Champions League? Let's start with Arsenal. They're third in the Champions League. A lot of people are sort of going, they're having a bad season, yada yada. But the new format actually favours the sides up there. They're playing well in the Champions League. Maybe, just maybe, I think we said last season, this style and this format of football suits them more in the league.
I think so. And when you talk about Arsenal this season, the words that are being used are dark arts. Oh, they slow down the game. That's ideal for Champions League, isn't it? They score from set pieces. I think this Arsenal team is set.
The crisis that they've had, the injured players that they've had, and probably the lack of depth in the squad where they will have to pick, or Mikel Arteta will have to pick, his favourite team to play in a Champions League game over a Premier League game or vice versa. I think it'd be sensible for him to prioritise the Champions League because, as you say, I think that style of football, that nastiness, that sort of dark arts, that housery, as you want to call it, works a lot better in the Champions League. So I think Arsenal will do really well there. I think one team for me, Barcelona, I think they're such a joke.
So good to watch.
But they're such a joke off the pitch that people haven't really realised how good they actually are this year. That game against Benfica, that 5-4 this week, was probably the best Champions League game I've seen in many years. They're absolutely unbelievable, and they've got a player in Rafinha who is on exceptional form. I think he's probably my tip for Ballon d'Or next year if he continues the way he's going. And what they have, which Arsenal don't have, no matter how old he is they have a killer. They have Robert Lewandowski, who can just put the ball in the back of the net.
They've scored 26 goals, most of any team. Like every game, the one thing that might go against them is the slip-ups, but everyone knows going to the Camp Nou still isn't nice. Pedri's looking phenomenal again. They have these players, and we're talking about formats that suit teams, that can just sort of go, today I'll just pop one in the top corner, and they'll find their way through games.
I think it might be a year too early, but dynasties are built off the back of special individuals. And I know that Rafinha's incredible, and Lewandowski's incredible, and Pedri's very good. But I just look at Lamine Yamal and I say, this guy is destined to win multiple Champions Leagues. And whenever Barcelona are in financial difficulty or things are going wrong, all of a sudden La Masia produces some incredible talent that sees them through for the next decade or two. And I think that Lamine Yamal is that. I think this year might be a bit too early.
Let's talk about an Italian side that we've got in there. Inter Milan, 4th in the table, only a goal conceded, only 1 defeat. They were wonderful in their Champions League run. Was that last season against Man City? Season before. Do you have them?
I really like Inter Milan. And again, they're difficult to play up against. They've only conceded, like you said, 1 goal in the Champions League, and that was against Leverkusen, the only game that they lost. In Serie A, they're going very, very well. They're behind Napoli by 3 points. They've got a game in hand. So they're a very tough team to beat. And over the last few years, they've been building that European pedigree, just taking step after step. And I feel like they've now got players that are very well versed and experienced. And not just that, quality players as well. I know that he's much derided because of high-profile flops, but Lautaro Martinez has been one of the most consistent strikers in world football for the last 4 or 5 seasons. You look at Thuram, who's a handful for anybody. You look at Bastoni, you look at Barella, they've got an incredible spine, and Jan Sommer's still making amazing saves at this age or this stage of his career. I really like Inter Milan, and I feel like nobody will want to draw them in the round of 16 because they're a team that can beat any team in Europe.
Now, I think when you're in Europe, it's almost always about that away leg, and the teams we're mentioning here are really strong at home, and I think that can sometimes get you over the line. Real Madrid, we haven't really mentioned, we haven't even got them written down, but they are Champions League royalty, and they're one of these teams that have so many players that can just rock up and have moments. They've got the nastiness to them as well. An English side we haven't mentioned probably are the favourites right now, Liverpool.
Yeah, I mean, they're not nasty enough. And that's the only reason I think they won't win the Champions League. I think this style of football that Arne Slot is playing, it seems a bit counterintuitive to say it considering they are the top of the Champions League table. But I think when it comes to knockout football, I'm not sure if this style of football is what wins you championships, and I'm not sure it wins you Champions Leagues. And I think that they are currently the best team in Europe. I think they're playing the best football. But when you come up against Real Madrid, which I know they did in the group stage, or when you come up against Real Madrid at the latter stages of the Champions Leagues, they just have that nous and they have that know-how, and they have Mr. Ancelotti, who knows exactly how to win the Champions League. And I think it would be a tall order to expect Arne Slot to win the Champions League and the Premier League on his first season in management at Liverpool.
I would agree with that. I think it also comes down to luck of the draw, though. If Liverpool managed to get the second leg at Anfield in most of the rounds, they've always got a chance. 2 goals down, they've got. If they keep games within 2 goals, even if they go away at the Bernabeu, Real just slap them up 3-1, you bring it back to Anfield, and we've seen. And I hate buying into it because it makes me sick, but it's real and it's true. And Liverpool under the lights at Anfield Champions League nights, it's a different prospect. So using that home form, I think they can definitely progress deep into this competition. But I really like what you said in terms of that nastiness. When teams win the Champions League, they've got that bite, that dog in them. And I feel like Liverpool's style of play is more conducive to winning the Premier League.
All right, and last up is a side that are probably not going to win it. Oh, they might win it. Man City. They might not even be making it through, though.
Yeah, I think the frustrating thing from a complete neutrals aspect of this new Champions League format is that City would be out by now, PSG would be out by now, Real Madrid would have dropped into the Europa League, and that would have created an incredibly exciting final few rounds of the Champions League. As is with the current format, Man City have been absolutely pathetic in almost all Champions League games. And all we need to do now is beat Club Brugge at home next week to qualify. And that's the problem with the new. It just takes the jeopardy out of the game. I do think at the beginning of the season I wasn't expecting to be looking at Stuttgart's result on the last day to make sure that Man City can qualify. I think Club Brugge are looking good. I think City, we have to beat them, don't we? We can't possibly lose to Brugge at home.
I mean, if you do.
Oh man, if you do, you won't. Man City won't. And there's sometimes a thing where you struggle out your group, and then all of a sudden the squad comes together because the Premier League's done. No, I'll take you right back to 2012. It happened to us. One of the worst Chelsea teams I remember seeing in the era where we actually had good players, and it went to pot in the league, but for some reason it just worked in the Champions League, and we made it round by round and methodically got to the final and won it. And so there's been worse teams than this current City team that won the Champions League, and you're never out of it until you're out of it.
All right, you let us know. I think we actually missed a team, Atletico Madrid. Those are my dark horses. They'll be there and thereabouts. They've got the nastiness, and now they've got the explosive power and pace as well. So let us know in the comments who you think is going to win the Champions League.
The transfer window in the Premier League and other major European leagues closes on Monday, the 3rd of February. Manchester City have been the busiest English team in the window so far, signing 3 players. Other clubs that you would say are probably in need of reinforcements have not been that active. Spurs, of course, have only signed Antonin Kinski. Mark, you've written a piece with our scouting expert, Tor Christian Carlson, on some of the number 9s that could move in the remainder of the window, and I need to start with Dominic Calvert-Lewin because you are suggesting that Manchester United's cure, the panacea, the man who can restore them back to the big time, is Dominic Calvert-Lewin.
Rest in peace, your mentions. Need a bit of context here, don't we, I think? So, I've worked with Tom. Obviously, I think there are 3 clubs that really need a striker in this window. A lot more than 3, but 3 desperately need one. Is Arsenal, as we know, need somebody to put the ball in the back of that. Man United, as we really know, watching them play. And PSG, who are down to Gonçalo Ramos now because Kolo Muani has gone to Juventus. So the piece was basically, in an ideal world, if clubs were able to buy strikers, what would they go for? And there's 3 tiers. There's the top level strikers like Osimhen, Gyökeres, Sesko, that a lot of clubs are looking at and would do a deal for in the summer, but can they get them now? And the likelihood is probably not. Although certainly Gyökeres at United or Arsenal. Certainly at United, I think he would be perfect because Amrim knows his style. He's worked with him at Sporting Lisbon. He's experienced. He would bring a lot more to the team than Xerxes and Haaland do. Arsenal a little bit different. I think we've discussed this before, that they weren't really overly keen on Gyökeres, but potentially Sesko, maybe Osimhen. Then there's a second tier of people like Jonathan David at Lille who could make a move. He's got 6 months on his contract. And then we've got to the final tier, which is players that are in a bit of a situation right now, either in terms of loss of form or contract situation, who would benefit from a move or could move. And that's where Dominic Calvert-Lewin comes in. So people don't laugh just yet. The situation is with Calvert-Lewin. He's 27 years old. He has 6 months left on his contract at Everton. Now, Everton, if they were a little bit further away from the relegation zone, I'd imagine would consider letting him go this window because it's the last chance to get some money for Calvert-Lewin, who in the past has been an England striker. At one time was Harry Kane's number 2. Very talented player, classic centre forward, great in the air, good touch. The problem with Calvert-Lewin is his fitness record. He doesn't stay fit long enough. But my point is that if you're Man United and you're in the last week of the window, you're desperate for a striker, you're not going to get Gyökeres, you're not going to get Sesko or Osimhen. Would Dominic Calvert-Lewin, with 6 months on his contract at Everton, be a smart move? Because neither Rasmus Haaland or Joshua Zirkzee are showing any signs of scoring goals. They've got 1 goal between them since the beginning of December. So my point is, yes, in an ideal world, Man United would spend €100 million on Victor Gyökeres from Sporting Lisbon, solve their problems. That's not going to happen. So they have to be smart. They have to look around what the options are. And I think Calvert-Lewin, he's injured again, unfortunately. We don't know how long he's out for. But if he was available and fit, I think for 6 months he would be a major upgrade on what United have got. The downside is Everton probably at the moment would balance out that if they could get 10 to 15 million pound from him now, is it worth that, considering they might get relegated? So it's a tricky one for Everton.
Rob, now we've established that Mark's medically ill, can we talk about any kind of United incomings are presumably going to relate it to outgoings? The most obvious of which in the attacking department is either Garnacho or probably Marcus Rashford. And obviously Amorim's been quite negative about Rashford again. See Mark quizzing him after the Fulham game. What have you made of his latest comments, and are we any nearer to a resolution in terms of Rashford finding a new club?
And I think what you learn from Mark's interaction with Amorim after the Fulham game is that there is probably no way back now. There was a suggestion, Amorim has kind of been treading a fine line with that, with the Rashford thing, and there was a kind of school of thought that maybe he gets to the end of the window, no one can afford to take his wages, he stays, and then slowly he gets integrated back into the first team squad. I think if you reach a point where you're suggesting that you would rather play your 60-year-old goalkeeping coach instead of Marcus Rashford, would suggest that his time at Man United, at least under Amorim, has been and gone. I think we're in a stage now where United are going to have to be quite flexible and finding an exit route for him, because it's already overshadowed quite a lot of Amorim's time at Man United, and if he was to be here after the deadline, it would carry on because people like me and Mark and other journalists are going to keep asking him.
Can I just jump in there? I mean, obviously, I think what he said about Rashford on Sunday, I think it was out of order, actually. I think he's quite right to say that he needs to play better, and needs to concentrate better and focus better and live his life better, but to say you would rather play your 63-year-old goalkeeping coach was a humiliation for Rashford, and it was too strong. And I can't imagine people at United upstairs are thinking, well done, Ruben, because what you've done there is you've basically halved his value, Marcus Rashford's value, and you basically said to any club that wants to take him, we're so desperate to get rid of Marcus Rashford, we'll let him go for any contribution to his wages. Now, United won't say that publicly, but what Ruben Amorim said has basically burnt through any prospect that United could get a reasonable fee for Rashford or get some clubs to pay a significant chunk of his wages, because he's clearly not got a future there. So any interested club are thinking, well, why should we offer you half his wages? Because you don't want.
For anything else, that United have, you touched on it there, that United need outgoings before they start bringing players in. Anthony's gone to Real Betis. Betis are going to pay the majority of his wages. It gives United a little bit more flexibility ahead of the last week of the window. Their priority, they don't score goals, but their priority is to sign a left wing back to help this implementation of the 3-4-3 system. Their first choice is Patrick Dorgo at Lecce. They haven't been able to agree a deal so far, although they're not that far away in terms of valuation. United have got an option, possibly with Alvaro Fernandez, an academy player who went to Benfica, who's done quite well at Benfica. United have got a buyback clause in his contract worth about, I think it's 18 million euros, which is valid until 2026. So a deal that could be done quite quickly because that's already a pre-arranged fee in that deal. So as a fallback, it's not bad. It's all about budget, though. It's about budget and finding some kind of leeway to get players out and to bring players in who can actually help Amorim right now.
So there is a bit of interest from Italy, potential interest in Haaland and Zirkzee.
So I was going to mention that. You've obviously mentioned those two players in your piece. I mean, do you and the interest from Italy? I mean, do you think it's realistic that it's possible that? I mean, how? Obviously, at the moment, we don't know if Rashford's going to leave, but could they realistically lose Rashford and one of Zirkzee and Haaland as well?
Well, Rashford's already a non-person anyway. If he stays, he's not going to play. I think Amorim made that clear. So I think Rashford you have to discount, but I don't think Haaland or Zirkzee can feasibly leave until they've got somebody in. But that's the catch-22 United, isn't it? Because they can't get somebody in until somebody goes out. But the interest from Italy is because AC Milan are looking for a centre-forward. They're looking at the guy at Feyenoord, Jimenez, who's done really well, but Feyenoord are doing well in the Champions League to the point where they might not need to let him go this window. So Milan are looking for a forward. Juventus also are interested. Juventus have been looking at Calvert-Lewin as well as Zirkzee. I mean, listen, Haaland and Zirkzee did relatively well in Italy, so they have got a reputation for scoring enough goals to justify a move. But I do think that I don't see United letting any of those go until the last couple of days of the window, because they can't do it before somebody comes in, and that is the catch-22 limit.
Surely also, though, I mean, the general assumption seems to be that United will try and do Gyökeres in the summer, right?
Yeah.
Because of Amorim. Mm-hmm. So what are they going to do for 6 months? They can't. What are you going to say to a strike? I mean, I know you're talking about Dominic Calvert-Lewin, and that's where that does make sense in theory of a short-term option. But what are they going to do in terms of, if they're thinking Gyökeres for the summer, how can they go and get a forward now who knows he's going to be second choice in 6 months' time?
Well, that is a good point. And look, the appeal of Man United is still there, but you could go to Man United and raise your profile and get a move elsewhere. The problem United is they keep doing this. Odion Ighalo, Wout Weghorst, Edinson Cavani, they keep making short-term buys, but I think we've got to the point now where they really, really need somebody to help Haaland and Zirkzee or improve them. So whoever goes in there, whether Gyökeres comes in the summer, they still need other strikers around it. They're basically operating with no strikers at the minute because the two they've got just aren't good enough. So Haaland, you have to feel sorry for him in a way. He's 21 years old, he's being asked to do the job of an experienced forward. He's got no help around him. His confidence is clearly on the floor. But there's no experienced player that can help him along.
It was telling it at Fulham that Amrin was asked about the final week of the window, and he said the main goal is to not repeat the mistakes of the past. And he's obviously talking about players like Anthony, who's having to disappear on loan somewhere, having paid £80 million. That suggests to me that they're going to be overly cautious and not panic, or try not to panic in terms of getting someone in for 6 months. And if it means, running with a really small squad for 6 months and having an absolute disastrous end of the season, in Amrin's mind, if that puts you in a better place in the summer to do what you actually want to do, then he is on board with that.
It's interesting because I think Arsenal are in a very similar position, but for a very different reason. I mean, they're obviously, going for the league. Nobody thought that City would fall away as they have, but if they were to drop, everybody thought Arsenal would be the ones that were capitalising. They're clearly in a position a week out where they're short in the forward line. And from what I'm told, their preferred choice of Benjamin Sesko is not available this month. There seems to be a very, very small chance that they could get him out of Leipzig in the final week.
The only thing I would say on that is if United's season, in theory, is already over because they've had an absolute nightmare start. I think you've been on the pod before that Arsenal, in theory, are within touching distance of a first title for how long. Their motivation to not to panic but to do something quickly is greater than United.
Yeah, United can write the season off. They can just go for the Europa League.
Whereas Arsenal need to seize the moment, I think, and that's they're under a lot of pressure, I think, to do that in this final week.
There's Jonathan David at Lille. He's got 6 months on his contract, but he's an off the number 9 striker, but he's a guy that may suit Arsenal in the sense that he can play in the hole, and he's got 6 months on his contract, so it's a relatively inexpensive deal. If Sesko's not available, Osimhen's interesting because he's on loan at Galatasaray, but there's a bit of doubt as to whether a club could buy out his loan. So United did it with Weghorst a couple of years ago. He was at Besiktas, and they paid to buy him out of his loan from Burnley. Potentially, Osimhen could be available if the club is prepared to say to Napoli, we'll buy out his loan with Galatasaray and compensate Galatasaray.
Well, Chelsea were the ones that spent the final sort of hours of the summer window trying to get Osimhen over the line. So I don't know whether they could be in a scenario where they go back in if Osimhen's available, because they're not actively urgently looking for a number 9 because they have some faith in Nicholas Jackson, but I think they know they probably need to upgrade in that position in the summer. I think it's something that they'll look at. So if Osimhen suddenly became available, you wonder whether, Tottenham are another team that needs, bolstering, and I think the situation with Ange Postecoglou is they've got themselves into a real mess with that, because Postecoglou has this specific style of play, and he's given them a list of players who he feels he needs to sort of improve that style at Tottenham. Now, if you're Daniel Levy, do you say to Ange Postecoglou, okay, we're going to back you, we're going to bring in this player in this final week to help you? 1, maybe 2, he probably wants 2, given the shortage and the situation they're in. But the club are thinking, well, we might sack this guy in 2 weeks. So they're either going to say to Postecoglou, okay, we back you in the market and here's your player, and he's got to come in and he's got to immediately improve things, or you fudge it and you say, okay, this is a player that we think as a club we want to bring in, and you're going to have to make it work. And if you do that, what message do you send to Ange Postecoglou then about your long-term future? Because you're basically saying you can't sign the players you want because we're not really sure whether we still want you.
And that's why January is such a hard window. I mean, even you've got a situation at City where they've got defensive injuries. They fast forward 2 defensive signings to January. You drop Gussanov in against Chelsea because you've got no other option. And instead of having a pre-season with his new teammates to kind of bed in gently, he's suddenly playing against Cole Palmer and Nicholas Jackson on his Premier League debut. And he has an absolute nightmare for 10 minutes and comes off after an hour. That's why the January window is so hard. And it's all well and good for fans to say, you need to do business, you need to do business. It is a dangerous window to do business in.
Just one final one on Chelsea. Nkunku. Obviously he's available. Does he give Chelsea the opportunity for leverage to get people in, because he's a player that people look at?
Yeah, he does. And, they're talking to Bayern about the winger Tell out there, and I can see a scenario where Nkunku's been raised in those conversations and whether they can get a deal for Tell, but I don't think that they want to sell him. So that's, I think, where Nkunku's been left in limbo, where he's quite keen to go out to Bayern, but if they can't find a deal for the Bayern player, then I don't see him just that being a straight sale to go out. So, yeah, I mean, look, he's one of many players who are, have uncertain futures in the final days of this window, and I guess we'll see how it all plays out. Well, when UEFA announced the new expanded Champions League format, one of the things they said it would bring is that every game would count. This podcast is being released on the morning of Matchday 8, so by the time you listen to it, you will probably know the outcome of the table. Regardless, there's still a lot to talk about, and who better to join us than what it says here is ESPN's expert of rules, regulations, coefficients, and VAR, Dale Johnson. Are you happy with that title?
I think that's probably one of the greatest titles anyone's ever been given.
If it's not your bio on X, it should be. Dale, very broad question to start. In your opinion, has this new format been a success?
I mean, I think it's early days at the moment before we get to the end of the league phase, and also see how the knockout bracket's going to play out and how the seeding works for that. But I think one of the problems we've had is that this has been a really long process to get to any type of jeopardy or situation whereby you can get excited about what a result's going to mean, because the first 4 or 5 rounds of games, they almost felt like exhibition games, because no one knew what the league positions meant, no one knew how many points they were really going to need to achieve anything. And even now, we've got to the point in the last day where if you win a game, you can go up 5 places or down 5 places, but there's not really a huge amount of jeopardy other than a couple of clubs. The Europa League is actually much closer in those positions, those cut-off positions for 24th place. There's more teams who could climb up into them on the last day, whereas in the Champions League, we've only really got Manchester City who've got a realistic chance of jumping into those places. So everybody else is going to be essentially through. So do we have any real jeopardy? And that's the question of it. Does the games really count anymore?
Our job, or when I go to do these games, we're all the same. The job's about putting the result into context, right? And narrative and all that kind of thing. And I remember being in Milan, which is a fantastic city to visit. A great, going to the San Siro, still get a kick out of it. I've been fortunate to go many times. Milan playing Arsenal, but just a real sort of iconic, what you would normally associate as an iconic group stage game. And we're all sat there going, I don't know what any of this means. And if they lose, well, yeah, they're all right. Arsenal, they've still got time. And I've found it very difficult to cover from that point of view in terms of trying to pitch the coverage accurately and not overreact and not kind of make it so dull that basically you're writing 900 words every time of, well, this doesn't really matter, so just come back in 2 weeks and we'll see if it's a bit clearer.
Yeah, the big clubs seem to be coasting for the first 6 games. They probably thought that we're going to be okay, we're going to qualify. There's 24 places, and a lot of them have misjudged it, haven't they? They've kind of misjudged the par for the course, and they've underplayed it. Certainly Man City have, and PSG as well, to be fair. But City, I think, will get through. But City could get through in 24th place and end up winning the Champions League and being champions of Europe, having finished 24th in the league stage and might have to win 3 games to get there. It's like, that doesn't work. There's not enough jeopardy. If a team can get through by winning so few games and getting so few points,
24th in the table, you'll never sing that.
Yeah. There was a game at the start. City played Inter, I think, in the first week, which was their kind of UEFA's headline game, I think, that week. They repeated the 2023 final, so obviously the biggest game that day. And it finished 0-0, and halfway through the second half, it was like both teams just kind of gave up. There was no kind of incentive to win. They knew that they were playing another good team. It wasn't really worth the risk of having to go and risk losing. Winning felt like they didn't really know how big an impact that would have. It literally felt, being in the stadium, that both coaches halfway through the second half thought, let's just finish this and move on to the games that we think we can win, because no one knew what it meant. So this whole idea that UEFA are going to introduce more big games in the group stages, you've got this massive game on the first day, and it just turned into a damp squib because no one really understood what it was about and what it meant moving forward.
Speaking to an exec at one of the clubs, actually, I made quite an interesting point, I thought, which is that one of the biggest changes is actually for the analysts, because in the old format you had 3 opponents, you'd obviously play home and away, and now they've got more opponents, there's more work to do. They're not playing home and away, and he was sort of suggesting that maybe that's part of the reason why you're seeing 1 or 2 more upsets and maybe games with more goals in them, because there's just not the same amount of time for the analysts to do the opponent work that they would normally do to shut down teams and nullify threats.
No, I agree with that. That is a big workload, isn't it? Like 3 to 8, I think it's 8 games, so 8 different opponents. But no, I suppose that's the price on the ticket, isn't it? You're getting more money for these games, you have to accept certain difficulties, but I mean, one thing I've found is that, obviously PSG were very unhappy about the draw that they had. Many hard games. It was a random draw. It was a computerised draw, wasn't it? So there was nothing behind that, but it's just that they were unlucky with the draw they got. But I think on the flip side, this has been great for clubs like Celtic, and teams like Brest, who certainly Brest have never been in Europe before, never mind the Champions League, and Celtic are always knocking on the door in the Champions League out in the group stage. They haven't been out of it for a long time, but because they've had, I think, young boys at home they beat, I think Slavan Bratislava they beat, another result. They've qualified now for the knockout stage, which is great for Celtic, great for Europe, great for Scottish football. So it gives clubs like that, these big clubs that have lacked the financial resources to compete, it gives them the opportunity to get through, and they've done that. So I think it's been a success for those clubs. It's just the bigger clubs, ironically, the ones that would expect to coast through, that have struggled. I mean, Bayern Munich, Real Madrid, Man City, PSG, they're all going into this last round of games not certain of the top 8 place, never mind not certain of a place at all.
Is it, Dale, is it by design that we've ended up in a situation where, we used to say in the old format that 10 points basically would get you through, and just looking at the table before match day 8, 10 points is probably going to get you, well, it will get you through.
I think it's accidental more than by design, really. I think when we looked at it before the tournament started, we thought about 9 or 10 points would be what would get you through. I think that's just coincidental. I think one other interesting point in terms of the format is, do we think that the fact that this has been quite boring makes make people think again about a European Super League even more? Because if we're going to have one big league table which isn't really very meaningful and there's no real goal behind it, then does that say that if you want to try and make this into the much
well, this could be UEFA's grand plan, couldn't it? This is what you wanted, this is how bad it really is, and a couple of years we're going to go back to what you had before, because it's much more exciting.
But you'd never have 36 teams in a European Super League, would you?
Well,
you'd have half that, probably.
Yeah, but they'd still be playing the same teams over and over again for what? But as we know, it's not about excitement anymore. The owners don't care about excitement, they want the money, don't they? And that's the whole point of this format, that more games, more revenue, more everything, less excitement.
Yeah. It's definitely true that those smaller teams, I mean, you've got Feyenoord as well as Brest, who could get into the top 8 and go directly through to the round of 16.
Yeah, Monaco.
Monaco as well. And I mean, these clubs ordinarily probably would only really fancy their chances of getting through the group phase of the Champions League if they got a favourable draw. Because normally they wouldn't be in pot 1 or 2, they'd get a really hard draw. So they were really looking to drop down into the Europa League under the old format. So now they've got a real chance, they're definitely through, and they've got a hit to get up to 16 points, which could get them seeded and gets them straight through to the round of 16 and more of a share of that money pot, as well as the chance to go further. So I mean, I think in that respect, UEFA will that's what one of the things UEFA will point to. They look at the chances we've given to these teams.
That's not what it's for, is it?
The chance, when normally when they were really expecting the top 8 to be the top 8.
UEFA did it to help Brest and Celtic. Yeah,
it could also be made or broken by the playoff, the ties in the playoff round. Because if they have some massive ties in the playoff round in the last 16, that may make people look at it and think, well, it was all worth it. You've got Real Madrid versus Bayern Munich or something over 2 legs, at perhaps a game that you wouldn't see until the semi-final usually. You get it in February, which would make people, would bring that excitement, wouldn't it, to the draw a little bit.
Well, tell us about the draw, Dale. Tell us what happens next and how it's all going to work from here.
Yes, there's going to be 2 parts to the draw. There's one this week and one after the knockout playoff round next month. So the one that's going to happen this week will basically see the teams that were in positions 9 through to 24 basically drawn into fixtures in either half of the draw, and that will create the knockout playoff round, and that will be set. So for instance, you've got 15th, 16th, 17th and 18th. 15th will play 17th or 18th, 16th will do 2. So they will be drawn and they'll create a fixture. We won't know where the top 8 are until after the knockout playoff round. So we play the knockout playoff round, that then creates a winner of each tie to go through to the round of 16, and they will have the possibility of playing 2 teams. And the draw next month will draw those 2 teams, those pairs of teams, into each half of the draw.
It'll be like a tennis draw,
A bit like a tennis draw, yeah. One of the interesting ones is going to be who finishes in those 15, 16, 17, 18th places, because you got a chance of that being Real Madrid, Juventus, Paris Saint-Germain, Bayern Munich. They're all in those positions, and they will feed through to play first or second in the round of 16, which is Liverpool or Barcelona.
To that point, I'm just looking at the table now before the games. Dortmund 14th, Bayern Munich 15th, Real Madrid 16th, Juventus 17th. And that is a heavyweight.
So those 4, depending on how they do in Wednesday night's matches, are on a collision course with Liverpool and probably Barcelona in the round of 16.
But on that basis, I'm looking at this. So if you finish 24th, you could play the 9th or 10th team.
Yeah.
So if Man City sneak in, they could play Monaco or Aston Villa.
Yeah.
Right? So where you finish doesn't actually mean you're going to get a tougher draw, does it?
No, not necessarily. But then they feed into first and second in the quarterfinals. So they may get that slightly more favourable tie in the knockout playoffs.
Yeah.
But then in the quarterfinals, you are going into first and second to play them.
So we can stress that there's no national separation.
No national separation, so anyone can play anyone. There
And you
could
can
be two
play a
Premier
team
League
you played. You could play the same team that you played in the last match day 8. You could play the same team in the playoff.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah.
So, I mean, just to bring this to a close, I was going to say, what tweaks could we suggest to the format beyond my suggestion, which is to just go back to what we had before, which is imperfect but better than this. I accept that won't happen. Are there any tweaks we think that could be made to this to improve it for next season?
I think I'd like to have seen there being more bigger games on the final day. If you look at the fixture list for Wednesday, there are no marquee games, and UEFA said ahead of this new format that there was going to be loads of marquee games. Now what they've done is they've made those in weeks 1 to 7, and when you get to week 8, all the marquee teams are playing against so-called lesser teams. So in many respects, they've given them all an extra shot in the case they need it to get a victory on paper. So I think I'd rather there be at least 2 or 3 bigger games on the final day rather than trying to give a bit of an advantage on that front.
Well, I think overall it's been successful. I think the knockdown effect as well. The Europa League benefits by the fact there's no Champions League dropouts in it. So if you're Man United or Tottenham, you've got a real chance of winning the Europa League and getting into the Champions League because you're not potentially facing Manchester City dropping in. I just think that's a fairer way to do it, and same with the Conference League. So it keeps the integrity of those competitions and gives those teams a better chance.
I think it's definitely a brilliant change to do that. It just seemed unfair that all these teams, these 8 teams, would get a second bite of the cherry, basically, when they'd already wasted their chance by being in a higher competition, and they get to go and muscle in on a lesser competition. So that is definitely an improvement on the process.
In theory, they're getting the second bite of the cherry in the same competition, aren't they? Because in the old format, someone like City might have finished third, and then
they should be
down
out.
into the Europa League.
City should be out.
Well, they've not won a Champions League game since October the 23rd, and they've still got a chance of qualifying on the last day. So
maybe the change should be just have the top 16, no playoff round, you go straight. So if you finish 24th, you're out. It doesn't really seem right, does it? If you finish 24th, you go through with another chance. Just top 16, bottom 16 go out, top 16 go through. That might be the best way to increase more jeopardy.
Well, if you finish 9th and you finish 24th, you've had very different campaigns. Yet you've arguably got the same result.
Yeah, absolutely.
Effectively.
Yeah, I mean that's what I would do. I would say next season the top 16 go through, the bottom 16 go out, and then that would be a real sense of jeopardy on the big clubs that are struggling.
In case you missed what happened at the weekend, Mark Ogden asked Amarin about Marcus Rashford. Said the reason is the training, the way I see what footballers should do in training in life, in every day, in every detail. So if things don't change, I will not change. I'll put the goalkeeper coach, Vidal, on before I put a player on that don't give the maximum every day. So I will not change in that department. Steve, I just wonder what you make of this, about how this is something for the media and how much it's something that actually affects the squad.
Well, it definitely affects the squad. I mean, when he comes out and says things like this, the squad are going, well, this guy means business. So it's always a good...
No, you don't need a manager to come out publicly and say these sort of things, because surely you know if he needs business because you're with him 24/7 on the training ground.
No, listen, when you have the opportunity to assert your authority, particularly when you're not exactly flying, I think it's never a bad thing. However, there are certain things that you do to assert your authority, and on this occasion, I think in terms of the way people at the club, not the players, but the people at the club, and certainly former players like myself, look at a coach who comes out and says that, is absolutely 100% wrong.
Oh, really?
All he had to say was, nothing's changed on that front. That's all he had to say. I think it tells you more about Amarim, that he's coming out and trying to be clever and saying things like, oh, the reserve goalie would be playing before Rashford. I absolutely think that says more about him.
Tell me more.
Well, why is he saying that? Does he feel as though he has to show how tough he is and how big and strong he is? Is he insecure? You know, is this a facade that we're seeing how he's coming out and everybody seems to be patting him on the back saying things like we're the worst team since whatever.
Ever, yeah.
How can these things be good? But he's continuing to do it. I would suggest this guy inside is not quite as secure as he's trying to make out, because that is just there was absolutely no reason to say what he said. He's already made the statement. He's already showed his colours in terms of Rashford. So why you continue to talk? Because he feels as though he needs to. I think it says more about Amorim than anything else.
Yeah, Marcus Rashford is an easy target, really. And it's of his own doing. It's not, I'm not putting this on Amorim and saying that he doesn't have an easy target in Marcus Rashford because Marcus Rashford is working really hard out there. No. Look, Marcus Rashford and his commitment to what he does and to his craft has been in question well before Ruben Amorim coming in. And so, as a new manager, coming into a locker room that you know is turbulent, that you know has had issues, this is like shooting fish in a barrel. This is incredibly easy. You pick out.
So is it necessary?
I think it's necessary to a point that you pick out a player that is a big name within the club. A player that is not delivering what you're asking him to deliver. That was already on shaky ground with the fans, with the club, with the media. And there's already this sort of agenda about Marcus Rashford. And he comes in and makes the initial statement about Marcus Rashford. And I think that's fair. That part of it is fair. It's a continuation. It's a continuation that then detracts and sort of deflects and takes away from all the struggles of Manchester United. And now we're concerned about the conversation about Marcus Rashford. I would say this about Marcus Rashford, because he is at the center of all of this. If it is true that what he's being asked to do is the very bare minimum of showing up and actually doing your job, and he's unwilling to do that, that's a poor reflection, incredibly poor reflection on Marcus Rashford himself. And if I were in his circle, and whoever is among his loved ones, people of confidence, people that have his ear, I would go to Marcus Rashford and say, Marcus, when you were a kid, no, and you were thinking about the dreams of playing at Wembley and playing for England, when you were thinking about playing at Old Trafford and scoring goals, and you were hitting the ball at the wall 1,000 times over, what is it that drove you? It was the love of playing this game. It had to be, because otherwise, why do you put yourself through this? Go back to that. And show up to training with that in mind.
Does Amorim mentioning his 6-year-old goalkeeping coach help that?
And that was going to be my next point. Marcus Rashford may take that information in from his loved ones and then shows up, and then the manager is saying that about him, and you kind of go, well, there goes the love of the game. Those stories simply don't match up. If you're trying to motivate the player by doing this, I think you've gone a step too far. We already know that Marcus Rashford was on very shaky ground. Address it with the player.
Right.
You've already made it public. No need to double down on it. You address it with the player. And if you have a problem with the player, address it with the player.
I think what he's done, and I think when he said it, he probably thought, I'm putting more pressure on Rashford. I think what he's done is make people question him. That's my basic
I don't know,
problem.
Stevie. Everyone loves it, don't they? Everyone likes the strong hand, like what he's saying.
I'm talking, if you look at this from a football side, if you look at this from the position Man United are in, the way this team's playing, listen, for the press and everything, it's great. Oh yeah, it gives us more to talk about and Rashford. But I just think if you look a little closer, I think this says more about Amorim than it does Rashford. We know all this stuff with Rashford. To me, he's making people question him. Why is he saying that? We've sat here and said, why is he saying it? So that's my point. Right. We're now talking about Amorim and not Rashford. I think the guy's not quite as secure as
and part of his job is engaging that player.
But maybe he's tried. Maybe he's gone.
What?
Well, you
don't say anything then.
Then do you think this helps?
Keep your mouth shut then. Just play.
And now, speaking of the possibility of moving to Saudi Arabia, that's where Victor Boniface could be heading. 60 million euros. The reported transfer fee. Just 24, of course, a key part of Bayer Leverkusen's success last season. Really kind of burst onto the scene. His goals proving extremely important. For more on this, let's welcome in, shall we? Derek Ray is with us. Derek, this is quite interesting given his age, given the success he's had at Bayer Leverkusen, but this really does look like it's going to happen.
It does look as though it's going to happen, Dan, and you can't really blame Bayer Leverkusen. You mentioned 60 million euro, actually hearing that it could be north of that figure. So Al Nassr are very keen on him, and Boniface has been on the outside looking in. He's been injured. So what are Leverkusen really supposed to do? This offer comes in, you have a chance to reinvest that money and find a younger replacement, a younger still replacement. And also they need to patch things up because they have, for example, Martin Terrier out for the medium term. That was already on the list to find somebody for him for the medium term. Jean-Noël Bolossian, defender, who's out, so they've wanted to improve things in the squad there as well. It's all happened at warp speed. Simon Rolfes, the sporting chief at Leverkusen, and his team negotiating with Al Nassr. But I think it will happen as long as, and this is maybe the one if, as long as Leverkusen can come up with a replacement. Evan Ferguson of Brighton has been mentioned. If Brighton would let him go, he wouldn't be cheap either. But if Leverkusen can find a suitable replacement, I think this will be done.
Do you understand why he would go to Saudi Arabia? As opposed to another league, like maybe a more decorated league?
Well, it's the money.
Yeah.
When it comes
so
down...
as former pros, you can be like, yeah, I get it.
Well, yes. See, people sort of fall in love with this idea of being a romantic and thinking about what the professional player is prioritizes, and that you know when they kiss the crest, they scored a goal and they kiss a crest. Yeah, that only lasts as long as you're actually paying that player what that player thinks is value. The moment that changes and that dynamic changes, and there's somebody else who thinks your value is higher, you're no longer kissing that crest. It's professional sports, and we would like to believe that players would be married to a club for a long period of time, and that they would develop a relationship with the fans, and that it would be a magical ride for everybody. Yeah, it is not. And the truth is that players have to make decisions for themselves because clubs make decisions for themselves. What I would say about Leverkusen and the decision to let Victor Boniface go, it is far easier of a decision and far simpler of a decision because Patrick Schick is currently scoring goals at the rate that he is.
Right.
However, the current reality of Bayer Leverkusen is they are 6 points behind Bayern Munich. They have to be essentially perfect from here on out to really give themselves an opportunity to defend their title. Big game coming up, of course, on February 15, welcoming Bayern Munich at home. A lot of things will be decided there. If you want to be perfect, it's hard for me to come to terms with the idea that you're going to depend on Patrick Schick to score all the goals from here on out, because while he's hot now, we also know that Patrick Schick can sometimes go cold and has had difficulties staying fit. And so what? Does that then become the Nathan Tella show? Is that what they're depending on? They're depending on Frimpong to score the goal? So is it just Florian Wirtz and that's it? That's all we got going on in the attack? Is it a Grimaldo free kick? I think the options in the attack become limited for them once you go beyond Patrick Schick. And if Boniface is not there, then obviously you start to question where are the goals going to come from for Bayer Leverkusen.
Is there any argument to say, look, when you're growing up, you want to go and win the Champions League? You want to go and compete at the highest level, and the Saudi Arabian League isn't that, and it's always going to be there for you, and maybe you should look at other options before this? Or is that just too romantic?
It absolutely is the romance. It's exactly what you're thinking about when you're growing up. It's exactly why you play the game. But unfortunately, eventually we all grow up and become adults, and then you start realising that other things matter. And so it's definitely an individual decision, no question. But when the amount of money is being put in front of you, it's very difficult to turn it down. And I would suggest that Boniface has had his fair share of injuries already, and he's only 24. And apart from the money, maybe he's thinking, do you know what, I maybe can't afford to turn this down because I might never get the opportunity again of getting anywhere close to it. And so off he goes.
Xabi Alonso, what's his status at the club and what do you think his ambition is beyond this season? Obviously in the summer again he's going to be linked to a lot of big jobs. Do you think we'll come next to the start of the next campaign, he's still going to be in charge at Leverkusen?
Well, he's very careful whenever he's asked this question. And of course, it was a real coup for Leverkusen to keep him when I think conventional wisdom, certainly in countries like England, was that he was definitely going to go there if the offer came his way. And, why would he want to stay at Leverkusen? But I think this has been part of his plan. And, Ali talking there about, right now they have a difficult task on their hands to chase down Bayern. Let's not forget they're in the DFB-Pokal, the National Cup competition. Bayern are not, so the favourites to win that again. And they're doing pretty well in the Champions League as well. They stand to be one of the teams going through automatically to the next stage in this new format. So it's pretty good going. He's got to assess, what does he want? And what does he think he can achieve with this squad? And, maybe he thinks that with a reinvestment of money, such as we're talking about with Boniface, Leverkusen can push on. I have to say, I've always believed, this is just, talking to people and sort of thinking aloud as well. I've always thought that Xabi Alonso probably would want to say goodbye to Leverkusen at the end of the season with, in his mind, Real Madrid being the club that he wants to go to. Because, of course, we know where he's from. He understands the history. And I think we've all felt for a while that maybe it stood to reason that Carlo Ancelotti would, for his part, say goodbye to Real Madrid this summer. Now, listening to Ancelotti, I don't know. He might want to carry on for a lot longer than that. So if that's not an option, and his other great love, one of his other great loves, and Stevie's great love, Liverpool, if that's not an option, which it doesn't appear to be right now, then what do you do? Do you leave a club to simply say, okay, now I'll take an extended break, take a sabbatical, and then wait for something to come along? Or do you say, no, I've got it pretty good here. He's got a lot of autonomy in Leverkusen. It's a family sort of setup, not quite the media pressure that you have in a place like Madrid or a place like Liverpool. So I wouldn't rule it out. But I still would go with what my gut has said all along, which is this might be it. But
I think a lot will depend on how this season ends for Ancelotti and whether Real Madrid feel that they're in a position to move him on. Ancelotti was very clear, but also I think very clever in his press conference last week when he said there'd been a story had been released and it had come from the club, not from Ancelotti, saying Ancelotti will walk away at the end of the season no matter what. In other words, it will be Ancelotti's choice. Ancelotti came out in a press conference and said, I will never choose the date that I leave this club. I will go when the club sack me. That could be tomorrow, could be next year, it could be in 5 years. And then he said, I'd like to be here for all the time that Florentino is here. Florentino's just been voted in again as president. Well, there wasn't actually a vote, but he's in again as president. And that's another 4 years. He said, so me and Florentino can leave together. And with the greatest of affection in the world. And I think that was very, very pointed from Ancelotti. I think Xabi Alonso is a very interesting case. And he's an interesting case because if you look at his managerial career, he's taken decisions at times that people haven't expected. Last summer, I remember people saying, well, why would you not go now when you've got the 3 biggest jobs in the world all available to you? If you want to go to Liverpool, it's there. If you want to go to Real Madrid, it's there. If you want to go to Bayern Munich, it's there. The 3 clubs you've played for in 3 different countries, the 3 biggest clubs in those countries, arguably in each case, and it's there for you now. And said, but why wouldn't you go now when you've got these 3? Well, there was 2 arguments against that, and I think Xabi Alonso had both of them in his mind. One is because I don't need 3 options, I need 1, and I need it to be the right one. And it doesn't need to happen now. And the other was that he wanted this season the Champions League with Leverkusen. And he has always, I think, had the calmness to choose his times, which others haven't. And I think choosing his time means seeing out this season. And if I was a betting man, I would say he will be at Real Madrid next year.
Sit, don't lie on that bed yet. Neither you, Derek. Both will be on extra time a little bit later on. Just a reminder, the Bundesliga continues on ESPN+. Every game live for you on Saturday. Bayern Munich taking on Holstein Kiel. Borussia Dortmund away against Heidenheim. Union Berlin against Leipzig is our late game. Then on Sunday, Eintracht Frankfurt against Wolfsburg. And then to wrap things up, Bayer Leverkusen against Hoffenheim. We're going to go back in time to start things off by talking about Neymar, who is returning to Santos, of course, where it all began. This is what Marcelo Teixeira, the Santos president, had to say. It is time to come back. Neymar, it's time for you to come back to your people, to our home, to the club in our hearts. Welcome our boy Ney, a boy, a Villa. Come back to be happy again with the white and black shirt. The Santos nation awaits you with open arms. It's interesting, actually, because you speak to some Brazilians and he's certainly not welcome back with open arms, but that's another story. As we welcome in, Sid Lowe is with us. Sid, considering the Neymar that you saw when he was at his very best at Barcelona, are you surprised that his career is ending in this way?
Well, I mean, first of all, let me say I hope that this isn't the end of his career, that this gives him the chance maybe to keep playing for a little bit longer, to prolong that, to get to the next World Cup and perhaps play a key part at that World Cup. Because, as you say, having watched him at Barcelona, that front three was genuinely astonishing. And he was a really, really wonderful footballer. But it's true, there's been lots of moments in his career where there've been doubts about his commitment. He's been desperately unlucky with injuries. There's been moments where it feels like he's taken poor choices. Going to PSG, I think, was a very bad decision. And certainly seen from a Spanish perspective, it feels like that was the moment where maybe he could have taken the next step. Maybe he could have been the guy that genuinely did kind of follow on from Messi, with Messi's help at least to begin with. Of course, we're talking about the all-time top scorer of the Brazilian national team, but yeah, the last 2 years or so have just felt like a kind of an irrelevance as much as anything else. A real waste of an extremely, extremely talented footballer.
Is it just lazy to say, Ali, it all started going wrong when he left Barcelona?
Well, that didn't help. It's not lazy. I think that didn't help. Now, the reasons as to why he leaves Barcelona, only Neymar knows. But we speculate and we talk about it, and we thought that the idea was to get out of the shadow of Lionel Messi and then take this leap in his career where now he was going to be the guy. And it never really did work out at PSG. There were moments that maybe you thought, oh, maybe here we go, here it comes. But there was no sustaining power in any of those moments. There was never staying power. There was never enough continuity or consistency in terms of the performances of those moments, big key moments for PSG, where he may have taken that jump. Let's not forget that when Neymar makes this decision to go to PSG, it was Messi and Ronaldo, then everybody else, and leading that group of everybody else was Neymar. He was the next guy to take that jump. That maybe was not going to get to the level of Ronaldo and Messi, but he was in that conversation among the top 5 players in the world. And his fall from that sort of ranking, if you will, from that sort of position to where he is now has been continuous. We have never seen Neymar actually continue the progression up. Everything has started to go downhill since then, and he hasn't been able to stop that momentum. While injuries play a part in that, I think the persona of Neymar has been hard to like, has been hard to get behind, has been hard to support. He has made it hard for himself and has made it hard for others, and so now he is just another guy that what could have been, what might have been, what should have been.
His form suffered, the injuries started, and that happens when you don't take care of yourself professionally. And the reason that Messi and Ronaldo were at the peak for so long is because they looked after themselves properly. So jetting off to New York and getting pictures taken with basketball players, and then 2 days later playing in a game, and you're expected to be the best in the world, you get away with that for a very short period of time, and then it catches up with you. And ever since then, he hasn't changed his lifestyle, I don't believe. Because the only thing we've been talking about has been, as I said, going to New York and going here and doing this and How many times since he went to PSG did we ever speak about how great he was on the field? Never.
No, I think we did. We did. On occasion, you took them to the final. There were flashes there, but there wasn't the consistency that you would expect of someone of the talent of Neymar had.
People look back on the victory against PSG, the amazing comeback when they scored 6 times, and Neymar really was the outstanding player that night, more than Messi. But the defining image as a photograph of that game is Messi standing in front of the stands at the end with his fist in the air, and that maybe Neymar felt that He needed it to be a bit more about him. And remember that summer really, really clearly, when of course PK came out and said he's staying, and everybody knew that he was wanting to go, and Barcelona's players were trying to get him to stay. And one of the things that Messi did was to say to him, stay, and I'll help you be the best. I will play for you. And I remember one of those pre-season games, I must confess, I can't remember who it was against now, where Messi basically played behind him and spent the entire game trying to give the ball to Neymar, trying to demonstrate to him, listen, we'll do it for you. We'll keep you here. That's how good you'll be. And so that feeds into this legacy of feeling like, unfortunately, Neymar never became the man. So I think Barcelona fans are really fond of what he did for a few years, but wonder what it might have been if he'd been allowed to be the player that he wanted to be at Barcelona, or if he'd had the, if you like, the confidence or the commitment to stay and try and do it there rather than move on and try and do it.
But here's the thing, at PSG, he was the man, right? He was going to be the guy. And so he was given that opportunity, and he was given that chance to then take this leap. But instead of taking that opportunity on and becoming the man, the guy, outside of the shadow of Lionel Messi's, here's what we're going to do, instead, it became a whole lot more about flash than substance. And it became a whole lot more about some of the reports that Stevie was talking about, and partying in Brazil, and partying, and it became a whole lot. His performance on the field was no longer a priority. And I think what players at this point in their careers, what they lose sight of is that what made them who they are, what made them a powerful brand, was the performance on the field. That's the thing that makes you Neymar. Not the fact that you own a helicopter, or you have this party, or you know these people, you take those pictures. It's the performance on the field, and the performance on the field started suffering.
Of course, Messi, Suarez and Neymar, the gold standard when it comes to those Barcelona front three. Lewandowski, Rafinha, Lamine Yamal, killer Barca, 101 goals, 32 games, averaging over 3 goals a game. Front page of Mundo Deportivo. So, Sid, I understand this rhetoric, which has been great. Killer Barca, obviously, they scored 7 at the weekend against a horrible Valencia side. But we've seen them trip up, obviously, in home games against inferior opposition, which leads me to the question, are Barcelona any good?
Yes, they are, but they do have some flaws. I don't think there's many teams out there that don't have flaws. I think you can see certain patterns as well. You know, you mentioned the fact they scored 7 against a horrible Valencia team. They scored 7 twice this season. They've scored 5, I think, 3 times this season. They scored 5 in Lisbon against Benfica. Bear in mind, they scored 9 in 2 games against Real Madrid. Now, if there is a test of how good you are, in the Spanish league at least, it's against Real Madrid. They lost to Atletico, maybe that's the other test. I think part of what's happened, if you look at the games, the 3 in a row that they lost at home, Leganés and Las Palmas and Atletico Madrid, in all 3 of them, there was, I think those 3 teams are different. I'm not going to claim they played exactly the same way, but there were certain patterns that were repeated, and that is defensive teams playing deep, not allowing Barcelona the chance to run into the space beyond them. And of course, this is a Barcelona team that's different to the identity we've seen of Barcelona in the past, that is really, really good flooding into the space behind teams. And that in particular, I think, is one of the reasons why we've seen such a brilliant season from Rafinha, because that suits him so well. And I think what's happened is, against the teams that haven't allowed them to do that, they found it hard to find a way through. In the games when they've scored loads of goals, they've generally scored pretty early. And those teams have either been forced out or were already playing out, and so they could keep going behind them. So I think the answer is yes, they are a good team, but they have to be at their best. They have to be at their best both physically and in terms of being efficient in front of goal. Look at the Valencia game at the weekend. Now, obviously, you score 7 goals, it would be ridiculous to start picking holes in it. But I think I'm right in saying that they scored from 4 of their first 5 shots. And when you have that degree of efficiency, obviously very big results follow.
Where are Barcelona in the context of the Champions League, Stevie?
I'd have to say, in all honesty, second tier.
Second tier?
Well,
who's in the top tier?
I think right now, Liverpool are out on their own.
So Liverpool are in the top tier?
Yeah.
On their own?
Liverpool right now are quite some distance ahead of anybody else that you can see on that board. I don't think there's any doubt about that. When we talk about Liverpool this year, we're struggling to find flaws.
Okay.
when we start talking about Barcelona, the reason we're talking about them is because they got a couple of huge flaws, particularly the old high line.
Okay.
And that's what's going to mean that Barcelona could get knocked out in the next round, as opposed to the semi or the final or whatever it is. And then when we start going past that, we're picking flaws in everybody else as well. So that's why I'm saying that they're in the second tier. Liverpool right now, if the final's tomorrow, regardless of who Liverpool were playing, they would be favourites. I don't think we can say that about Barcelona. If they're playing Arsenal or Atletico Madrid or Real Madrid or anybody, because we know that they've got some big flaws.
Well, if they play Real Madrid, they would be favourites, because whenever they play Real Madrid, it's a mismatch. And part of that has to do with what Sid was talking about, that Real Madrid will play with Barcelona. They're not just going to sit in. And so I wonder about matchups for Barcelona in Champions League. Say they get drawn to play against Inter in a knockout.
Yeah.
A team like Inter that will absorb pressure, and they have no issues in putting two lines of defensive lines and saying, okay, this is where we're going to park ourselves, try to break us down, and we're dangerous in the counter, and we can hurt you in the counter, and we have enough players in the counter that can really exploit some of the vulnerabilities of Barcelona. So that's I think the sort of team that can make it very difficult for Barcelona, that will defend well and also have talent going forward. A team like Inter is somebody that Barcelona doesn't want to see in Champions League.
I think the best example of what I'm talking about would be Barcelona against Bayern. Barcelona, if somebody was to just turn over a page and look at the results and look, 4-1 against Bayern, it could have been the other way around.
Of course.
So that's the problem Barca have. There's nothing consistent about them, and you're not sure what you're going to get.
So you talk about the efficiency in front of goal. Of course, one player that's epitomised that this season is Rafinha. Imagine if Williams had joined and did what Rafinha was doing now.
Yeah, we'd be talking about a truly great signing. We'd be talking about a player that's tearing up the league. We'd be talking about someone who, wow, we knew this kid was good and now he's demonstrating it. I think the fact that he didn't come and the fact that he could have done is one of the reasons why Rafinha is playing so well.
What I really like about Rafinha, beyond the fact of this Nico Williams conversation, is that he had competition that he was never going to win already in Barcelona with Lamine Yamal. And so he had to make a decision himself. And this doesn't happen naturally for players. This is not easy for players to accept. The 17-year-old is going to play ahead of me. So that's going to happen.
Yeah.
I have to accept that. And in order for me to make the most out of my experience here in Barcelona, I have to find a different role. And a role that suits my skill set and a role that does something different for this club. And he's done that beautifully. This willingness to run in behind, to get on the end of service from Lamine Yamal, the guy who sat you on the bench potentially, and who basically had you change your style play, now you're taking advantage. You're taking advantage of the 17-year-old, of what he can give to you so that you can give to him and you can give to the club. It seems like it would be an obvious thing to do, and it is not. It is not. A well-established player, international player, who is basically told, the kid is going to play, you got to sort yourself out somewhere else.
Speaking of kids, Sid, why are Barcelona getting rid of all of theirs?
Well, they're not getting rid of all of them, but of course what they're trying to do is find exits, because of course they're trying to generate money, because they're looking at players that they feel don't necessarily have a place in the team. You look, for example, at Ansu Fati, and he hasn't been in. I think he's only been in the squad in one of the last 5 games. Hansi Flick was being very clear that he wasn't sure exactly what his role was going to be. In the summer, I think he thought it would be bigger, but it's not so much now. You've got other players where you're trying to give opportunities to them, and of course it helps with the financial fair play as well if you can release some of that salary margin. But bear in mind it's not very much when you're talking about young players for the most part, and so that's not the kind of, if you like, that's not the sole reason.
Danny, here, an interesting quote from Phil Foden that's been picked up. He's been talking about where he was asked to play. I've just get through to my head there. He's talking about how the position he was asked to play out in the Euros by Southgate. And he's pointed out that really it was far from my preferred position. He says on the Euros, I feel frustrated I didn't get what I wanted to get out of it. The position I was put in on the left was very difficult to influence the game. Coming off last season being the best player in the Premier League and playing centre midfield, I do feel the position was quite difficult to get used to. I'm one who can play multiple positions and had to try to deal with it the best I could. I don't feel like England.
Hi, good evening. Carve Solokol. Studio audience here, and we've been joined by the former Wales captain, Ashley Williams. Great to see you, Ash. Right, Carve, let's get straight to it. Breaking news in the last half an hour. Tell us.
Yes, Arsenal have made a bid for the Aston Villa striker, Ollie Watkins. That bid has been rejected. It's expected that Arsenal are going to go in with an improved offer. Now, this story was first reported by Sami Botbal in the Daily Mail, and he has dug up some interesting information because he says that back in 2020, when Ollie Watkins was at Brentford, he gave an interview in which he said that it was always his dream to play for Arsenal, and apparently Thierry Henry was his hero when he was growing up. Now, that may well be the case, but that doesn't mean that Aston Villa are going to be selling him to Arsenal. But it is big news, especially for Arsenal fans who've been crying out for their club to sign a new striker because they believe they need a striker to win the title. The story is a little bit complicated, though, because Aston Villa have got two number 9s, effectively, who are in demand. There's Ollie Watkins, there's also John Duran. West Ham have been trying to sign him. They put in a bid, that was rejected. Now, Al Nassr, the Saudi club where Cristiano Ronaldo is playing, they are trying to sign a striker as well. They had basically agreed a deal to sign Victor Boniface from Bayer Leverkusen. He was packing his bags and getting ready to fly to Riyadh, but at the last minute, Al Nassr have switched their sights to John Duran at Aston Villa. He would cost them something like 70, 80 million pounds. Now, there is no way that Aston Villa are going to let both those players leave. So I'm being told that it's unlikely that Arsenal will get Ollie Watkins, especially if John Duran ends up going to Saudi Arabia. And I'm pretty sure that Aston Villa's position is Ollie Watkins is not for sale. He's got another 3 years left on his contract. Why would we sell him to one of our rivals near the top of the table?
What do you make of the timing? A couple of hours before Aston Villa play a really important game, and there's a bid put in for one of their most important players.
Yeah, it's bizarre. Do you know what? The actual the bid makes sense. I understand why Arsenal would want a player like Ollie Watkins. I think he fits the system. Is exactly what they need. But the timing of it is bizarre. I think it's going to get Aston Villa's backs up a little bit. And if you say Arsenal are coming back in, then we'll see what happens. But from Aston Villa's point of view, they won't want to lose, in my opinion, either of those two strikers. I think we've seen so many games this season where Watkins has started and John Duran's come off the bench and scored important goals. To compete on a couple of fronts like they are, they need two really top-class strikers, which they've got at the minute.
What is he, 29, Ollie Watkins? Does it seem a lot of money for a 29-year-old, which has already been rejected?
I mean, Arsenal have got a long-term interest in Ollie Watkins. They're long-term admirers of the player. And we've always been saying that short-term and long-term targets will be considered in this transfer window. They cannot get a domestic player on loan in this transfer window because they've already used up their 2 loans in Neto from Bournemouth and Raheem Sterling from Chelsea. So it was going to have to be a permanent deal that they'd have to go for. Ollie Watkins clearly is someone that they like, and they've gone big with this bid. But the cynic in me is kind of wondering, look, for them to do it with 5 days to go on the eve of a huge game for Aston Villa, surely they would know that Aston Villa are going to say no. I just wonder is there another target that Arsenal have got? And maybe they're trying to push that other target by making it public. Here we go, look, we're going for Ollie Watkins here. Because that kind of thing can happen, can't it?
Does that happen, Ash? Yeah, 100%. Those kind of moves definitely happen that don't come out and we're not talking about, because phone calls go on, conversations happening behind closed doors, and you never find out about it. So that would make sense, where they want some maybe they're down the line with someone a little bit and it's sticky, and so they've gone, okay, we're going to do a big public bid over here to push this guy. And if I was that player that's doing the quiet conversation, I might now be saying to my agent, look, they're moving on someone else, we need to get going.
One thing I will say as well, just very quickly, Carve, sorry. One thing I would say as well, we know how it works in transfers. When clubs make bids, they must be getting encouragement from somewhere that it potentially could be successful. Is it from the players' camp? Is it from somewhere else? Because Arsenal aren't just going to go in with £60 million and then say they're probably going to go back in with an improved offer if they don't think there's any chance, because they'd just be wasting their time. They've got to bring in someone. They want to bring in a striker. Mikel Arteta says they're working hard. They really want to do it, given their injury problems. So I'm just talking more generally, just in transfer terms, these kind of things might happen in a transfer window, because when you have a bid as big as that, surely somewhere Arsenal are getting an encouragement that Ollie Watkins might think, actually, yeah, I do want to make that move.
Can I just float an alternative theory? And that is that Arsenal have realised today that Al Nassr have come in for John Duran. And they know that Aston Villa are not going to sell both their number 9s. So Arsenal have been told, look, John Duran is about to go to Saudi Arabia. If you want Ollie Watkins, you've got to make the bid now, because you can't wait any longer, because once John Duran has gone to Al Nassr, there is no way you will get Ollie Watkins. So perhaps that is why they have been almost forced to make this late bid today.
Do clubs put out feelers to players?
Yeah, there's multiple ways that they can do it, and they're not supposed to, but it happens all the time. It might just be you're in a dressing room, you've got an ex-teammate that plays at a certain club, and he's going to send you a text or phone you and say, are you interested in coming over? I've had a conversation with my manager. You say yes, if that's that's the case, and then they go on, and then we get to this phase where we are now. So it does happen in different ways. You know, agents are always talking to people because it's their job to do that. So those conversations aren't, they're allowed to happen. Agents are allowed to talk to people at other clubs, so they do happen. And then, like you're saying, you do get a bit of interest. So then a club might hear he actually fancies, the player himself fancies this move. So let's pursue it a little bit and see where we get.
Has there ever been a situation where it's secret agent Ashley Williams where you've been told, look, let's have a little word with this guy, tell him that we want him?
No, because...
Come on.
No, because my thing was always, if you was on my team, then I'm going to speak to you. If you left my team, then you're an enemy until the end of the season, and I'm not bothered what you're doing.
Fair enough.
Oh my God, look at the Man City Sporting Bayern Madrid.
Whoa. Whoa.
That would be spicy.
Versus Atletico Madrid or Milan. As we mentioned, we have one more day of league phase play. Matchday 8 on Wednesday has every single game kicking off at 3 p.m. Yes, 18 matches kicking off at 3 p.m., so get yourself ready to be on the couch for a couple hours. Now, once those games are done, the top 8 teams, they automatically qualify for the round of 16. And teams that are in 9th to 24th place, they'll play in the knockout stage. So the knockout phase playoffs is 2 legs. The first leg will be on the 11th and 12th of February, and the second legs are the 18th and the 19th of February. But how do we know who's playing who in this knockout phase round? Well, at 6 a.m. on Friday, the knockout phase playoff draw will take place, which you guys can watch here on the Golazo Network. We're getting here bright and early to get you guys caught up and get all the reactions for that. So teams who finish 9 to 16 in 9 to 16th place, they will face off against a team finishing in 17th to 24th place. And it's not extremely random who's playing who. So for example, if you take teams who finish 17th or 18th, they're going to face off against teams who finish 15th or 16th. So the 8 teams who win in the knockout phase playoffs, they move on to the round of 16.
Gladly, so how are you moving the mouse without having a mouse?
Dude,
This is crazy.
Listen, I've got magic. So let's say that we take a look at this top with Juve, Celtic, Bayern, Real Madrid. So let's say that Juve takes on Bayern Munich and Juve wins. They will then move on to the round of 16 to either play Liverpool or Barcelona in the round of 16. And how is that determined? Well, that's when we then see the second draw that's going to happen on February 21st for the round of 16 matches played in March. So that is a bit of the breakdown. Hopefully that makes it, I know,
it's not confusing at all.
All of this is so new. I literally spent a good chunk of yesterday trying to figure this out. But once you kind of break it down, it's pretty simple. We're just seeing a lot because we still have yet to determine who is exactly in what place. And there still is a lot up for grabs. So I'm going to have you guys give me some score predictions because we have a live simulator here, and we're just gonna pretend that this is how it's looking right now. So you guys are gonna give me results for Matchday 8, and we're gonna see how all of this changes.
Okay.
All right, so let's go down the line. Lisa, let's start with you. Sporting CP Bologna. Give me a score prediction.
Let me help you out. Sporting.
Okay.
Sporting just lost 3 straight losses in Champions League. Bologna got their first win in the last 5 matches heading into this one. Sporting have been
You go.
struggling.
Give a score prediction. Give a score prediction.
Let's get a score prediction.
A draw. Let's go 1-1.
Oh, a draw.
You said all that and you went 1-1.
I know.
Because both teams are struggling.
Yeah.
It's bad.
Yeah.
Bad news.
All right.
All right, Liverpool, PSV.
Yeah, you know the answer.
We do it all.
Liverpool.
PSV, they can't lose, right? Then they're in. That's all they need. They need to avoid defeat. What if they draw too?
I'm going.
You think they're going to draw?
No, I don't. Okay, 2-1 Liverpool.
Let's
Can we
go.
do that?
All right,
Yeah.
Jimmy, you got
Yeah.
Young Boys versus Red Star.
Yeah, I got 2-2. That's got 2-2 written all over it.
2-2.
All right, Young Boys scoring.
I like some goals. I want to see some
2-2.
goals.
And I've got Paris winning 3-1 against Stuttgart.
Love it.
Yes.
All right, so you guys can see how it's changing the teams that would play each other. All right, let's keep going. Let's do a couple more.
All right, Lisa, why don't you go ahead? Sturm Graz versus Leipzig.
2-0 Leipzig.
Okay.
All right.
I like
They've been
that.
terrible in this competition.
Man City
Exactly,
10.
they're ready.
I just want to click it all the way to 10.
Man
City
City
10, Club Brugge.
4-1. 4-1. Let's go
Oh
4-1.
my God, who's
It's not going to be that. 4-1.
10-0.
4-1.
You're going to give Brugge. Yeah, I guess. City likes to give up goals.
I actually think Brugge might win that one, but go ahead. I'll go Bayern Munich. Let's go 4-0 versus Slavan Bratislava.
Right, all right.
All right, low scoring, 1-0 Inter.
Skipping that game then.
Definitely changing a lot of things. All right, Dortmund, Shakhtar.
Lisa, what do you think?
2-0 Dortmund.
All right, Jimmy, Barca versus
Barcelona.
Atalanta. This is going to be a fun
I'm
one.
a huge Gasperini fan. Barcelona looked good, 7-1 on the weekends. I'll say 3-2 Barcelona.
All right.
And Michael Oliver's the ref, so there's going to obviously a shady red card in this
So
one.
no,
too.
Arsenal will get a red card during that match. I'll say Liverpool. Leverkusen. I say they'll win by 2, so 2-0.
Another low scoring one.
Lots of low scoring.
2-1 Juve.
Benfica's in that 24th spot.
Colomwani?
All right, Claudia, you give us one.
Oh man! Oh, so this
Actually,
is
can't
a
play.
big one that has
never ends.
implications. Let's
So many
do.
teams.
Milan wins against
I was gonna say 2-1. 2-1 is always my default. Yeah, Milan 2-1.
Ooh, that puts them in a.
Salzburg,
changes a
Atleti. I'm going to go 3-1.
3-1 is
Okay.
exactly what I would have said. And I'll say Feyenoord beats Lille. I'll say 3-2.
Wow.
2.
Oh,
Aston
Villa, Celtic. Let's go 2-1 Villa.
Yeah,
I'll go with
Celtics
that.
on the
That's fine.
road.
That's fine.
Okay.
All right, me or Charlie can't do this one, so one of you two take it.
Go ahead, Jimmy.
Well, I went to a Girona game this year, and they were
right.
excellent.
What a flex.
3-0.
But Arsenal,
3-0.
pretty good. No, I will say 3-1 to
Okay.
the Gunners.
Okay.
3-1 to the Arsenal. And then you
Real
know how
Madrid
much I
and
love.
Brest. You
know
got
how much
Brest
I love
winning?
Brest. No.
2-0 Real Madrid.
Not this
yeah.
time.
Yeah, 2-0 Real
2-0.
Madrid sounds about
All
right.
So
Could have been
let's
3-0, to be honest with you.
Figure out.
But a pair of goals.
Oh wow!
seems right.
So that
Yeah.
top changed. I think
Oh,
every single
wow.
team that we had looked at. What was it? It was like Juventus, Celtic, Real Madrid, and Bayern, and that completely changed who would potentially play Liverpool or Barcelona. So
But let's say Liverpool doesn't start their best players, right? Because they don't need it. So why don't we change that 2-1 Liverpool Why don't we change that to
anything.
let's say 2-1 PSV.
No.
Or go 3-2, whatever you want, magic computer.
So it stayed the same.
It stayed the same.
Oh well, I put them at 2, but they're still in the same pot area.
Oh my God! Look at the Man City Sporting Bayern Madrid.
Whoa!
Whoa!
That would be spicy.
Versus Atletico Madrid or Milan.
How about Celtic still getting through even with a loss, which would be huge for them?
Just to play Brest.
Yeah? I mean, I know I'd be excited for the opportunity. Atalanta versus Juve?
That sigh is unbelievable.
Yeah, if I was Celtic, I'd slap him up. You know what I mean?
Do you have a dream matchup?
I do.
What? Okay.
I'm glad you
Anybody
asked.
here except Alexis have a dream matchup?
I'm glad you asked.
Yes, I want Man City, Real Madrid would be amazing over 2 legs.
Yeah.
I would be excited about that. Or Bayern, Real Madrid would be great too.
Yeah. So 18 matches going on all at once. There's a lot going on.
This was fun.
That should be fun.
There's a lot. In fact,
a lot at stake here. So hopefully, as everybody here is watching and all of us in studio, we kind of understand now what the heck is going on this week. So the games are going on Matchday 8 on Wednesday, 3 p.m. kickoff, and then early on Friday, we've got the draw.
Right, as ever on a Wednesday, we're joined by South American football expert Tim Vickery. Tim, lovely to see you. Great to have you with us today. Let's start with Neymar then, because this has been confirmed now. It looks like moving back to his boyhood club Santos is going to happen very soon.
Yes, and it's been confirmed by the club presidents, the Santos club presidents, who kind of jumped the gun. And he's getting a lot of stick for this. You know, this is amateur hour. You're announcing on your social media thing where you've only got 100,000 followers. But he just couldn't contain himself. He'd worked long and hard to bring this one about. So I think it's not 100% official, but it is. Neymar back to Santos.
Well, 100,000 followers is enough, isn't it? How are they funding the deal then, Tim?
Lots of sponsors involved with this one. There may be a Saudi participation as well, with perhaps Neymar taking some kind of ambassadorial role for the 2034 World Cup. But it's quite an easy sell with sponsors. And Santos is such a special club. It's a small city, less than 500,000, tiny by Brazilian standards. And yet this club, with Pele overlooking the stadium from his mausoleum, this club was once the greatest in the world. And it did pretty well for a while, revealing lots of youth players, of whom the best was Neymar. So it's quite an easy sell for sponsors because he remains, even despite the rise of Vini Jr. in recent years, I think Neymar remains the biggest name in Brazilian football.
Love the romance of it. I mean, how excited are the Santos fans to have him back?
Very, although I think the move happening now is both a defeat and a victory. It's a defeat in terms of his stated objective was very much to play the Club World Cup for Al Hilal. And that was going to be like a big billboard announcing, I'm back, baby. And after then, he would be a free agent and he could pick and choose. Al Hilal didn't want him. The coach there, Portuguese coach, he said, you know, we can register 10 foreign players for the Saudi League. And we've got 10 foreign players who are fitter and better than he is at the moment because he's not able to accompany the rhythm of training. So that was a blow. And that's why the move is happening now. So in that sense, it's a defeat. But it's a victory because, as we were talking there, the romance of going back to Santos, it's wonderful PR for a player who's often divided opinions in Brazil. Almost everyone now will want this to work. But also, he will play. This isn't Al Hilal. He won't be in a queue behind 10 others. He will be out there on the field. And this gives him a platform for what he really wants, which is one final crack at the World Cup in the middle of next year.
Tim, Neymar's not the only player heading back to Brazil. Leo's just left Juventus. Can you tell us more about him?
Yeah, Danilo, the former Man City fullback, or now more used in a back three maybe. There was Premier League interest in him, but he has arrived back in Rio in the last few hours with his entire family and 2 dogs. So that's a man who means business. And I worry a little bit about those dogs because the difference in temperature from Turin in January and Rio, those dogs are going to have to do a lot of acclimatizing. And he is going to sign for Flamengo, the Giants here in Rio. And the clincher really in this deal is, and I've been saying it to you all through this month, it's the Club World Cup. Flamengo are in the Club World Cup, and Danilo wants to be part of that. He is still Brazil's captain. So this is another important move for Brazilian football.
As for signings to the Premier League, Tim, what's the latest on Igor Jesus?
Yeah, Igor Jesus, Botafogo's centre forward. It's an extraordinary story because this time last year he was in the Arab Emirates and not even a household name in his own home. Botafogo brought him back on a free. He started playing for them in July. By October, he's Brazil's first choice centre forward, and he looks like the complete package. Very, very promising player indeed. And we understand that he personally, not the club, he personally rejected a bid from Notts Forest over the weekend, which was said to be 30 million euros. He thinks it's best for his career to stay a few months, make sure he's visible and still in the Brazil side, and, wait for it, play in the Club World Cup. So it seems he said no to Forest, but my big question to you fine people over the last few days of the transfer window, would he say no to Arsenal? Because he would seem to fit their requirements. He's an all-round striker. He's strong, he's quick, he's mobile, he can score, he can hold the ball up, he can run into the channels, he can work back as part of a defensive block. If there were to be a bid for Arsenal, would he say no to that? I think that could be one of the most interesting questions in these last few days of the window.
Well, you've done the scouting for them there, Tim. What if he stays at Botafogo? Could he have a new manager there?
Well, he will, because they haven't got a coach at the moment, and they're looking round. And Botafogo's method over the recent years, they've been owned by this US businessman, John Textor, has been with European coaches, often young up-and-comers, but now they're in advanced stages of negotiation with the former Liverpool, former Newcastle boss, Rafa Benitez. He's a free agent, which facilitates things. It makes the negotiations far easier. I wonder if Rafa knows what he would be getting himself in for, because it's a pressure situation. Botafogo last year, they won both the Brazilian League and the South American Champions League, the Copa Libertadores, and since then they've sold more players than they've signed. So it could be one of those situations where the only way is down. But we will see if they can close that deal and bring Rafa Benitez across the Atlantic.
Just finally then Tim, Richard Rios is a man in demand. Tell us a bit about him, and could we see him in the Premier League?
Well, this again is a fabulous story. He's a Colombian player who was representing Colombia in a futsal tournament in Brazil, when one of the Brazilian clubs had a look at him and thought, let's get him on the pitch, let's see. So very late in his footballing career, then he was converted into an 11-a-side player. His name is Rios, and he dances on the pitch. A bit before your time, that reference, I fear. He's done remarkably well as a leggy, all-round midfielder. There's a bit of everything in him. He needs a bit of calming down, maybe. Plays for Palmeiras, who've won lots of stuff in Brazil recently. Has maybe been even more important for the Colombia national side, who reached the final of the Copa America last year. Now, lots of Premier League interest in him. It's been reported in Brazil that Tottenham were on the verge maybe of an offer of £15 million. Palmeiras value the player at £27 million. Subsequently, it's been reported in Brazil that United may be interested in paying £23 million for him. So there's a little bit of transfer window poker here. Palmeiras, ideally, they don't want to sell now. You know why? The Club World Cup. He's a vital part of their team there, but they're a very pragmatically run club. We saw that with the sale of Vitor Reis to Man City. If enough money is on the table, they will be persuaded to sell. So this is another one from the last few days of the transfer window. Will one of these Premier League clubs meet the Palmeiras valuation on Richard Rios, or will the club be a little bit flexible, bearing in mind that this is a player who's 25 in June and maybe won't have that many more opportunities to make a move across the Atlantic?
Tim, thank you so much. Lovely chatting to you. It's our last Wednesday of the window, so sad times, but thanks for joining us every week, and I'm sure we'll chat to you soon.
Yeah, I'll go back in mothballs now and I'll speak to you again in August.
...19-year-old Brandon Mekkeler, 32-year-old who's been with Club Brugge his whole life. Joel Ordóñez, an Ecuadorian, we think is a big talent alongside him at the age of 20, and Maxime de Caupa, their left back. Ardon Yashari and Rafael Onyedika, the Nigerian, in the midfield roles, with Hans van Aken, the experienced number 10 and captain, in front. Chemstein Talbi, 19-year-old, on the right flank. Christos Solis, Greece international, on the left flank. And Ferran Jutgla, a man from Catalonia, is leading the line from them. There's the whistle from Jose Maria Sanchez, and this game and the other 17 get underway. We'll bring you all the goals in whatever detail we have time to bring you during the course of the next hour and 3/4 and maybe more, who knows. But this is UEFA Champions League Matchday Live, focused on the City of Manchester Stadium. City champions in 2023, on the verge of going out in the light blue, the white shorts, the dark socks. Club Brugge in their change strip, playing from right to left, of dark shirts and shorts and blue socks. It's with their goalkeeper Simon Mignolet in yellow over to our right-hand side, and Brugge immediately showing that they can pass their way out with some elan, moving it between the City lines, moving it across the back. And we'll get a touch for Ordóñez, this highly rated defender at the back, and they're passing neat triangles, Kevin, to try and get forward before Kovacic gets on the ball for City for the first time.
And that's the danger, because Solis lost it there, and that's where City, when they do turn the ball over, will look to hit them very quickly in transition. That's where Club Brugge have to be really careful. Where are they losing that ball, and what is their shape when they lose it? Can they snap back into their formation in time? City will look to dominate if they can.
Here's Manuel Akanji on the ball, and for the moment, Club Brugge in their formation, back in their final third of the field. Everybody behind the ball, City passing it around them, looking for a way through. Of course, they'll be patient, Manchester City, but it would suit them to get on top early, allay any fears, try and put this game to bed early, as much as City can put games to bed these days. Here's Bernardo Silva down the right flank, back to Mateus Nunes, who is the right back at the moment for Manchester City. Now De Bruyne, deflected cross, spinning awkwardly, cleared by Brandon Mekkeler, wearing the face mask again, as he was on match day 7 at the heart of the Club Brugge defence, and he's been there for well over a decade. He's been with the club since he was a small boy. Mekkeler, he and Hans van Aken are the pillars of it, and the flick on there, and they're in behind with Solis running down the left-hand side. Is he going to go for goal? He pulls it back, and the block by Gvardiol was a terrific one. Solis has got it back again. He's inside the box. Gvardiol makes a block this time, and well, it was Manchester City's defence single-handed there, but what a big scare for Manchester City. They were left 2-on-1 against on the counter.
Mentioned City being dangerous in transition, Club Brugge dangerous there, and Solis, I think, will be annoyed with himself, because he'll feel he could have driven infield a bit more to open up the goal, maybe gone for goal himself, but he stayed in a straight line, and the only ball he had was to play it to Talbi, and by the time it came to him, he'd been charged down. But what's alarming for Pep Guardiola and Manchester City is just how easily they were circumvented. It was suddenly 2-on-1, and that is really alarming for them. They've been much more vulnerable in those situations this season than they have in any other season under Guardiola.
De Bruyne playing a good ball forward for Manchester City. Here they come. It's 0-0, 3 minutes gone. If you are just tuning in, welcome along to the madness of this final night in the league phase. 18 simultaneous matches. No news to bring you yet of any goals. Wonder when you're expecting the first one to come in. We'll let you know as and when it does. Nothing doing so far yet at Manchester City, but Club Brugge have come closest so far as Gvardiol is tested in behind again, but passes the test again. Tall, dark beard. He is such a weapon for them going forward, Josko Gvardiol. You forget sometimes what an excellent defender he is. Aha! UEFA Champions League Matchday Live. What news, Chris?
Penalty, Mike Sewell in Milan. 3 minutes in to have a penalty. Denis Zakaria bringing down Marcus Thuram. It's going to be Lautaro Martinez to take this penalty. And he drives it into the centre of the net. And Radoslav Majeka got a hand to it, but he couldn't stop the power of the shot. And Lautaro Martinez gives Inter the lead. Inter 1, Monaco 0. Moves them up to 4th in the live league table, which would guarantee, of course, a top 8 finish. And it would harm Monaco's hopes of securing an automatic spot in the last 16. The first goal of the night. There'll be many more.
Manchester City and Club Brugge still at 0-0. Very early stages, but Manchester City must win this game to stay alive in the Champions League this season. Here's Bernardo Silva trying to play a little cute diagonal into Gundogan. Across comes Mekela at the back for Brugge, clears into touch. City throw, level with the edge of the box. Here's De Bruyne by the corner flag. Gets a low ball in, should be easily defended, this one, by the Belgian champions, and it is. They play the ball up towards their number 9, Jutgla, who lays it off. Now the big diagonal over the top, and here's Chemsteen Talby, the 19-year-old. He's fast, he's on the ball, he's at the edge of the box. His deflected cross is into the gloves of Ederson. 0-0, 5 minutes gone. And we'll come to Chris for news of maybe a goal elsewhere in a moment, but we're sticking at the City of Manchester Stadium, where Club Brugge have twice, Kevin, been dangerous on the counter now.
Yeah, they have, and there's a lot of space in behind that Manchester City rearguard. We know that, they push high. Talby in particular has the pace to expose that.
So here comes City down the left-hand side with Foden. Is there going to be an opportunity for them here to get the ball into the box? Well, they have possession. Brugge are all behind the ball. It's still goalless at the City of Manchester Stadium. City needing to score. Here's Akanji on the ball. And now Mateus Nunes this side on the right. We've got news, I think, of a goal to bring you as Akanji, ponytail, moves the ball forward. Kovacic to his left, to Foden on the far wing. White boots, he attacks the fullback. His cross is blocked. It'll be a City corner over on the far side. Joaquin Seys, the 19-year-old, mop of blonde curly hair, did the defending for Club Brugge. City with the first corner of this game in the 7th minute. Pep Guardiola is a bundle of energy as usual on the City touchline, sometimes standing, sometimes sitting, slumping in his chair, fiddling with the water bottle. De Bruyne and Foden, meantime, are over the corner. Haaland being marked by Onyedika just outside the goal area. Akanji's coming from a little further in. It's an away swinging ball. It's well headed clear by Mekela for Club Brugge to near safety, but it's been picked up by Kovacic near side the right for City. He'll go back, and it looks like City are resetting. Here's De Bruyne to Nunez on this near side. Now Bernardo Silva one-on-one with the defender de Kalpa. Silva just taunting him, trying to throw him off balance, but he stayed with it. And City keep possession and move it back around the Club Brugge low block again. Gvardiol to Foden on the far side. Foden cuts infield. No great menace at the moment for Club Brugge, who seem pretty content with their shape. 0-0, 7.5 minutes have now elapsed. Here's Manuel Akanji, now to Mateus Nunes, back to Bernardo Silva on the near side. Will he elect to try and cross? He's on the edge of the penalty box. Feints, taunts, keeps the ball at his feet, darts back to his right-hand side, doesn't put the cross in. De Bruyne is there for the decoy. Back it comes to Akanji, thinks about the shot. They never do from that kind of range, though, Manchester City. Here's Foden on the far side. They're going to come back round again. Here's Gvardiol. Brugge just staying disciplined, concentrating. 0-0 the score. Here's Foden once more. Rolling the ball under his studs. Back to Gvardiol. Brugge perhaps moving a few yards further from their goal, but still hemmed in their final third. Matheus Nunes has it. Back to the halfway line now to Manuel Akanji. Let's nip to Chris.
Lots happening in the race to finish in the top 8, Mike Sewell.
Wow, we've got goals all over the place at the moment. Aston Villa have scored 2 of them, and they've both been scored by Morgan Rogers. The second one was a peach from the right-hand edge of the penalty area, looping into the top corner of the Celtic net. So Villa 2, Celtic 0. Atletico have taken the lead at Salzburg. Giuliano Simeone with a low shot to give them the lead. And Lille also in front at home to Feyenoord. Usame Sarawi with the goal there. And Bayern have also taken the lead. Thomas Muller has scored. So Bayern 1, Slovan Bratislava 0, Aston Villa 2, Celtic 0, Salzburg 0, Atletico 1, Lille 1, Feyenoord 0.
It is beginning to happen on this historic night in the Champions League. A big goal has gone in, which directly impacts Manchester City and Club Brugge. Bradley Barcola has scored for Paris away at Stuttgart. So that strengthens their spot in the last 24. It's good news for City and potentially for Club Brugge as well.
Here's Kevin De Bruyne volleying the ball into the Brugge penalty area, but it's half away and there's an offside flag up anyway, so it remains 0-0. The danger has passed. The pause here. Back to you, Chris.
So just to confirm, the top 8 at the moment, straight through to the round of 16, would be Liverpool, top, then Barcelona, then Inter, Atleti, Arsenal, Aston Villa, Milan and Lille, courtesy of that goal they scored against Feyenoord that Mike Sewell told you about. And in terms of the other end, at the moment, it would be Manchester City still going out at the moment. They would still be a point behind Stuttgart, who would be going through along with Sporting Benfica, Club Brugge and PSV.
Talby with a cross for Club Brugge as we return back to the city of Manchester Stadium and the action here, but that was taken out of the sky pretty comfortably by Edison in the Manchester City goal. Yes, the 3 teams who are outside the top 24 and trying to get in are Manchester City, Dinamo Zagreb and Shakhtar, whose chance is a small one. Those 3 teams are all drawing 0-0 at the moment, so there's no actual movement in terms of teams getting into those top 24 spaces. City have got to score and then things will start to move around. Stuttgart at the moment are the team in 24th who are the most vulnerable after that Paris goal. Here is Gundogan in the box, went down, not really appealing for anything. It was a strong challenge, a fair challenge on him by Brandon Meckler, I think. And it's Gundogan limping a little bit. It seems to be okay as he runs back to halfway. We'll get a thought from Kevin in a moment, Chris.
And just for a little bit more context on what you were saying, on a night of changing fortunes, that goal for Paris Saint-Germain, who could go out tonight, remember, live league table 16th and one of the seeded teams in the knockout stage playoffs.
Here's John Stones for Manchester City. They've won the ball back fairly well here, but Onyedika closing down John Stones well in the midfield. Gvardiol back out to the far side to Foden. They're going to be brave on the ball here. De Bruyne usually is, crosses, and behind by Ordóñez for a Manchester City corner, Kevin.
What we saw there was De Bruyne working that inside left channel, but he's popped on the right a lot.
Quick corner. De Bruyne's got it back on the edge. Shot was well blocked. Brugge reacted to that smartly. Here's Matheus Nunes. No support on this near side, so goes on his own, then decides he won't cross, he'll check back. Few frustrated shouts in the crowd, and City take their time again. Back to Manuel Akanji. They are such a patient team. Sometimes the football fans, particularly those who've been around and watched football for a long time, find that difficult when a cross might be on. Here's Gvardiol, left corner of the box, just checking back in field. Finds De Bruyne, white boots for De Bruyne as well. Over to Foden, whose boots stand out against his socks as well. Foden to the outside, doesn't cross, rolls it back towards De Bruyne, but didn't quite put enough on it. Brugge get a foot in and tow the ball into the Manchester City half. Only person there is Edison, the goalkeeper. Everybody's packed to our right-hand side, with City largely on the ball and behind it and the left, and then the Club Brugge players in their dark navy shirts to the right-hand side, defending behind the ball. Can City pick a way through Club Brugge here? Club Brugge are not used to losing. 20 matches unbeaten in all competitions. City throw the ball in this time towards Foden. Header away initially by Club Brugge, but City have got it back on the edge. Here's Foden, shoots, and he shoots hard and wide of the near post. 0-0, 13 minutes gone. Chris.
More drama elsewhere with Mike Sewell.
Atletico Madrid have moved up to 4th in the league phase table. They've taken a 2-0 lead. Antoine Griezmann has got the second from a Giuliano Simeone cross from the right. Simeone scored the opening goal for Atletico. And our first red card of the night, it may be the only one, but it's a red card for Christian Mawissa of Monaco for bringing down Marcus Thuram as he ran through, and he went down under the challenge, and the referee didn't hesitate in dismissing Mawissa. The free kick has just been tipped over the crossbar. So Inter lead by a goal to 0, but Monaco down to 10 men, and Inter at the moment heading quite comfortably for the last 8. They're 3rd in the league phase table.
Goals, cards, permutations. We'll have the lot on Matchday Live this evening as the 36 teams all play at the same time on this conclusion of the first ever league phase. And at the moment, Richard Connolly, Manchester City are still heading out of the competition.
They remain stubbornly in 25th position in the league table. The top 24 is where you have to be, as Club Brugge look to counter again. And they've swung the ball out here to Christos Zolis, the Greece international, on the left-hand side, but he thought he had a runner in front of him when he didn't quite. And the ball is rather tamely back to Ederson in the Manchester City goal. That's a couple of times now Zolis has had possibilities and hasn't quite made it happen. Still 0-0, and then here, hello again, Chris.
Mike Sewell is having all the goals in the battle to finish in the top 8.
They are flying in. Lille 1, Feyenoord 1 now. A corner which went to the back post was headed down by Gernot Trauner, and Santiago Jimenez got the final touch from just a couple of metres out to equalise. Of course, those two started on the same number of points. Their records are almost identical. They're now on 14 points. They're still just outside the top 8. Lille 1, Feyenoord 1.
Here are Manchester City on the attack. Nice pass from Bernardo Silva. Nunez into the near post. Might come back to Bernardo here. He's going away from goal. De Bruyne isn't. He's setting up a shot. Oh, he didn't get enough height on the cross towards Haaland. Such an obvious target. Here's Gundogan, though, in behind. And he scored! Oh, the offside flag's gone up. Gundogan put the ball into the far corner of the net, and instantly the flag came up. I did wonder at the time the pass was played if there was a defender retreating on the far side, and maybe this is closer than everybody thinks. Here's the replay. And Gundogan is offside by about half a metre. So our Spanish team, Kevin, I think have got that one spot on.
They did, and the other people who got it spot on with the Brugge defensive line, because they pushed out together really, really well there. Brugge have got a real problem down their left-hand side because De Kuyper needs help. Because what's happening is De Bruyne is moving out on the right-hand side and creating an overload with Bernardo Silva. Sometimes they've got Nunez making that run down the right too. So De Kuyper sometimes has got 2, maybe 3. Mekela's coming across to try and help, but they need to firefight on that side a bit more.
That's the small picture of the Manchester City right. It's 0-0. The big picture from Chris.
Benfica have just taken the lead away at Juventus, which is excellent news for Benfica, who are hoping to book their spot in the last 24. Juve have already confirmed it, but this would be an excellent victory for Benfica. It moves them up to 16th in the live league table. And in terms of those around Manchester City, well, Shakhtar, who must win tonight to have any chance, have just fallen behind at Borussia Dortmund. It's enough at the moment to move Dortmund up to 9th, and it would end Shakhtar's hopes once and for all of finishing in the top 24. More news elsewhere from Mike Sewell.
Inter are powering their way into the top 8 here, or staying in the top 8. Lautaro Martinez has got his second goal of the night. Cross from the left was punched out to the edge of the area. Nicolo Barella then squared it for Martinez, who guided it into the bottom corner. And remember, Inter, who lead 2-0, are playing against 10-man Monaco. Christian Mawissa sent off for a foul on Marcus Thuram.
Thanks, Mike. Mike Sewell is taking charge of the top 8 scenario tonight. Who's in, who's out? We're looking at the top 24, who's going to continue in Europe, who's going to keep their chances alive, who might fall out of the knockout playoff round places. Man City and Club Brugge here are right in the thick of that particular story, and it's 0-0 at the City of Manchester Stadium. City are outside it at the moment, still 25th. They have to win this game. 0-0's not good enough for them. It's plenty good enough for Club Brugge, who are largely on the defensive at the moment, playing on the counter as Nunez comes forward for Manchester City but can't find Gundogan with a little slide rule pass down the inside right channel. Mekela in the mask was across there to get a foot in and put it out for a throw-in on the near side. City, as Kevin Hatchard, our European football expert, was saying a short time ago, notably focusing their attacks down their right-hand side, the near side of the field as we look, giving Maxime de Cuyper, the young left-back, and co some problems for Club Brugge. Equally, when they've got out Club Brugge, they've looked more than mildly threatening when they've got over the halfway line. That hasn't been very often so far. We've played 19 minutes and it's 0-0. So that's the picture here in this Man City Brugge match, which remains goalless. Lots happening though with 18 matches underway simultaneously, Chris.
Yeah, City, one of 2 very big clubs in danger of going out tonight. The other were Paris Saint-Germain. They're now 2-0 up away at Stuttgart. Ousmane Dembélé.
City have won the ball and Haaland knocks the ball back across goal, and Club Brugge get away with one there. They gave it away on the edge of their own penalty area for the first time tonight, but they escape.
And there's been another goal. Dinamo Zagreb are leading Milan. And they, with that goal, have currently jumped above Stuttgart into the top 24. What an achievement that would be. So Manchester City are down to 26th now in the live league table.
City on the front foot though, know that one goal and a victory would take them through whatever happens. Foden's cross to the back post is over Haaland. Haaland thought somebody was behind him in sky blue. There was nobody there, so he got it himself. Nunez keeps possession across the field to Akanji. Everybody for Club Brugge in the dark shirts behind the ball here. 0-0. City with a vast majority of possession, but no shot to test the goalkeeper yet. Simon Mignolet, familiar name in the Club Brugge goal tonight, all in yellow, waits away to our right-hand side. Here's De Bruyne, is going to test him now. Shot hit Haaland, I think, and spun away across to the far side. City get it back, still inside the Club Brugge half, and they will go again. But as Chris says, yes, they have dropped a place. At the moment, the 3 teams just outside the top 24 are Stuttgart losing to Paris in 25th, City drawing 0-0, and then Shakhtar in 27th. And Shakhtar were in need of a miracle before the night started, and it now looks even worse than that for them. Still 0-0 here. More news, Chris.
Yeah, and just to add another club into the mix, Sporting now trail, already eliminated Bologna by 1-0. They're down to 24th. It is all changing in and around the bottom of the top 24.
Here is Kevin De Bruyne getting to the byline, crossing well, but over the head of Haaland. Will it come to Bernardo Silva? He can't bring it down, and Club Brugge might counter-attack here. Yashari with a dynamic run, but well watched by Mateo Kovacic, who stopped the counter-attack there. He plugged the hole in the City midfield.
Kovacic's role is going to be really important tonight because there are going to be transitional moments like that. Club Brugge will look to break. He's going to have to cover a lot of ground as City take more and more risks. But when Brugge have it wide, they have to do better, have to be more clinical.
Here comes City down that right-hand side again, the near side. Bernardo Silva, Mateus Nunez gave it to him, made the run forward, didn't get it back. Foden tried to play it through, it almost ran for Gundogan, who's one of those players who is always sniping around the centre of the field, trying to pick up on little bits. He's got such a good nose for a chance, but he couldn't quite get onto that, so it remains 0-0. Man City remain outside the qualification places. If you're keeping a note, then, as Chris says, Sporting are now the team in the hot seat, 24th place. If things change, Sporting will be the team that fall next. Dinamo Zagreb, leading against Milan, are the team to have caused that problem. They're the team so far tonight who is leaping from out to in. City remain on the outside and are going out still as things stand. And if you had £1 tonight for every time one of us says, as things stand, you'll be a very rich listener by the end of the evening. Quarter of the way through then, 0-0. City have won it back well. Here's De Bruyne, square to Bernardo Silva, who goes for goal and puts it wide. And City think there's a deflection on there. And they are, I think, going to get the corner kick, Kevin.
Yeah, Talby's apologising because he tried to play it up the touchline, gave it away really cheaply, and City very quickly turned that into an attack. Bernardo Silva caught it well. Actually, might have caught Haaland on the way through, maybe a flicked a Brugge player as well, but they've actually, I think, reversed it. And it just was Haaland who had the final contact on it. But that's what Brugge mustn't do. Mustn't give the ball away cheaply in those kind of areas, because City have the quality to punish them.
Well, we've mentioned they're more youthful. They've got 6 players, Brugge 23 or under. City have 6 who are 30 or over. And the young 19-year-old right-back, Joaquin Seys, had gone rushing off down the touchline to try and get on the end of that pass. And his was a hole. But anyway, here comes City again. Haaland on for De Bruyne, who lashes it over the near corner of post and bar. But it's just starting to develop for Manchester City. They are starting to win the ball high up the field. They are starting to punch holes in the Brugge defence.
Yeah, and what happens there, Rich, is that it's a really ragged line. Mekela doesn't come out with the rest of them. And because he doesn't, he plays De Bruyne onside. All he can do is hit it first time on his left foot, and he just cuts across it and puts it wide of the target. He's got no other option. He can't really come inside on his right foot. All he can do is hit that first time.
I'm trying to think what the best chance City have created so far is. Was that it? I mean, they've not been 25 minutes in. There's not been anything, you know, wonderful. There's not been anything glaring from a City point of view.
I think actually Haaland's moment when he has it at the far post and he heads it back down to try and find a teammate, I think if he'd realised the angle where he was, maybe he would have tried to power it towards goal, but I think he felt heading it back across goal was the way to go. But they are starting to prise open some gaps, and Club Brugge are trying to be disciplined and keep their shape, but it's not an easy thing to do against a team of this quality and this control.
City playing these triangles. John Stones has moved into a sort of second line alongside Kovacic in the midfield in this particular attack. It's swung out by Akanji to the far side though, and Foden, and now the bearded Gvardiol, and then back to Akanji, forward to Kovacic, and then along the stripes of grass to this near side to Mateus Nunes. What have City got up their sleeves this time? Still 0-0. They're still going out. They have to score, City, tonight. Brugge, as things stand, are safe. Here's John Stones on the ball. All the men in the dark shirts of Brugge behind it. Stones sets off on a run forward, having passed it off to De Bruyne. Doesn't get it back. Here's Akanji now. And now Mateus Nunes. He hasn't got the manpower on this near side this time. De Bruyne's gone over to the far side to try and seek an overlap there this time. Everybody back behind it for Brugge, including the number 9, Jutgla, who's the nearest man to the ball at the moment. Here's Akanji. Square ball again. City are just looking for openings, looking for a little crack of a window that might be forced open. De Bruyne, the chief burglar in that scenario, is looking around, finds Stones this time. Stones not going anywhere, horizontal at the moment, then makes a vertical run, gets on the ball, left side of the penalty area, forced away by Talby to the touchline, goes back again. Foden infield to Gvardiol. Here we go once more. Where's the gap? Where's the chink of light? Kovacic through to Haaland. This might be it. Haaland on the left foot, can't get the shot away. Here's Foden round the back, dicks it across, out comes Mignolet. First bit of handling, I think, for Mignolet tonight. 27 minutes now gone, 0-0. City still on the outside.
Yeah, we've not had any more goals, Richard, but just to keep you updated with the big movers of the night. Currently, Aston Villa and Borussia Dortmund have leapt into the top 8 as things stand, and will be going straight through to the round of 16. Dortmund up from 14th to 8th with their 1 goal against Shakhtar. As Richard's been mentioning, Manchester City still outside of the top 24. The big winner at the moment is Dinamo Zagreb, who have leapt above Sporting and into 23rd, so they would be qualifying. And Paris Saint-Germain, who could go out tonight, but because of their 2-0 lead at the moment away at Stuttgart, they are up to 16th in the table. Extraordinary stuff. You're listening to UEFA Champions League Matchday Live for all of the current scores and indeed the live league table, head to UEFA.com or the Champions League app. We'll have the goals as they go in from across Europe. After 28 minutes, though, still goalless at the City of Manchester Stadium. Richard Connolly.
Here's Josko Gvardiol on the ball for Manchester City. The score remains the same, 0-0. The picture remains the same. City have got the ball inside the Brugge half. Club Brugge's defence all back behind the ball. City trying to find the way through. They've got over an hour of football to do that. You'd bank on them at some point breaking through, or would you? City certainly of late have looked more fluent offensively speaking. Here's Foden over on the far side for Manchester City. No immediate way through. Back to Kovacic. Now Gundogan. You never quite know if they are going to play a key pass. That's the thing with Manchester City. Here's Matheus Nunes. A little bit of space for him. So he curls the cross. It was towards Haaland, but it's drifted for Foden. He controls it on the shoulder and then brings it back away from goal to Gvardiol. Foden a little reluctant to take on his man initially. So it goes back a couple of passes. Just when you think they are going to create an opening, it doesn't quite happen. Still goalless in Manchester. Here's Kovacic again. Now Matheus Nunes wide to this near side for the little figure of Bernardo Silva. Drops the shoulder, plays it back to Matheus Nunes. De Bruyne is with the Portuguese on this near side, looking to try and create the overlap, but Nunes gets it to the corner of the box, stands on it, then goes again, and Nunes, I think, pulled the defender over. He wasn't going to get goal side. It remains 0-0 after half an hour. So here's Chris with more news.
A couple of games which were 0-0 are not anymore. Cody Gakpo, on his return to Eindhoven, has scored a penalty against PSV. Didn't celebrate it, understandably. That would mean Liverpool guaranteed to finish first and be the first ever league winners and make it 8 wins from 8. And how about this for a scoreline? Gerona are already out, but they lead Arsenal by 1-0. Arsenal still in the top 8 despite that defeat. We haven't heard from Mike Sewell for a while after all the early goals. What's happening with you?
Well, no more goals to tell you about, but 1 or 2 notable chances. Firstly, Leverkusen against Sparta Praha. Leverkusen initially were given a penalty after a high ball into the penalty area, looked to have hit the arm of Jaroslav Zeleny, but when it was checked, it actually struck the top of his head at very close range. So the penalty was not in the end given. And then in the Aston Villa game, where they're leading Celtic by 2-0, they've also hit the post. So 2-0 in that game.
Here come Manchester City with De Bruyne trying to get the ball into the penalty area. It looked a good crossing position, but he didn't make it count. Here's Bernardo now by the corner flag for the home side. Still 0-0 in the 31st minute. Manchester City, champions of 2023, heading out still. Nothing has changed for them yet. Club Brugge, the Belgian champions last year, heading through to the knockout phase and playing their part in causing the major story, causing the major upset of this league phase. If things end as the table looks now. Akanji on the ball, centre of the field, tiptoeing forward. Spins the ball out to Foden on the far side. Gundogan making a forward run in the centre if the cross comes in, which it doesn't from Foden. He checks at the byline, goes back, then Gvardiol passes without looking and gives it to Club Brugge, but there's no obvious out ball for them, so they go back to Mignolet, who's under pressure from Haaland. Finds the pass to Seyss over on the far side, the right back. He goes long. Akanji wins the header. De Bruyne can't keep it in. Throw in for Brugge in their own half. 0-0, Chris.
Mike Sewell does have a goal.
2 goals, in fact, Chris. Firstly, I mentioned a moment ago that Leverkusen thought they had a penalty. They've now scored through Florian Wirtz. It means they're into the top 8. They're actually up to 6th in the league phase table. And a big goal in France. Real Madrid have taken the lead away to Brest. Rodrigo with an excellent solo goal, jinking his way into the penalty area and sending a low shot into the bottom of the Brest net. It means that Real are now up to 11th. And a level on points with Atalanta, who are currently 8th. But then there are 5 teams on 15 points. Brest 0, Real Madrid 1.
If all the 36-team league table is not clear in your mind wherever you're listening to UEFA Champions League Matchday Live, don't worry, you're not alone. We're looking at screens frantically here, trying to give you the bits of information that count. At the moment, Manchester City 0, Club Brugge 0 is about the most important piece of information, I think, out there. But we'll run you through the key ins and outs of the league phase again before long, to make sure you are fully briefed. In terms of tactically what's going on in front of us here, Kev, what have you seen?
So what City are doing is they're lining up in that classic Guardiola 3-2-5 build-up, and they're pushing John Stones into midfield to try and create overloads. So he's in the second line with Kovacic, and just trying to rotate that just to prize open some gaps in this Brugge team. I have to say, Brugge are working so hard without the ball.
They've worked so hard for 33 minutes. Can they keep it up for 90 plus? Foden on the dribble, can't get through. Foot in by Seys Van Aken, the captain. Yellow armband on that upper left arm is in there helping out, but Brugge can't escape down that far side, and City have got it back again. Don't know the possession stats off the top of my head, but it must be around 70. Foden in down the left-hand side, low ball across. Anticipated by Mekela, the centre-back. Better than Haaland saw that coming. Haaland stayed at the far post, and this time Brugge have got out. Moving the ball down the left-hand side with De Cuyper, and now with Christos Zolis, who is going to wait, get his foot on the ball, and give his team a bit of a breather here. Let's try and slow things down. We haven't had much of the possession here. Let's try and slow it and take some sting out of this game.
Super sensible. It's exactly what they've got to do when they have those moments where they can keep possession. And we know they can play. We know that they can play through a press. We know that they can play under pressure. That's what they have to do. I mean, you look at Mignolet, Mekela and Van Aken. They've got over 1,200 Club Brugge appearances between them. There's a lot of experience in this team to go alongside the youngsters.
Yeah, theirs is the archetypal blend of youth and experience. Mekela back to Mignolet, two of those old guard for Brugge. And now one of the new ones, Joel Ordóñez, the Ecuadorian defender, picked out Jutka, the number 9, with a good long pass up the right-hand side. Jutka couldn't quite bring it in with his second touch. To remind you, in the big picture so far, in terms of the league table as it stood at the start of the day, Dinamo Zagreb, winning against Milan, have jumped into the top 24, and Stuttgart, who are well behind against Paris, are falling out. Man City remain on the outside, but maybe not for long. Here's Foden down the left-hand side. Ordóñez got in with the challenge, and it just put Foden off. I think Foden thought he might be fouled, so he kept the ball, and then the ball rolled over the goal line. Goal kick Brugge 0-0. Chris.
Paris have a third away at Stuttgart. Ousmane Dembélé with a wonderful right-footed finish from the angle. 3-0 up, a high-pressured night for them. They are currently flying into the top 24. And Johan Bakayoko has equalised for PSV Eindhoven at home to Liverpool, so it might not be 8 wins from 8. Liverpool are still top, but PSV with an important goal from their perspective. It is all happening, and it will continue to do so this evening. City almost through.
Superb interception at the back there by Brandon Mekela for Club Brugge. Stopped City and has got Club Brugge moving forward. Here's Maxime De Cuyper. That's a good ball to the edge, and Zolis' shot is blocked by Akanji. That was a key block. We were behind that, and it looked like it was going in. It's gone back to Talbi over on the right-hand side. Brugge on the attack here. This is the nightmare for City, and they're not closing down. And the shot from Onyedika was sliced all the way across goal and out for a Manchester City goal kick. But did you have the sense that this was going into this shot from Zolis, Kev?
Well, this is what he loves to do. He loves that inside left channel, and he strikes it so well, but he strikes it straight. What we often see with him is him fade it and try and get a bit of curl on it just inside that far post, but just absolutely smacked it, and Akanji was able to make a very important block. But again, they were able to get some men forward, get forward in numbers, just to press City back a bit. City have dominated possession, but there is always that gap at the other end in transition.
As it stands, there's that phrase again. Manchester City 0, Club Brugge 0, City out, Brugge through. Chris.
Mike Sewell with another couple of goals.
Firstly, at Villa Park, Aston Villa 2, Celtic 1. Adam Eder with the goal. The ball came in from the left, and it popped up off a stretching John McGinn into the path of Eder, who volleyed it into the Aston Villa net. So Celtic have pulled a goal back just before half-time in that game. And Zappacosta has given Atalanta the lead away at Barcelona. And of course, Atalanta wanting to try and stay in the top 8. That takes them up to 5th, although at the moment the goal is being checked between the video assistant referee and Michael Oliver, who's the referee at that game in Barcelona. No confirmation as to whether the goal will stand as yet.
So I can jump in here at Manchester City if you'd like. Mike Saul is keeping us up to date on who's in and out of the top 8 this evening. At Manchester City, we are focusing on who's making the top 24 and who is exiting the competition altogether. While you were away, Ederson coming flying out of his goal, heading the ball away straight to an opponent. For a second, it looked like we might get a goal for Brugge from the halfway line, but the shot didn't really have any power, and most fans inside the stadium were pretty relieved at that. 0-0. Brugge have had chances on the counter-attack, maybe at least as many as City have had, with all their pressure and possession and territory. Here's Bernardo Silva again down this right-hand side. He's not got much support, so he cuts back onto his left foot, swings the ball to the back post over the head of Haaland, out for a goal kick. I'm looking at Chris, thinking maybe you've got something to add at this point. You usually have tonight, Chris, so what of it?
Just wondering, Mike, did it stand or didn't it?
It didn't, no. Zappacosta was just offside, so the semi-automatic offside came into effect, so it remains Barcelona 0, Atalanta 0. But get this, Aston Villa 2, Celtic 2. That's 2 goals in just a few minutes, both of them scored by Adam Eder. The first one was a volley from close range, although possibly offside, although the same player came into an onside position. Eder finished it 2-2.
Club Brugge on the counter-attack here. City stretched down the left-hand side again. That's the Brugge left with Solis and De Kalpa trying to combine. This time they've got a throw-in 10 metres or so from the corner flag. But Nicky Hyen, the Club Brugge coach, is looking ever more confident of what his side can do. At the moment, they've got the ball by the halfway line. Quick update, Chris?
Jorginho has just equalised for Arsenal from the spot away at already eliminated Gerona. And Liverpool are 2-1 up away at PSV Eindhoven as they chase league phase perfection tonight. So I think it's Harvey Elliott who's got the goal.
Pretty much all change for Liverpool this evening, given that they were guaranteed a spot in the top 2. But here come Club Brugge in Manchester, and this is Talby making ground down the right-hand side. He's got options. Oh, and his pass hit the heels of Van Aken. The pass was heading for Zolis, who was in a great position. But here's Yashari from shooting chance, and his low ball is saved by Ederson. But the home fans are starting to get nervous in the city of Manchester Stadium. Their team 0-0 going out the way things are at the moment, and frankly looking like they're a little bit vulnerable to Club Brugge. 0-0, Chris.
You can understand why. Dinamo, as we mentioned, are the big movers at the moment into the top 24. They lead Milan 1-0. Milan have just had a player sent off, Yunus Musa off. So Milan down to 10, and the Croatian champions having a very good first half. Quickly to Mike Sewell.
And that Adam Eder's second goal will stand. It's Villa 2, Celtic 2, so that keeps Celtic in that long shot for a top 8 finish. But it's Lille 2, Feyenoord 1 now, and Lille are now in the top 8. They've moved up to 7th. Gernot Trauner with an own goal, having set up the Feyenoord equaliser. So Lille 2, Feyenoord 1, Lille up to 7th as it stands.
Still Manchester City 0, Club Brugge 0 here on UEFA Champions League Matchday Live. Trying to focus on this City match, but so much is going on. We're picking out the key moments, the key lines for you to drop you in to the main thread of this game. At the moment, it remains that Manchester City are going out. As things are, they are 26th now in the league phase table. Stuttgart have dropped out. Dinamo Zagreb are in to the top 24, as Chris was saying a short time ago. 3 minutes to half-time, that's all. Here's Akanji on the ball, playing it out to the far side to Foden. Foden's got De Bruyne for company now. De Bruyne floating, moving over to one side or the other, always looking for these situations where they can work an overload, as Kevin was saying earlier in the game. Nothing doing that time, so back they go. Short time ago, De Bruyne actually slipped while City had the ball, and again, Club Brugge threatened to counter, and it's always there, isn't it? That threat's very much in the back of City minds at the moment.
I think if Brugge can sharpen up their decision-making, I think they'll have opportunities. Talbi is causing Gvardiol all kinds of problems on the City left. He has got the beating of him pace-wise, but just that final pass is missing, that final idea at the moment. But they are having these moments on the counter-attack.
Here's Foden on the ball for Manchester City. Gvardiol, of course, who's such a key player for them in an attacking sense. I think it's 9 Premier League goals in the last 12 months that he's scored. He's a regular man in the big games for them in an attacking sense, but he's got to keep an eye on his back shoulder tonight as well. Here is Bernardo Silva as City move the ball to this near side there, right. 2 minutes to half-time now. 0-0. And pretty nervous for Manchester City. Back to Ederson it goes. City resetting. Back to you, Chris.
Another English club are leading. Ethan Nwaneri has just put Arsenal 2-1 up against Gerona. They trailed 1-0, but 2 quick-fire goals for Arsenal, who are definitely rubber-stamping their top 8 finish as things stand.
There's that phrase again. Nil.
We need to think of another one. Currently.
I'm trying to
at the moment
throw in little variations where possible.
After Richard told everyone he'd give everyone lots of money if we kept on saying that phrase.
Akanji on the ball, 0-0 for Manchester City. They got it on the halfway line. Chemsteen Talbi, we've referenced the quick flyer for Club Brugge on the counter-attack, the 19-year-old. He's come into the side really over the last month. They sold Andreas Skålsson. You might remember that name from the first part of this Champions League league phase. He went to Wolfsburg for around 14 million or so 10 days ago. So Talbi has taken his place in the Brugge team. Here's Kovacic stepping into some space, finds Gundogan, little turn from him, but well watched by Mekele. Hard challenge. Mekele left holding his foot, but Brugge countering. And here is Jutla down the near side. He's beaten Nunez. All ends up. Into the box goes Jutla. Can he find the pass? He can! And Brugge have scored! Rafael Onyedika with a marvellous counter-attacking goal, and Manchester City are in serious trouble now. The Belgians ecstatic, a wonderful goal. It's Manchester City 0, Club Brugge 1.
It's an outstanding goal because Jutla starts it with his skill. He gets away from Mateus Nunes, but he still has so much to do. City lose it. Mekele with that brilliant block on the edge of the Brugge area, and then they're gone. And they've got space suddenly. And Jutla opens it up. He gets away from Mateus Nunes, who dives into the challenge. But then he's got a lot to do. And he doesn't try and find solace. He sees Onyedika at the back of the box. And it's a perfect way to pass. And all Onyedika has to do is run onto it, open up his instep. But it's still a super finish. He connects with it really well. Ederson gets a hand to it. Not enough. And that's the kind of goal that has been coming. We said if Brugge sharpened up their decision-making, they could score. They've just proven that point.
Well, Club Brugge last lost a match back on match day 3 when Milan beat them 3-1 at Stadio San Siro. And Rafael Onyedika got sent off that day. He's writing a different sort of headline today. They lead 1-0. We're into a minute of added on time first half, Chris.
So City in big trouble. Shakhtar were one of those who were also hoping to jump into the top 24. They're now 2-0 down away at Dortmund. Girassi with another, which will all but end their hopes. And I can tell you that PSV have equalised against Liverpool 2-2 in that one.
Half-time at the Manchester City Stadium, and City are behind. They are behind in the big picture. They are behind in the match as well. They have everything to do in this second half. That goal from Onyedika in the 45th minute on the counter-attack has Club Brugge ahead, and they are sailing into the knockout phase as things are at the moment. Manchester City need to win this game. In the second half, they will need to score at least twice to keep their Champions League hopes alive.
Remarkable stuff. We knew the end of the first league phase was going to be good, and it has not disappointed. To Mike Sewell, who is concentrating tonight on things at the other end of the table to finish in the top 8 and go straight into the round of 16.
Well, Atletico de Madrid know that a win will guarantee them a top 8 finish, and just as they go off at half-time, they've extended their lead. Antoine Griezmann with his second goal of the night. Samuel Lino with the pass. Griezmann onside around the edge of the penalty area, and he guided the ball in. So Atletico lead by 3-0 away to Salzburg, who are already eliminated. Atleti 5th in the league phase table, and assuming there's no change to the outcome of the game and that they win it, they will finish in the top 8.
We mustn't assume tonight. Mike Sewell with 18 matches kicking off at the same time. So the half times are beginning to go. Arsenal lead Gerona by 2-1. It is Aston Villa 2, Celtic 2, Lille 2, Feyenoord 1. As you just heard, Atleti 3-0 up at Salzburg. Dinamo Zagreb lead 10-man Milan 1-0. Benfica 1-0 up at Juventus. Leverkusen 1-0 up at Sparta Praha. Barcelona and Atalanta are at 0-0. Dortmund are 2-0 up against Shakhtar. Inter are 2-0 up at 10-man Monaco. Bayern leads Slovan Bratislava 1-0. It is Paris 3, Stuttgart 0. Sturm Graz 1, Leipzig 0. Our commentary game, Manchester City 0, Club Brugge 1. Young Boys and ZVEZDA are drawing 0-0. Liverpool are 2-2 away at PSV, and Bologna 1-0 up at Sporting. The final fixture to tell you about is in Guingamp in Brittany, where Mike Sewell, Real Madrid are currently leading.
Up away at Brest. We're into the final minute of the first 45. This game kicked off 4 or 5 minutes after the other matches due to the fact that flares caused an immense amount of fog and mist on the pitch, so they had to wait for that to disappear before they could actually start the game. And Real Madrid's goal has come from Rodrigo just shy of the half-hour mark. A run in from the left, really good play by the number 11, and he finished to give Real Madrid that lead. And at the moment, Real Madrid are attacking away to the right, and they have possession inside the Brest half. Down the right side now with Lucas Vázquez, who cuts it back to the edge of the area. Bellingham into the D, it strikes the referee and goes away from danger. Real Madrid leading by 1-0 as we approach the end of the first half. The referee tried to get out of the way, but it's going to be a drop ball just outside the D of the Brest penalty area. Real Madrid playing in all white, their traditional all white this evening, as Jude Bellingham plays it back to Luka Modric, midway inside the Brest half, now moved out to the left side, almost in line with the edge of the penalty area. 2 minutes of added time to come. We're into the first of those, as the ball is played long to the right side, sent back in first time by Diaz. And now Brest from the left-back position on this near side can play it forward, but not very convincingly. Vázquez wins it back for Real Madrid and then plays it infield towards Rudiger. Just over a minute left of added time. Real Madrid, as it stands, are in 11th place. They're only outside the top 8 on goal difference, but they are one of several clubs on 15 points. It is incredibly tight, and it will be in the second half of these games. This first half is about to end as Brest have possession outside their own penalty area and are forced all the way back to Marco Bizot, their goalkeeper. And then Real Madrid just back off for the time being. We approach half-time.
There's been a very late goal in Eindhoven. What a first half. PSV are now 3-2 up against Liverpool. An astonishing first half with 5 goals. They've been behind a couple of times, but PSV now lead by 3-2, and that makes things just a little interesting in terms of who might finish top if Barcelona could score against Atalanta and Liverpool were to lose. Barcelona might pip Liverpool to top spot. There is a VAR check in Eindhoven. I'll tell you if it's a goal or not next time you come back to me. But Mike Sewell, still the closing stages in Guingamp.
Closing seconds of this first half. We've almost had the 2 minutes of added time as Real Madrid just passed the ball out about around the halfway line, and eventually the whistle of referee Espen Eskas has gone, and it is at half-time. Brest 0, Real Madrid 1. Rodrigo with the goal. A really good individual goal coming in from the left after 27 minutes. And what it means that Real Madrid are now 11th in the league phase table. They are level on points with Milan, who are just below them on goal difference, Bayern, who are just above them, and then it's Dortmund and Atalanta, who are in 8th place. That's incredibly tight. Atalanta 8th on the same number of points as Borussia Dortmund, Bayern München, Real Madrid and Milan. What a lineup that is. Half-time, Brest 0, Real Madrid 1.
Yeah, extraordinary, Mike Sewell. We will be back with you shortly to sum up some of the other games that you've been keeping us abreast of in the opening 45 minutes. The VAR check in that game in Eindhoven, just waiting for the official confirmation as to whether the goal stands or not for PSV Eindhoven. It was a fairly lengthy check. Cody Gakpo having given Liverpool the lead. The goal stands, an own goal from Andy Robertson, so PSV lead Liverpool 3-2, and that is half-time. all the games kicked off at the same time. But now, some are still at half-time, some are in the 50th minute. So we're not going to know absolutely everything until the final kick of the final game in this league phase. Some clubs are going to be sitting around, probably on the pitch, still having to wait to find out exactly where they've finished, whether they're through, maybe even whether they're out.
There's Haaland for Manchester City, ball wide to this near side for De Bruyne. He's going to get there, keeps it in with the outside of his right boot, tries the reverse pass to Savinho, who was underlapping, didn't get it through. So here's De Bruyne again from the resulting throw-in. Infield to Kovacic, number 8 on his back, the dark blue against the light blue of the City shirt. Square ball from Kovacic to Manuel Akanji, stepping up a line. Now here is Savinho again, the half-time substitute, the young Brazilian. Little stop and go, can't quite get past the 19-year-old defender, Joaquin Sage, who's going to be tested in this second period. They're trying to single him out for treatment against Savinho. His Stones, central area. Now Foden sees their space to move forward. In by Mateus Nunes, didn't really get hold of the cross, out by Mekela. City throw by the corner flag.
Talked about fullbacks getting help, but they're doing a really good job, City, at the moment, of sending the fullbacks to underlap. That means it has to be one-on-one out wide because the winger can't come out to help. It has to be one-on-one. So just pinning them back and making it difficult for them.
City on the ball then. Club Brugge in their shape behind it. City passing around them largely at the moment. Akanji trying to poke a way through. Comes wide to the near side to Savinho. Holds it with his left foot. Passes infield. Intercepted by the goal scorer Onyedika. He's got an out ball. He finds Zolis, who promptly falls over. And Man City have got the ball back. Here's Foden. Foden to his right to Bernardo Silva. Little check infield. Smart ball to the centre for Kovacic. Now De Bruyne. He's looking for Haaland at the back post, out by Mekela, picked up by Kovacic, and then Mekela got a hold of the shot and got it away. He didn't really get hold of it, Kovacic. But City have got it back. Here's Bernardo, can't find the pass through. Now he's found Foden, and he's missed the top corner with that trusty left boot of his. It's a decent chance that, but it remains City 0, Club Brugge 1.
There's been a very big goal right at the top of the league phase table, Mike Sewell.
This goal will have huge implications. Barcelona 1, Atalanta 0. It means that Barcelona have gone top of the league phase table. Lamine Yamal with the goal, but more importantly, down around the 8th place position, it's dropped Atalanta from 8th to 12th, and Borussia Dortmund have now gone into 8th place. Remember, Milan, Real Madrid, Bayern and Dortmund all have 15 points.
Kovacic has scored for Manchester City! Mateo Kovacic drove right through the heart of the Club Brugge defence, and a low shot beat Mignolet to his right-hand side. 7 minutes into the second half, and Manchester City still believe it is City 1, Club Brugge 1.
It's one of the very few occasions where City have been able to just break through the heart of that Brugge defence. Onyedika gets dragged away by De Bruyne, and he can't get back to him, and Ordóñez doesn't come out in time. It's a great run by Kovacic, but he's actually just able to storm through that gap that De Bruyne makes for him, and then it takes a slight flick off Ordóñez on its way through. But Kovacic deserves massive credit for just driving at Club Brugge. They haven't done that enough, but De Bruyne deserves credit for that movement that just opened up the gap for his teammate, and then it's a fine finish. It's a great goal.
Right, it's a big goal. It's changed, well, not very much just yet. It gives City the chance. It could be the launch pad for something special. That's what Pep Guardiola, clapping his hands on the touchline, is hoping. But it's only half the job. City must win that game. The point is not enough. At the moment, they remain in the live league table in 26th position. That is outside. That's no good. If they get another one now, though, Sporting will drop out of the top 24. Sporting losing by 1-0 at home to Bologna at the moment. They are in the danger position. Here's Solis at the other end for Club Brugge. He might have been offside, but he's playing on for now. He tees up Van Aken, who can't quite get the ball past Edison. That was a big chance while the flag stayed down. We would have gone to VAR, of course, if the ball had got in the net. Guardiola is flagging like crazy on the near side, saying, where's the assistant referee? But we know what's got to happen. The assistant's got to wait until the action's over. Guardiola's got a yellow card for his protests. It's 1-1, Chris, at the moment at the City of Manchester Stadium.
What a night. I've just seen one replay. That was incredibly tight. Marlon has scored for Shakhtar away at Borussia Dortmund. Still 2-1 for Dortmund. Shakhtar need to win and win well to go through. And Dinamo Zagreb have just gone 2-0 up by the looks of things. They're going to check the goal. 2-0 up at home to 10-man Milan.
So, back to Manchester. It's Manchester City 1, Club Brugge 1. Brugge with the opening goal just before half-time. City with the equaliser just after it. City have to win, though, here tonight. A draw's not good enough. And here's Solis, who fires the shot in, and he almost got to the rebound there. Ederson with the save. There was real fire behind the strike from Christos Solis, and Ederson did well to keep it out.
Just to quickly mention, the goal's been disallowed. Dinamo is still only 1-0 up against Milan. That's a scoreline that affects City and could affect Club Brugge.
Dinamo Zagreb are the team who are mixing things up in that top 24 tonight. They are the team who have pushed from outside the top 24 to in those playoffs in a few weeks' time. Dinamo Zagreb are the team that have, at the moment, knocked Stuttgart out. Stuttgart well behind against Paris this evening. Well, here we are. Manchester City trying to get on the ball, and inside their own half they do. For the rare occasion, Brugge have got a few players caught beyond the ball, but they get back well. There's a foot in by Talby on this near side, which is applauded by Nicky Hyen, their coach down below us, and it remains 1-1. Club Brugge, with a score at 1-1, have dipped in the league table. I mentioned earlier they were 15th in the live table. They're now 22nd, but the draw is good enough. 12 points is the magic number. If you've got that, you're definitely through, and Brugge are currently 12 on that live table. If City score, then Brugge would be in danger. Sporting are only a goal behind against Bologna. That could turn around. So there's lots of jeopardy here. There's lots of stake here at the City of Manchester Stadium. City on the attack, 1-1. They need a second goal. Foden thinks about the shot from long range, then checks again. Guardiola is up with the attackers here at the far post, looking for a header as Foden gets it back on the edge from Matheus Nunes. Now Kovacic, the City goal scorer. High ball up towards Haaland, who brings it down, and then the challenge from Mekela. Is that going to be a City corner? It will be, Kevin.
Yeah, they've stepped up the intensity, but at the other end, I actually think Solis was onside with that previous incident, and he shows great composure, and it's a brilliant save from Ederson because he reads the danger, spreads himself right at Van Aken's feet. Really important save because I think it was onside.
Okay, City corner, which De Bruyne and Foden between them are going to take. Could be Foden's left foot with the in-swinger from that far side, the City right. Could be the away swinger from De Bruyne. It is. And Guardiola was the target. I think he might have headed Mekela there rather than the ball. It's been cleared. Here's Bernardo Silva's ball in. Header out by Van Aken this time. Kovacic onto the loose ball with intent. And Van Aken a little bit discombobulated, but it's hacked away by Onyedika helping out back there for Club Brugge. Now Savinho collects on the left-hand side. Bernardo Silva near the touchline. 1-1 the score. It's all to play for. Here's Akanji looking for a little gap. Who's going to try and bust forward? Matheus Nunes has just dragged the defender in field. That means De Bruyne's got some space out here on the right. De Bruyne looking to exploit that. Hits the goalkeeper with a shot from the edge of the box. And Brugge get the ball away. And how seriously are they going to look to counter here? Well, they might do. Here's Solis, has got the ball from Jutgla, and he's got a runner on the outside. It's Talby. Elects not to play the pass. On he goes, Solis shoots and misses the post by a whisker. He checked it in field onto his left foot. The keeper was nowhere. It flashed low past the post. It remains 1-1.
What an almighty let-off for Manchester City that is. A couple of other goals have gone in. Ousmane Dembélé has completed his hat-trick away at Stuttgart. 4-0 to Paris, who could have gone out tonight. They're going to go through. As that goal went in, Milan equalised. at Dinamo Zagreb. So despite being 4-0 down, Stuttgart are back into the top 24.
Here are Manchester City on the attack. A goal takes them in here. Savinho, left corner of the box, feints, throws his defender off balance, can't get past him, might get it back from Foden, cheeky little chip forward to Bruno! No! It dropped to him beautifully on the left foot, and he puts his hands through his strawberry blonde hair and says, how does a player like me miss a chance like that from only 8-9 metres out? Remains 1-1.
Just a bit more information from Zagreb. It's Christian Pulisic who has got the equaliser. So that moves Dinamo back out of the top 24. They are currently being eliminated, which is where they began tonight. Huge period coming up for them. But all eyes on the City of Manchester Stadium.
As a beautiful pass split City open, or almost split City open. Ederson came out very sharply to stop the runner coming through. I think that was De Kuyper from left back.
It's a really lovely idea, and De Kuyper's decided to go, and it just shows you Club Brugge believe that they can get opportunities here. They're willing to take some risks. They feel they can win this game, and Solis on the counter is causing City all kinds of problems because he can go in on his left and out on his right, causing all kinds of issues.
Here's Bernardo Silva, right corner of the penalty box. A little more context for you in a moment, but Kovacic to Gvardiol. Stick with the action. Here's Savinho. It's 1-1. Lovely ball, Savinho. Gvardiol, tight angle, and a goal! An own goal off Ordonez! And Manchester City have turned it round! In 15 second half minutes, the 2 goals they needed. Brilliantly worked down the left-hand side. Gvardiol fired it across, and Ordonez, in trying to clear, put it into his own net. Manchester City surviving now. Lead Club Brugge by 2-1.
It's an excellent goal, because what happens is Savinho gets one-on-one with Says, just squares him up, and Talbi, who's a winger, he's not an experienced player. He lets Gvardiol run off him. How many times have we seen Joško Gvardiol make this kind of run for Manchester City? Sometimes it's him scoring. On this occasion, it's him forcing Ordonez into the error. He knows Haaland's at the far post. He has to do something, and all he can do is turn the ball into his own net. But it all starts with Savinho.
Pep Guardiola's change then at half-time has helped swing this round for Manchester City. Guardiola is kicking every ball and, frankly, every crate of Gatorade bottles at the side of the field at the moment, as City lead by 2-1. Chris, a thought from you?
Not sure it'll be the end of the drama, if I'm honest. There's still 30 minutes to go. Take a breather. Richard Connolly, Mike Sewell has a goal to tell us about.
2 goals to tell you about, Chris. Firstly, in France, Brest initially had scored a goal which was ruled out after offside and a semi-automated offside. But Real Madrid have gone up the other end and made it 2-0 with Jude Bellingham. So Real Madrid still in there, just outside the top 8. Lille, just inside the top 8, have scored a third against Feyenoord. An own goal after excellent work by Angel Gomez means that it's Lille 3, Feyenoord 1, Brest 0, Real Madrid 2.
One of the big winners tonight so far, Lille, jumping into that top 8. What an achievement that would be for them. And then those currently being eliminated now, Shakhtar, Dinamo and Stuttgart. So the goal for City has changed everything. They are going through tonight, along with Club Brugge, Sporting, Benfica, PSV and Paris Saint-Germain. Those would be the 6 teams tonight to book their spot in the last 24. But, and it's a big but, everything might change in the next 30 minutes of football.
It's really so fascinatingly poised. Manchester City are in front. They've got what they need. Club Brugge are behind, but at the moment they are going through. They're 23rd. That equaliser for Milan's done them a big favour. And with Stuttgart losing, with Sporting losing, they're in. So how much do they push for the equaliser? And how much does that affect the balance of what we're seeing in front of us?
I think if you're Club Brugge, you play the same game you've played all the way through. And the reason for that is City will look to have control, they'll look to keep the ball. That's fine. because you know when you turn it over, and there will be moments when you do that, there's a lot of space to run into. They've caused City problems on the counter all evening long. It's just those little decisions, little moments that haven't always gone in their favour.
Oh, pass astray from Club Brugge, and here are City with De Bruyne. Foden out on the far side calling for it. Foden gets it, checks back in field, but well defended by Mekela, who was really solid. Foden threw himself to the floor, but it was never a penalty, and Brugge are countering here so bravely as they have all night long. Out to Chemstein Talby on this near side. City are back in pretty good numbers and pretty good order, and so Brugge slow it down. Talby then cuts back in field on a bit of a mazy run, but he ran into a labyrinth and couldn't get out, and Kovacic is bringing it forward for City, and De Bruyne couldn't quite get it under control for the home side, and they have to go to ground to win it back in the centre of the field, but do and play it back to Ederson. City still leading by 2-1 at the moment, both these sides going through. Chris.
Dinamo Zagreb are back ahead. Marco Piazza has scored against 10-man Milan. It moves Dinamo Zagreb back up into the top 24, and it removes Sporting from the top 24. So the champions of Croatia are back ahead against Milan, the 7-time winners. Mike Schul, looking at things in terms of the top 8, you've had another couple of goals.
3 in total. The most important one has come at Villa Park, where Aston Villa, who had led 2-0 against Celtic, now lead 3-2. Ollie Watkins has scored that goal, and it means that Villa are up to 7th. Lille are now 8th. Dortmund are just outside. Bayern just behind them are 2 up now against Slavan Bratislava. Harry Kane with a close range header, and Marcos Llorente has got a 4th for Atletico de Madrid. They're into the top 8, and no denying that. 4-0 up away at Salzburg, but it's the Villa goal which has made the difference. Aston Villa into the top 8.
Amazing night at Villa Park. Manchester City, a few miles north, are winning as well, Richard Connolly, but we have a grandstand finish.
Potentially so. Manchester City leading 2-1, and here's Savinho going on the outside. Good-looking cross, but Mignolet is out to grab it for Club Brugge, and he's looking to set them on the counter-attack with a long punt down the middle towards Jukla, who very nearly controlled it in the middle of 2 City defenders before Stones robbed him of possession, and City can rebuild from the back. Just to re-emphasise what Chris was saying, I think given the 2-1 for Dinamo, it's the first time tonight that Sporting have found themselves outside the top 24. Sporting, who are 1 goal down tonight at home to Bologna, who are already eliminated before this evening's matches, they have to respond now, and if they do, they would knock Dinamo back out, even though Dinamo are winning on goal difference. Club Brugge are now 23rd, so still have 1 place in hand, but it's tense for them, as it's tense for Manchester City, because if Brugge equalise here, that knocks City out. And Onyedika with a ball down the near side as they look to counter, wins a throw for Brugge just beyond halfway. Kevin.
Have to give Pep Guardiola real credit for the change he made at half-time, because Savinho, since he's come on, has caused so many problems for Joaquin Seyss down that flank. He was the one that released Joško Gvardiol to force the own goal. He has just given them that unpredictability, that spark on that side, and Club Brugge have found it really difficult to contain him.
There's a raft of Belgian changes coming soon from Nicky Hyen, the Brugge coach. So we'll keep you abreast of those in a short time. But here's Talby receiving a fine pass from Van Aken, goes round his man and fires in the shot, and Ederson makes a good save at the near post. It was an angle that he should have had covered, but nonetheless it was explosive forward play.
I tell you what, Talby fancies it against Gvardiol. He thinks he's got the beating of him, and he's gone past him so many times tonight. He's found it really difficult to contain him, just that raw pace that he has and that trickery. And he didn't defend well against Gvardiol at the other end, but when he's more naturally attacking, he's having much more joy against him.
69 minutes on the watch. Manchester City 2, Club Brugge 1. Here's the Brugge corner. It's very, very deep from De Cowper, but they've got a man over at the back post, nods it across towards the penalty spot. De Bruyne comfortably can volley the ball safely away for Manchester City. There are 20 minutes and change remaining. Remember, a goal for Brugge knocks City out. They have turned it round, but they are not yet comfortable. Here come the Brugge changes. This might be a moment to go to you, Chris, if you've got more news to bring us, and we'll work out what's happening, because there's quite a few of them happening.
Big drama at the Maximir. Dinamo 2-1 up against Milan. Rafa Leao burst into the penalty area and was fouled by the goalkeeper. However, VAR check, because on the way to bursting into the box, he kind of used his arm to shrug off the defender illegally. So the penalty has been disallowed, and it's still 2-1 to Dinamo against Milan, which means they remain 24th and will be extending their European season into the knockout stages. What an achievement that would be for Dinamo.
Here come Manchester City with De Bruyne, and now Kovacic. He's going to shoot from long range again, the deflection, and it landed on the roof of the net. That was so close. It must have skimmed the crossbar. It was given away by Onyedika at the back for Club Brugge, and City were on them, and it flicked the back of Mekela as he went to try and challenge, and it was fractions over.
Yeah, Onyedika gives the ball away, and then he gets drawn to De Bruyne again. They've been very smart with that. He just got distracted, and that's what opens it up for Kovacic.
2-1 City, Chris.
To Mike Sewell, a big moment at Villa Park.
Aston Villa were 2-0 up after 5 minutes. Celtic made it 2-2 just before half-time. Villa then retook the lead through Ollie Watkins, and it's he now who's standing behind the ball, which is on the penalty spot, because Aston Villa have been awarded a penalty for a foul by Austin Trusty on Ollie Watkins. This would give Villa a 2-goal advantage. They're in the top 8 at the moment. They're currently 7th in the league phase table. Midway through the second half, if Watkins scores here, this gives Villa a really good cushion. Watkins right-footed, oh, he slips! And he chips the ball over the crossbar like a sand wedge in golf. He clips it high over Kasper Schmeichel's crossbar, and you can see the divot next to the penalty spot. So it remains 3-2 at Villa Park, so it's still pretty tight there. Leverkusen have made it 2-0 at home to Sparta Praha. Nathan Teller's got the goal there. They are also in the top 8, just ahead of Aston Villa. And Atalanta have equalised at Barcelona. Ederson has scored the goal there. So that means that Liverpool are back on top of the league phase table, and Atalanta are outside the top 8 by 1 point. That's how it stands.
Terrific from Mike Sewell, who's watching about 5 games simultaneously there. The top 8 picture here on UEFA Champions League Matchday Live at the City of Manchester Stadium. While Mike's talking, we're watching the game half up off our seats because it looks like something's about to transpire. But a couple of last-ditch tackles, and we haven't had a chance on goal while we've been away with Mike. But Brugge are on the edge of their own box, and they've lost it, and Haaland's in. Goalkeeper saves, and Savinho and off the line by Mekela. Extraordinary defending, and Pep Guardiola, his face is so pained that his side haven't scored. That was a golden chance set up by Haaland and almost finished by Savinho.
Mekela's cleaned up his own mess there because he plays a really tight ball to Yashari. He loses it to Haaland. It's a brilliant save by Mignolet because you were sure that Haaland was going to smash that into the far corner. Excellent save, and then Mekela has the presence of mind to race back onto the goal line and hook that off the line. Wonderful defending.
Still 2-1 Manchester City lead. A goal for Brugge sends them out. Still at the moment, both of these sides are going through. Chris Parrott.
Before you take off, Richard Connolly, I just need to say Guela Kanga has scored an absolute stormer for CRVENA away at Young Boys. Both these teams already eliminated, but he must have scored from about 30 35 metres out to make it 1-0.
Here's Kovacic for Manchester City as they seek a cushion. A third goal would be very useful for them and would relieve a lot of the tension inside the city of Manchester Stadium, but there's no way through, and it's cleared by Club Brugge. Here's Kevin.
I should just talk about those 3 subs that they made. They were all like-for-like changes. So Hugo Vetlesen on for Solis. Jutgla went off, Romeo Vermant, the young striker, Belgian under-21 internationals, come on. And Mikhail Skorash, who's a winger on the right, has come on for Talbi. So they're all fresh legs, like-for-like changes, same shape, same idea. Try and catch them on the counter.
I knew there was something I'd forgotten to do. Chris, back to you.
Mike Sewell has another goal.
And another hat-trick tonight. Lautaro Martinez has got a third for Inter, set up after a shot by Mkhitaryan fell to him from the save. So 3-0 into lead. They're 4th in the league phase table.
In elimination terms, it's still as you were. Sporting are the side who've dropped out tonight, as have Stuttgart as well. Stuttgart getting thumped by Paris, 4-0 down, are currently 26th. Sporting losing at home to Bologna by a single goal. That could be the big one. Sporting need a single goal. If they score it, Dinamo, who are winning, would drop out. But at the moment, Dinamo Zagreb have moved inside the top 25 and are going through. Sporting and Stuttgart are going out. Man City, of course, have moved in as well, given that they are winning 2-1 against Club Brugge. City in the live table 22nd, Brugge in the live table 23rd, then Dinamo Zagreb 24. 2-1 City in front of their home fans. There are 15 minutes remaining, and City have the ball. Brugge mostly back behind it. Here's Bernardo Silva over on the far side. Brugge still gambling on their ability to score a goal, still trying to play this game as if it's a point they need to be certain of going through, which is true, though other results are going their way at the moment. So as things stand, both of these teams are safe. Akanji on the ball for Manchester City, and it's calm possession for the home side. Stones on the ball. Stones slips it forward to Haaland, just stepping away from the penalty area to get a touch on the ball. Out it goes to Mateus Nunes over on the far side. City still 2-1, not threatening at the moment. So let's dip to Chris.
Yeah, just to reiterate, in the top 8 at the moment, it's a very good night for Lille, Aston Villa and Leverkusen, who have jumped into the top 8 and will be going straight through to the round of 16. Mike will keep us updated on any changes, and we've already summed up the bottom and who is going to be successful and who is not this evening.
Here are Manchester City in possession. There might be more changes right at the very top of the league table in a moment as Stones sweeps out a ball to Savinho. He's in, Savinho! It's a marvellous goal from Savinho for Manchester City. And feel the relief. They've come from a goal down to lead by 3-1. And that surely should see Manchester City through at the final time of asking. Savinho ran onto the diagonal ball, took it on the chest and thumped it home. A brilliant goal. Manchester City 3, Club Brugge 1.
To Mike Sewell.
Barcelona are back on top of the table. They've taken a 2-1 lead against Atalanta, and it's their captain, Ronald Araujo, with a header at the back post from a corner. He was completely unmarked. He just stooped to head the ball in. So Barca lead 2-1. They're ahead of Liverpool, who are trailing. Just to tell you that Lille are in 8th place at the moment, with Villa just ahead of them. They're leading 3-2 against Celtic. Lille 3-1 against Feyenoord.
So Manchester City with 2 goals of insurance now in the bag. Club Brugge would have to score twice to knock City out. It's the only way City can be eliminated, is if they don't win this game. If they win it, they go above Club Brugge on goal difference, whatever happens, and they'll be safe. So it's good for them. But Brugge haven't given up. They still feel like they might need a point, and they don't want to be found wanting at the end of the evening because they didn't try for it. So they're still trying to provide something. They've got a throw on the near side by the corner flag. Kevin.
So just a couple of things to mention, Rich. The first is the goal, which is an exceptional ball from Stones onto the chest of Savinho. He comes away from his man and just drills it low. Mignolet gets a touch, can't keep it out. Just break off for a moment.
As Van Aken's in possession on the edge of the penalty area for Club Brugge as they seek a way back into this game. Then the long-range effort from miles out from Yashari goes over the crossbar. Do you want to finish the point quickly, Kevin?
Just the second thing to mention, how many saves has Ederson had to make in this second half? They totted up. Really important saves from him tonight, because it could have been a totally different game.
It's been a bit wild and wonderful in this second half, to be honest, Chris.
Remember,
3-1.
Solis clipped the outside of the post at 1-1, just to say that Gerona have equalised against Arsenal. And whilst City are sitting comfortably now, the battle looks to be between Sporting and Dinamo Zagreb. Dinamo are 2-1 up at home to Milan. Sporting trailing 1-0 at home to Bologna. But if Sporting were to equalise, they would go to 24th and therefore would extend their European season. So we'll keep you abreast of that. Mike Sewell is keeping you up to date with what's happening in and around the top 8. And Mike Sewell, any further updates?
Well, Lille are strengthening their positioning in 8th place because they now lead Feyenoord by 4-1. Substitute Jonathan David with the goal, turning from his right foot to his left and curling it low into the far corner from about 10 metres out. So Lille currently 8th, ahead of 9th place Dortmund by 1 point, but they're 4-1 up. I think it's going to be down to the Villa-Celtic game if there's any change, because everyone else in that top 8, apart from Villa, has a 2-goal advantage. So it's at the moment Lille 4, Feyenoord 1, Villa 3, Celtic 2.
Something will change in the next 10 minutes. I can promise you on UEFA Champions League Matchday Live. It already has, actually. I mentioned the Gerona equalised. It's been disallowed. So Arsenal's still leading by 2-1. We always had late drama on the final night of the group stage. I'm sure we will in the final 10 minutes of the league phase, and it looks like Sporting have just equalised at home to Bologna. If that is the case, and if this goal stands, it's a close range finish, then that would see them move back into the top 24. 1-1 it is. Harder with the goal, his first in the Champions League, and that changes everything for them and for Dinamo Zagreb. 1-1, Sporting now back up into the top 24.
So Sporting currently 23rd. Club Brugge now drop to the hot seat of place number 24. They are on 11 points. Above Dinamo Zagreb, only on goal difference, and the margin is 3 goals. So what this means now for Club Brugge, do they go into defensive mode? Because they can't afford to get thrashed. Dinamo winning 2-1 against Milan, 10 men of Milan. Could they score more goals? That 3-goal cushion could evaporate very quickly in these last 8 minutes or so.
I think what you do if you're Club Brugge, and I'm sure Nicky Hine will be aware of what's going on, you just dial down the risk slightly, but you do what they've done all night, which is to try and keep their shape and try and hit on the counter. They've actually done that pretty well. I know that sounds weird because they're 3-1 down, but I actually think, you know, if they'd been a little bit more clinical at the other end, we could have had a very different scenario here. I think they've acquitted themselves brilliantly, but I think City able to bring on Savinho at half-time, that has totally changed the game, because the threat he's provided has given them so many problems.
7.5 minutes left. It remains Manchester City 3, Club Brugge 1.
I'll just throw one other little idea into you both as well. City know they don't need to push forward necessarily in this next 7 minutes. Weirdly now it's a result which favours both having got to this stage, but that would rely on the information getting out to all of the players about the live league table, and even us with all of our screens and the league phase, it's hard. And actually we're just having a look at all the Club Brugge supporters. They're on their phones. They need to get UEFA Champions League Matchday Live on, and they're all looking as to what is happening and where they are.
And the match they'll be really focused on is Dinamo Zagreb at home to Milan, and that game is some 6 minutes behind this. So they're going to have a nervous wait at the end. At the moment, Manchester City in front of us are in very calm possession, and Brugge aren't really hustling. They aren't risking too much. They're staying behind the ball. They don't want to concede again, but City have played in Savinho again, and his ball across was close to Haaland, but too far in front. Goals against for Brugge now are a disaster for them. Maybe one against them and two more for Dinamo, or two more against Brugge and one for Dinamo, and that could be that. Then we'd be getting into the realms of goals scored, and we'd be a deep dive into what's gone on in the league phase to this point. It could yet come to that.
We're into PhD thesis territory if that happens, Richard Connolly.
It's not that complicated. It should be some basic counting, but we'll try and keep up. Man City 3, Club Brugge 1. So at the moment, both of these teams are going through. But for Brugge, it is bite your nails time. Chris.
Mike Schuell with some more goals at the top of the table.
3 goals in quick succession. Lille scored a 5th against Feyenoord. They are in the top 8. They're currently 7th. The goal scored by substitute Håkon Arne Haraldsson. Real Madrid are now 3-0 up at Brest. Rodrigo with his 2nd goal of the night. They're still outside the top 8 by 1 point. And the other goal, more importantly, is at the top, where Atalanta have equalised at Barcelona, which means Liverpool, despite losing, are top of the table again, and Atalanta are now in 9th, 1 point behind Aston Villa. If Celtic were to equalise, that would change everything, because above Villa, there's little chance of anything changing. Lille comfortably leading, Leverkusen 2-0 up, Atleti 4-0 into 3-0. So it all comes down to who's going to finish in the top 8 with that game at Villa Park, which is still Villa 3, Celtic 2, and Lille have got a 6th goal. It's 6-1 now to Lille. Cabella has got it. So Lille 6, Feyenoord 1. I think they might be in the top 8.
Quite literally, goals as they go in here on match day. I love how the fact it's all boiled down to a couple of key games, both for the clubs involved playing and for all of those around them. Benfica, through Orkan Kukcu, have just got a 2nd away at Juventus. What a win that would be for them. And Chris Furic has got 1 back for Stuttgart, but they still trail Paris by 4 goals to 1. As things stand, yes, that phrase again, it is Club Brugge who are 24th, and Dinamo, Stuttgart and Shakhtar who will be missing out. Along with Club Brugge tonight, going through in the top 24 will be Sporting, Manchester City, Benfica, Paris and PSV.
Yes, as things stand, the 2 Portuguese clubs, Sporting and Benfica, saving themselves on match day 8, because they were very much in the category of teams in jeopardy at the start of the night. Manchester City having possession at the moment, but they're at arm's length from Club Brugge at the moment. It's not quite that the players are playing this match out, but it's a little closer to that than it was before. I think City are comfortable in the knowledge that they I've got this cushion of 2 goals, don't want to risk giving the ball away and letting Brugge get in behind and giving them a nervous few minutes. Brugge are comfortable at the moment, knowing that on goal difference they're safe for the time being as well. It could still be on a knife edge, but at the moment, Club Brugge, I think, feel that they've got a little bit of a pillow behind their heads.
Yeah, they're not pressing too intensely. They've dropped into a kind of mid-block, just happy to stay in their shape, and Erling Haaland's just come all the way back to the centre circle just to get involved. I think he felt a bit isolated there, just wanted to touch of the ball, but I think they're well aware of what's going on elsewhere, Club Brugge. Just seen some of their coaching staff just checking a few devices. Maybe they're tuned into us as well, actually.
I should jolly well hope so, yes.
Absolutely.
To confirm then, after all this and the trials and tribulations so far tonight, in terms of the elimination places, the big losers on the night are Stuttgart, being beaten 4-1 at home by Paris Saint-Germain. They have fallen out of the top 24, and Manchester City, dint of this second half comeback, have taken that spot. City the big winners, Stuttgart the big losers in terms of qualification for the top 24 and extending their seasons. You've been hearing from Mike Sewell all the permutations in terms of the top 8. Liverpool just about have the advantage over Barcelona as I speak in terms of first place. But we'll find out more about that with Mike Sewell now.
Bayern München 3, Slovan Bratislava 0. The goal scored by Kingsley Coman. Bayern still outside the top 8 by 1 point. They've got an inferior goal difference to Dortmund and Atalanta, who are in 10th and 9th position. As I mentioned before, it's all going to come down to the game at Villa Park between Aston Villa and Celtic. Villa leading 3-2 at the moment and currently occupying 8th spot by just a point from Atalanta, Dortmund, Bayern, Real and Milan.
My goodness me, there are some very, very big names in that area of the table, and that could make things complicated when we come to the draw for the knockout playoff round, and we'll come to that after the end of the 90 minutes. We'll start working out what the possible opponents for the qualified teams are. But let's stick with the action until it ends. We're in the 90th minute now at the City of Manchester Stadium. And Manchester City, I think we can be completely certain, are going to be in that draw on Friday for that knockout playoff round. They're going to survive on the final match day. They had 7 points after match day 3. It looked like they were safe as houses, but things fell apart somewhat for Manchester City, and Pep Guardiola and co are rebuilding that house. Who knows whether they'll be in shape for a challenge as the year progresses. But 3-1 they lead, they're in comfortable possession, they're not in any jeopardy, they're keeping the ball. Brugge aren't really challenging seriously for it, and the seconds are ticking by, and we're seeing 1 minute of added time from the referee. So it really seems like for the fate of Club Brugge, it will depend on Dinamo Zagreb. And if Dinamo were able to score 3 late goals against Milan, things could be turned on their heads. But there's 6 minutes to go there, and that does seem to be unlikely.
Well, Nicky Hyen and Pep Guardiola have just gone over to speak to each other and have exchanged a warm embrace, but I don't think anybody's told Erling Haaland what's going on, because he's charging around in the centre circle saying, give me the ball, I want to race forwards.
Well, he hasn't got his goal yet tonight, has he? Yet he's in danger of being drawn back to a career ratio in the Champions League of only 1 goal per game.
Imagine that.
He's on 47 from 46 games coming into tonight. It'll be 47 games, 47 goals, unless he scores, which he wants to do. He's on the move now, tries to play it through the defender, can't get the other side, wins it back. Here's Foden, shoots, and Mignolet makes the save, and that might be the very last piece of action at the City of Manchester Stadium. It is. And Manchester City, in the last 45 minutes of the league phase, have turned their season round in the Champions League. City have scored 3 times to come from a goal down, and under pressure, they did what champions do. They delivered. Club Brugge, at the whistle, think they are through as well, and they may well be. Manchester City certainly are. It has finished. Manchester City 3, Club Brugge 1.
What a night of drama. The Club Brugge supporters celebrating. They are currently going through thanks to a better goal difference. Dinamo Zagreb leading Milan 2-1. They would need to score 3 goals in the next 3.5 minutes of normal time plus added on time to pip Club Brugge. If that happens, you'll hear about it first here on UEFA Champions League Match Day Live. We are going to go to the other end of the league table, though, and join Mike Sewell, because there is one game which is important for both clubs in it, but is also holding the whole plot together in terms of who finishes in those top 8 spots, Mike.
Indeed, we're at Villa Park with 2.5 minutes of normal time to go. Aston Villa 3, Celtic 2. Villa were 2-0 up inside the first 5 minutes through 2 Morgan Rogers goals, and then Celtic came back just before half-time with 2 Adam Eder goals. But they restored their lead, did Villa, through Ollie Watkins. He then slipped when he took a penalty and missed the chance to make it 4-2, so it leaves it very finely balanced, with Aston Villa currently in 8th place, 1 point ahead of 9th place Atalanta, who are currently holding Barcelona 2-2 in Spain. They're into the final minute of that game. If Atalanta were to score, or Celtic were to score, then Atalanta would jump into the top 8 at Villa's expense. 2 minutes of normal time left at Villa Park. Celtic coming forward, attacking the goal away to the right. It's a long ball all the way through to Emi Martinez, and as you might expect, he's in no hurry to release it from his hands. In the meantime, there's a delay in Barcelona due to an injury. So 3-2 Villa lead, 2-2 between Barca and Atalanta.
Just to take you back to the City of Manchester Stadium, City are celebrating, they know they're through. Pep Guardiola looks a very relieved man. Nicky Hine and his players, including Simon Mignolet, are looking at their phone. They're all on the pitch and they're all waiting. They've, I'm sure, worked out by now that the result to look out for is the one between Dinamo Zagreb and Milan. It is still 2-1 with 90 seconds left, and Dinamo are doing their best, but they need to score 3 times. Otherwise, Club Brugge are through. They're still all out on the pitch, and at some stage, a great celebration will erupt from Club Brugge. It can't quite begin yet, but amazing scenes, really, as they wait for their chance to go over to their supporters and book their place in the knockout phase playoffs. Meanwhile, Manchester City, well, they know that it's done. I think some of the players actually had that explained to them. You don't need to worry, City. You, Kevin Hatchard, are definitely through.
I think it has been quite an extraordinary evening in this game, and obviously in general. But I think what changed it completely was Savinho coming on at half-time. That completely changed the whole vibe of City's play. They were playing with much more intent, much more pace. He was taking people on one-on-one. Once Kovacic got the equaliser, then Savinho involved in goal 2, goal 3, and then City had wrapped it up.
All of the Club Brugge players have now come over to their supporters, but Mike Sewell, still a lot to play for at the top end of the league phase table.
There certainly is. Both Aston Villa against Celtic, where Villa lead 3-2, and Barcelona against Atalanta, where it's 2-2, are into added time. In Barcelona, there are 5 minutes. They're already 90 seconds into those. At Villa Park, they're 30 seconds in, as Villa score a 4th goal, and they put it beyond any doubt in terms of the game at Villa Park. It's a 4th goal. It's a hat-trick for Morgan Rogers. Villa 4, Celtic 2 is the score at Villa Park. So Villa have done their job, but, and it's a big but, if Atalanta were to score a late winner away at Barcelona, they would jump above Aston Villa and take 8th spot off them. It's 2-2.
When we said every goal will matter in the new league phase, this is what we meant. It is approaching 11 p.m. in a lot of these games on the final match day in late January, and still every goal that goes in is having huge ramifications on lots of clubs, Richard Connolly.
And just to add one thing to the pot, we've been talking about the Dinamo Zagreb-Milan match being crucial for 24th place, but actually there's another game which is vital to the whole picture. Sporting against Bologna.
Yes.
Sporting got that equalising goal to move themselves back into the top 24. It's 1-1. They're in the 93rd minute with 6 added on, but were Bologna to score, that would knock Sporting out and save Dinamo, because they look like they're not going to get the 5 goals, the 3 extra goals they need now to move above Club Brugge on goal difference. But if Bologna scored, Sporting would lose a point and drop down out of the top 24, thrusting the Croatians back in. So that Bologna are the team now that hold the key to Dinamo Zagreb's progression.
They do. Both those games holding the key maybe to Club Brugge, who look like they've done enough. They are still gathered in front of their 3,000 supporters, ready to celebrate when the full-time whistle goes in either Lisbon or Zagreb. Mike Sewell with more information from the top of the table.
30 seconds left of added time at Villa Park. Villa 4, Celtic 2. Villa have done their job, but things could still change, because Atalanta are holding Barcelona 2-2, and Atalanta, if they score, would go above Villa and also above Lille into 7th place, and Villa would drop out of the top 8. And a really interesting thing here, if that does happen, Lille's 6-1 win against Feyenoord will have kept them in the top 8, because they are ahead of Villa on only goals scored at the moment. But both of those teams are going through unless Atalanta can score. But Barcelona have possession, attacking the goal away to the left. 2-2 the scoreline. Coming in from the left side is Balde, up to the edge of the area. It's lofted clear into the Barcelona half, but Atalanta have only got about 40 seconds left to try and get forward. It looks as if their legs may have gone. Whether they know that they're just outside the top 8 by only a point is another thing. Surely that has been passed on to the players as they try and win back possession of Frankie de Jong on the halfway line. Desperately trying to get the ball back with about 15 seconds of injury time left. At Villa Park, they're all in discussions as to what the situation is. They want to know what's happening elsewhere. Well, in the next 10 seconds, we'll know. Barcelona coming forward, away to the left, up towards the edge of the area, laid out to the right-hand angle. It's crossed in near and it's put out for a corner. We've had the 5 minutes of added time. It doesn't look like there's going to be any more time for Atalanta, even if this corner can be taken. Barcelona may have seen it out, but they won't finish top because they needed to win. Liverpool are losing against PSV, but Barcelona are set to finish second unless they score from this corner, and it comes in towards the back post, curling in, and the referee has given a corner on the other side of the field as we move into the 6th minute of added time. Villa celebrating their victory at Villa Park, but not definitely in to the top 8 just yet, although at the moment it looks like they will just about do it. In the meantime, could Barcelona nip top spot from Liverpool deep to the far post? The goalkeeper scrambling. It's another corner, a 3rd successive corner, and we're in the 7th minute of added time. Barcelona 2, Atalanta 2. Barcelona with a right wing corner, in swinging to the near post, headed away by Pasalic. Back in by Barcelona to the D. Atalanta desperately trying to get the ball forward, and the referee's given a free kick about 5 meters outside the penalty area to Barcelona. Atalanta are furious, and a yellow card has also been issued by Michael Oliver. It's a free kick to Barcelona, who are going to see out this game without Atalanta snatching victory. But can they get victory to take top spot from Liverpool, who are currently trailing in the Netherlands to PSV? We are now heading towards the 8th minute of added time. Just to confirm, Liverpool, Barcelona, Arsenal, Inter, Atleti, Leverkusen, Lille and Villa are the teams currently in the top 8. The only way that could now change is if Atalanta were to score. But Barcelona have a free kick fairly central, about 5 or 6 meters outside the penalty area, just to the right of the D. The referee has blown his whistle, left foot in towards goal, but over the goal, and the referee decides that that is the end of it. Barcelona 2, Atalanta 2, confirms that Aston Villa have finished in the top 8. They're in a huddle in the technical area, and they've just found out that the scoreline in Barcelona has ended 2-2, and they're all confirming to each other that they are going through to the round of 16. Villa beating Celtic 4-2, Atalanta 2-2 at Barcelona. And that's it, Chris, it's all finished.
Amazing stuff. It hasn't at the other end of the table. The Club Brugge players are on the pitch at an empty City of Manchester stadium, apart from the away end, and one member of the coaching staff has got his phone out. Everybody is around him. They are waiting for the full-time score in Zagreb. It's 2-1 to Dinamo. That is not enough for them at the moment. 97 minutes on the clock there. It has finished in the game between Sporting and Bologna, and it's finished 1-1 there. So Sporting are definitely through. We are just waiting on the results at the Maximir Stadium, We're also still going on, as you can hear, actually in the background in Eindhoven. PSV leading Liverpool 3-2. They have beaten Liverpool by 3-2. So Liverpool have been beaten, but tonight they have secured first place. So the one result, the 144th match, it comes down to this. Once it's finished, Club Brugge will be celebrating a couple of thousand kilometres away in Manchester. That's how dramatic this new league phase is. The players in Manchester are furiously pressing refresh, hopefully on the UEFA Champions League app, to work out what is happening. They are ready to bounce. But Dinamo Zagreb's game against Milan is still going on. 98 minutes have now gone on the clock. They still need 3 more goals, Dinamo Zagreb, which they're not going to get. But until it's over, you can never say never, not in this competition. The coach, Richard Connolly, is just peering over the shoulder of the one man with the phone, and it's over at the Maximir. And that information very shortly will...
you